I'm Carter, 34 years old, and if you had asked me a year ago what I valued most in life, I would have said loyalty. Not money, not success, not even love. Loyalty. The kind of loyalty that isn't shaken by a bad day, a stupid joke, or a rough patch in a relationship. The kind that makes you feel safe when the world's on fire. Funny thing is, I used to think my wife, Hannah, believed in that kind of loyalty too. We'd been married 7 years. Not a fairy tale, but not a nightmare either. Just a regular, adult kind of love. Mortgage, weekend trips to IKEA, arguments over where to order takeout. We weren't the couple who plastered each other on Instagram or wrote anniversary essays that read like job applications, but we had our rhythm. She liked old movies, I liked woodworking. She couldn't cook to save her life. I burned everything but insisted on trying anyway. And it worked. Until it didn't. The shift didn't happen overnight. It never does. It crept in, casual and quiet, like a house settling on its foundation until the floor suddenly cracks. At first, it was just little remarks. We'd be out with friends, usually my best friend, Mason, and Hannah would joke about how lucky his girlfriend was. Mason and I had been tight since high school. He was charismatic, a little reckless, the kind of guy people gravitate toward without realizing it. Always had a new business idea, always a new story. I was the quieter one, planner, fixer, steady. We were a good balance, and Hannah used to say she liked that about us. That I grounded him, and he pushed me out of my comfort zone. But then came the first joke. We were at Mason's apartment for game night. His girlfriend, Tara, was out of town, so it was just the three of us. I beat them both in Settlers of Catan, rare win for me, and Hannah laughed and said, "Careful, Mason. If you keep being this much fun, I might just leave Carter for you." I froze. Mason chuckled awkwardly. I brushed it off with a weak smile, told myself it was just a dumb joke. And maybe it was. But something about it gnawed at me all the way home. I brought it up in the car. "Do you think that was funny?" I asked, keeping my voice light. "What? The Mason thing," she replied, laughing. "Relax, Carter. It was just a joke." "Yeah, I know. Just weird joke, don't you think?" She turned to me with this look, half amusement, half exasperation. "God, you're sensitive. It's not like I actually want to be with Mason. He's your best friend. That'd be disgusting." I dropped it. I told myself I was overthinking it. That maybe I was too sensitive. That she just had a dark sense of humor. I even apologized the next day for being weird about it. But then it happened again. And again. A few weeks later, we were at a barbecue with a group of friends. Hannah was holding a beer, Mason was grilling, and I was helping set up chairs. I came back with ice, just in time to hear her say, "If Mason ever makes a move, I'm not even sure I'd say no. You're way more fun than my husband." Everyone laughed. Even Mason, though I saw the look he gave me after. Guilt, confusion, a little fear. He knew it wasn't harmless anymore. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay next to her, staring at the ceiling, wondering what part of our marriage made it okay for her to humiliate me like that. Wondering when I became the punchline in my own relationship. I didn't bring it up that time. I just shut down a little. Went quieter. She noticed. "You've been acting weird lately," she said a few days later. "Is this still about that Mason joke?" "It's not just a joke if you keep saying it," I replied. She rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, Carter. You're being so dramatic. You know I love you, right? It's just teasing. That's how I flirt. That's my love language. Flirting. With my best friend. In front of me." I nodded. Not because I believed her, but because I was too tired to fight. I thought, maybe if I just waited it out, she'd stop. Maybe it was a phase. Or maybe I'd wake up and realize I was being paranoid. But it didn't stop. If anything, it escalated. She'd bring Mason up randomly at home. Mason would never forget to take the trash out. "You know, Mason's doing that new diet. Maybe you should try it too." I bet Mason wouldn't wear those shoes with those pants. I didn't tell Mason. I didn't want to ruin the friendship over something that might have been in my head. But it was getting harder to pretend it didn't bother me. And I could tell he was starting to feel it too. He got quieter around her, made excuses to leave early. The easy dynamic we used to have. Gone. Then came the night that really broke me. We were hosting a small dinner. Just us, Mason, and one of Hannah's coworkers. Halfway through the meal, she made another joke. This time, she was tipsy, wine glass in hand, flush in the cheeks kind of tipsy. She looked at Mason, grinned, and said, "Seriously though, Mason, if you ever decide to steal me away, I'm just saying, Carter might not put up much of a fight." Everyone went quiet. Mason looked like he wanted to vanish into the floor. I laughed, but it was the kind of laugh that comes out when you're trying not to cry or scream. A breath. A reflex. I cleaned up early. Told them I had work in the morning. Hannah stayed out on the balcony with Mason and her coworker, still sipping her wine. I stood in the kitchen, hands shaking as I rinsed plates, listening to them laugh from the other room. That night, I didn't speak to her. I slept on the couch. She didn't come check on me. The next morning, she asked if I was mad again. I said no. She asked if I was going to pout all week. I said no. She asked if I was ever going to get over a stupid joke. I didn't respond, because by then, I wasn't sure it was a joke anymore, or if it ever had been. And for the first time, I started to wonder, what if she actually wanted him to make a move? What if this whole thing was her way of testing the waters? And what if I was just the fool too weak to call her bluff? I didn't answer her that morning. Instead, I opened a blank notepad file on my computer, and I started making a plan. Not a dramatic one, not some big explosion, just a quiet, calculated response. Because if she wanted to see what would happen if Mason ever made a move, then maybe it was time to call her on it. But not yet. Not until I had everything lined up. Not until she couldn't twist the story. Not until I was ready to watch her pack her bags. And not until I was sure she had nowhere to run when she did. Over the next few weeks, I operated like a ghost in my own home. I wasn't cold, exactly, just detached. Present enough to keep the peace. Absent enough to protect whatever sliver of dignity I had left. It's a strange thing, watching your marriage rot in slow motion. It doesn't fall apart with a bang. It decays, quietly, like fruit on the counter that no one throws away. And Hannah? She didn't notice. Or maybe she did, and just didn't care. Either way, she carried on like everything was fine. The jokes didn't stop. If anything, she got bolder. We were out to dinner one Friday. One of those forced date nights that couples do when they're trying to prove something. We sat across from each other at a trendy little tapas place downtown. I was halfway through chewing on some overpriced garlic shrimp when she looked up from her phone and said, "You know what Mason did yesterday? He brought lunch to his office for everyone. Isn't that sweet? You should do things like that." I didn't even flinch. "I work from home," I said calmly. "You're the only one here during the day." She laughed. "Exactly." I stared at her, trying to read her expression. Was she messing with me? Was this some elaborate, drawn-out bit I wasn't getting? But no. She was just smiling into her wine glass like it was the most normal thing in the world to compare your husband unfavorably to his best friend. Again. "I think you talk about Mason more than you talk about me," I said quietly. "Oh, please," she scoffed, waving her hand. "You're being paranoid again. I live with you. That's enough talking." That one stung. I kept my mouth shut. Not because I had nothing to say, but because I was done saying it. I'd reached the point where arguing felt like screaming into a pillow. She'd already decided I was too sensitive, too boring, too predictable, a word she'd started using a lot lately. "You're not spontaneous anymore," she told me one night, curled up on the couch like she was giving me notes on a failed audition. "You used to surprise me. Now it's just grocery lists and laundry and, bills." I almost asked her what she wanted instead, but I already knew the answer. Mason. Or at least the fantasy of Mason. The version of him that didn't live in reality. The exciting, charismatic friend she only ever saw at parties or on his best behavior. She'd built him up in her head as this romantic alternative to the steady, loyal husband she'd apparently outgrown. And still I tried. I started going to the gym again. Cooked her favorite meals. Left little notes in her bag when she went to work. For a few days, she seemed to soften. There was one morning where she lingered in the doorway after grabbing her keys and kissed me on the cheek. "You're sweet," she said, like it surprised her. But it didn't last. It never does when respect is already gone. One Saturday afternoon, we had a small gathering at our place. Just Mason, a couple of mutual friends, and some neighbors. Hannah was in full hostess mode, laughing, refilling drinks, playing the social butterfly. I stayed mostly in the kitchen, handling the food, smiling when people walked by. It was easier that way. I was used to being in the background by now. Then, near the end of the evening, I heard my name. "Carter would never try something new like that," Hannah was saying. "He's safe. You know." Laughter. I turned, standing frozen in the hallway just out of view. "I mean, it's kind of cute," she added. "Like having a golden retriever. You always know where he is, what he'll do. No surprises." He's dependable. More laughter. Mason didn't say anything. I could picture his face, that tight, uncomfortable smile he wore whenever Hannah pushed the line. I stepped outside onto the patio, letting the cold air sting my face. Something in me cracked that night. Not shattered, cracked. Like a hairline fracture in a windshield, small but fatal if ignored. The kind that spreads every time you hit a bump in the road. The next day, I confronted her. I heard what you said, I told her. She blinked, genuinely confused. What are you talking about? Last night. The golden retriever thing. Oh my God, she groaned, rolling her eyes. Again with this? It was a joke, Carter. Everyone laughed. Stop being so insecure. Insecure. I repeated, the word burning on my tongue. No, I'm just tired of being disrespected in my own home. She looked at me for a long moment, then shook her head. You know what your problem is? You want me to worship you. Like you're some perfect husband. But newsflash, you're not. I never said I was. No, but you act like I should be grateful just because you don't cheat, or gamble, or hit me. Like the bare minimum is supposed to earn you a medal. I don't want a medal, I said quietly. I just want a partner who doesn't flirt with my best friend in front of me. She didn't answer, just stood there, jaw clenched. We didn't speak for the rest of the day. That silence stretched into days. Then a week. Then came the betrayal that broke everything. It was a Tuesday. I remember because it was garbage day, and I'd just come back inside from wheeling the bin to the curb. My phone buzzed, a message from Mason. Hey, can we talk? It's important. I called him immediately. The tone in his message had me on edge. He sounded nervous. Listen, man, I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, but I think you need to know. My heart dropped. What happened? She texted me. Hannah? Yeah, a couple nights ago. I ignored it at first. Thought maybe she was drunk or something. But then she sent another message. And well, he trailed off. I didn't say anything. Just waited. She said if I was serious, she'd be willing to talk. About us. About what things might look like if we were together. I sat down on the edge of the bed, phone to my ear, everything around me going quiet. I never responded, he added quickly. I swear to you, Carter. I would never. I know, I cut in. And I did. Mason might have been reckless, but he wasn't cruel. I just thought you should know, he said. Because this isn't just jokes anymore. No, I whispered. It's not. After we hung up, I sat there for a long time. The air felt thick. The walls too close. I kept replaying the last year in my head. The teasing, the comparisons, the mockery. All of it suddenly recontextualized through one sickening realization. She'd been testing him. This entire time. Not just to flirt. Not just to humiliate me. But to see if he'd go for it. I walked into the living room, numb. Hannah was on the couch, scrolling through her phone. You talked to Mason lately? I asked. She looked up, surprised by my voice. Huh. I said, have you talked to him? She blinked. No? What? I studied her face. She was lying. I could see it in the way her eyes shifted left, the way she tucked her phone slightly out of view. No reason, I said. Then I turned, walked into the bedroom, and opened the closet. The duffel bags we used for weekend trips were stacked in the corner. I pulled one out, unzipped it, and started packing. I didn't do it fast. I wasn't yelling or storming or making a scene. I folded each shirt carefully, chose a pair of jeans, 2 pairs of socks, underwear, hoodie, toothbrush, charger. Hannah came in halfway through, confusion written across her face. What are you doing? I didn't answer. She stepped closer. Carter. I zipped the bag closed. You know what? I said, looking up at her for the first time in what felt like years. Let's stop pretending. You want to see if Mason will take you? Fine. Her eyes widened. What? Go ahead, I said, motioning toward the door. Let's see if he wants you as much as you think he does. She blinked, stunned. Are you serious? I handed her the bag. Dead serious. Her mouth opened, closed. Her face turned red, with shock, with anger, with whatever cocktail of emotions bubbles up when someone calls your bluff and you realize you weren't bluffing. I didn't mean it, she said. It was just. No, I interrupted. Don't say it was a joke. I walked past her, heart pounding but face calm. Years of quiet frustration had crystallized into something sharper, colder, resolute. I picked up my keys. Where are you going? She called after me. I don't know, I said. Anywhere that isn't here. And as I stepped outside, closing the door behind me, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. freedom. But this wasn't the end. Not even close. Because walking away was just the start. She thought this was about Mason. She had no idea what I'd been preparing. When I left that night, I didn't have a plan. Not a real one, anyway. The bag I packed was more symbolic than strategic. It held just enough to say, I'm done. No hotel reservation. No friend waiting with a spare bed. Just me, my car, and the unfamiliar hum of freedom whispering through the silence. I drove for hours without thinking, past familiar streets and closed convenience stores, until the city turned to trees and the traffic thinned to nothing. Around midnight, I pulled into an empty rest stop off the highway. Parked, shut off the engine, leaned back in the seat, and stared at the dark sky. It was the first time in years that no one expected anything from me. No calendar reminders. No dinner to cook. No birthday to remember. No snide remark to brace for. Just silence. And then, somewhere between the hum of crickets and the metallic creak of cooling car parts, I cried. Not loud. Not the dramatic sobs you see in movies. Just slow, quiet tears. The kind that slip out before you even know they've started. I don't know how long I sat like that. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe an hour. But when I finally wiped my face and looked at myself in the rearview mirror, I felt hollowed out. Not broken, just empty. Rock bottom doesn't always come with a crash. Sometimes it's a whisper. Eventually, I drove to a cheap roadside motel and paid cash for 2 nights. The clerk didn't ask questions, and I was grateful for that. The room smelled like cleaning solution and stale coffee, but the sheets were clean and the door locked. That was enough. For the first 24 hours, I did nothing. I slept, ate gas station snacks, watched some ancient crime documentary on a fuzzy TV, turned my phone on silent, and stuffed it in the drawer. I didn't want to see her name. Didn't want to see Mason's either, even though I knew he was probably panicking, wondering if I was okay. But mostly, I sat with the quiet. And it was awful. No matter how much people romanticize starting over, the truth is, it sucks in the beginning. You feel like a failure. You question every decision that led you here. You replay moments, the way she laughed with him, the look on her face when I handed her that bag, over and over, like some twisted highlight reel of your own humiliation. But slowly, and I mean slowly, the silence stopped feeling like punishment. It started to feel like space. On the 3rd day, I opened my laptop. I'd been self-employed for the last 5 years, doing freelance design and digital marketing. The kind of job that lets you work from anywhere, which up until that point had mostly meant working from my kitchen table while Hannah griped about noise levels or how much I charged clients. Now it meant freedom. I sent a few emails, reached out to old clients, updated my portfolio, booked a couple small projects to get cash flowing again. It wasn't glamorous, but it gave me something to do. A goal, however small. I checked into a longer-term Airbnb after that, a quiet studio above a garage about 40 minutes outside the city, owned by a retired couple who offered fresh eggs every Sunday and didn't ask questions. It was perfect, and for the first time in years, I began to breathe. Every morning, I made coffee on the little 2-burner stove and sat by the window, watching birds fight over a feeder. I got through client work before noon, then took long walks around the neighborhood. No headphones, no distractions. Just me, moving forward, one step at a time. I started writing again, too. Not for anyone, just private journaling. At first, it was venting. Ugly, bitter, raw paragraphs about betrayal and self-doubt. But over time, it changed. I started writing about what I wanted, not just what I'd lost. Peace, purpose, connection, maybe even love, the real kind. The kind that doesn't come with conditions or punchlines. Meanwhile, Hannah kept texting. First it was just, "Are you okay?" Then, "Where are you?" Followed by, "We need to talk." Then she got angry. "You're being immature. Running away doesn't fix anything. You're not the victim here, Carter." That one made me laugh out loud. Not bitterly. Not cruelly. Just a small, surprised laugh at the audacity of it all. Then the messages turned panicked. "Please come back. I miss you." I didn't mean it. I made a mistake. I didn't reply. Not because I wanted to hurt her, but because I was still figuring out how to protect myself. Replying felt like stepping into a ring I wasn't ready to enter yet. Mason reached out too. His messages were simpler. Just checking in. "Hope you're okay. No pressure, but if you ever want to talk, I'm here." I replied to that one. Just 2 words. Appreciate it. And I did. I knew he was hurting too. stuck between loyalty and guilt, wondering if he could have done more, or less, or different. But I didn't blame him. This wasn't his fault. This was Hannah's choice. It took me a full month before I went back into the city. I had a meeting with a client at a cafe, and on a whim, I decided to swing by her neighborhood afterward. Driving those familiar streets felt strange, like visiting a past life. Our house looked the same from the outside. The hydrangeas I planted last spring were still blooming. The wind chime she hated was still hanging by the porch. For a second, I wondered if she was home. I almost parked, almost knocked on the door, but I didn't. I just watched, and then I drove away. That night, I journaled something I hadn't dared to write before. I'm starting to like who I am without her. And that terrified me, because for so long, my identity had been wrapped up in the role I played. The steady husband, the fixer, the golden retriever. It was scary to imagine that version of me might be gone for good, but also freeing. I started pushing my work harder, took on bigger clients, launched my own mini agency, hired a virtual assistant, set up a website that didn't just say freelancer, but owner. Suddenly, I wasn't just surviving. I was building. Around that time, I signed up for therapy. It wasn't easy. The first few sessions were mostly me rambling and trying not to sound pathetic. But my therapist, an older woman named Renee, had this calm, no-nonsense way of cutting through the fog. You spent a long time being the emotional sponge, she said in our third session. Absorbing everything, filtering it, cleaning up the mess. Now you're allowed to take up space, even if I don't know what to do with it. I asked. Especially then, she smiled. That's when you learn. Week by week, I started understanding just how much I'd been tolerating. Not just the jokes or the comparisons, but the emotional erosion. The way my needs had slowly been made to feel like demands. How I'd apologized for her behavior just to keep the peace. How I'd learned to laugh at things that hurt just to avoid being called too sensitive. And the more I saw it, the angrier I became. But it wasn't the explosive kind of anger. It was a slow burn. The kind that fuels change. One morning, about 2 months after I'd left, I got a voicemail from her. She sounded tired. Her voice cracked halfway through. Carter, I don't know what to say anymore. I didn't mean to push you away. I thought I was being funny. I thought it didn't bother you that much. But now you're gone and I don't know who I am without you. That last part hit me. Because I didn't know who I was without her. I'd spent weeks finding out. And I wasn't ready to give that up just because she missed the version of me who tolerated being the punchline. Still, I didn't delete the message. I listened to it twice. Then I archived it. Later that week, Mason called. Not a text, a real call. I think she's spiraling, he said. I know. She showed up at my office yesterday. That made me sit up straighter. What? She said she wanted to talk. That she just needed closure. But it felt weird. Like she was trying to test if I still felt guilty. Do you? No, he said. I mean, I hate how things turned out. But I don't feel guilty. You deserve better. You always did. I didn't respond right away. Just let the silence hang for a moment. Then, thanks, man. After we hung up, I stared out the window for a long time. I knew what was coming. Hannah wasn't going to let go quietly. She wasn't the type. She didn't know how to sit with discomfort. She needed control. And when she couldn't guilt me or flirt her way out of it, I knew she'd try something else. But this time I was ready. Because I wasn't the man who handed her that duffel bag anymore. I was someone new. And when the storm finally hit, I'd be the one holding the umbrella. By the time fall rolled in and the trees outside my Airbnb turned to fire-colored ghosts of themselves, I had changed more than I realized. I wasn't healed, not fully, but I was no longer that version of myself that stood in the kitchen, gripping a plate with white knuckles while Hannah told Mason she'd leave me for him if he ever made a move. That man was gone, and in his place stood someone colder, wiser, sharper around the edges. Someone who'd stopped asking why she did it and started asking what she thought she could get away with. Because the more I thought about it, the more something didn't add up. After Mason told me she'd messaged him, I assumed that was the worst of it, that it was about attention, power, control. But there were other cracks, too. Little details I'd overlooked during the emotional fog of our final months. Conversations that now, in hindsight, felt off. Like the time she casually mentioned that not everything we own is joint, then laughed and changed the subject. Or how she'd started insisting we use her card for groceries, even though we had a shared account. Or the way she always volunteered to do our taxes, something she never cared about before. I hadn't looked too closely then. I trusted her. And maybe that was the real mistake. So I made a list. A literal list, pinned to paper, of everything I wanted to understand before I confronted her again. Not to patch things up, not to find closure, but to make sure that when I finally exposed her for what she really was, she wouldn't be able to spin it. Not to me, not to anyone. Here's what I wrote at the top of that list. If she used me, I'll let it slide. If she humiliated me, I'll let it go. But if she played me for a fool and tried to steal what I built, she's not walking away clean. I started with the finances. I logged into our shared account, the one where my freelance payments had gone for years. Nothing looked strange on the surface. She hadn't drained it or moved anything major. But when I checked the credit cards, I noticed something odd. A second account, one I'd never seen before. She'd applied for a new card under her name only, tied to her email, not ours, and had been slowly moving expenses there over the past year. Groceries, household supplies, car maintenance, stuff we used to split. Now, at first glance, that might not seem suspicious. But to someone like me, someone who'd spent the past few months dissecting every memory like an autopsy, it screamed setup. Because if I wasn't paying those bills anymore, then who was? Where was my money going? I pulled our last 6 months of statements from the joint account and realized I'd been the one covering the mortgage. Every month. On time. No issues. But hers? Her income, which she made decent money at a marketing agency, had vanished from the account almost entirely. Instead, she'd been redirecting her deposits to a second bank I didn't even know she had. I felt my jaw tighten. I wasn't just being ghosted from my own marriage. I was being phased out. She was setting the stage for a clean exit, one where she kept the house, kept her savings, and made it look like I had abandoned everything. And that's when the revenge stopped being emotional. It became tactical. I booked a meeting with a lawyer, someone referred to me by one of my new clients, a sharp, no-nonsense woman named Jordan who specialized in high-asset divorces and messy exits, as she called them. I didn't tell her I wanted to file yet. I just asked for advice. She listened to my story, every bit of it, from the flirtation to the finances, and then sat back in her chair with a slow, knowing smile. She's not just trying to leave you, Jordan said. She's trying to win. What do you mean? She's positioning herself as the injured party, the abandoned wife. She'll say you ran off, left her to pay the bills, emotionally neglected her. And she'll back it up with credit card statements and pay stubs that show she handled everything while you went AWOL. My stomach turned. But she's the one who. Jordan held up a hand. I know. You know. But in court, it's about what you can prove. She leaned forward. So we're going to gather proof. Quietly. Thoroughly. And when we're ready, we hit back hard. Not out of spite. But because if you don't, she's going to rewrite this entire narrative to make you look like the villain. I nodded. Slowly. What do I need to do? And that's how the real setup began. First, Jordan helped me pull every financial document I could get my hands on. Bank statements, tax filings, credit history, savings accounts. We mapped out exactly where the money had gone for the last 2 years. Sure enough, Hannah had stashed away over $40,000 in a separate savings account, all while letting me foot the bills. Then we combed through communication. Old emails, texts, voice messages, screenshots from mutual friends. We built a digital timeline, a cold, clinical record of every snide remark, every flirtatious comment, every financial decision that made me look like the checked-out husband. And we countered it with receipts, deposits, work logs, proof that I wasn't absent. I was just being erased. And the best part? Mason agreed to help. He offered a signed affidavit confirming she'd reached out to him romantically while we were still married. He even forwarded the text, the one where she said, "If you're serious, I'm willing to talk." That one piece of evidence, it changed everything. She crossed a line. Mason told me one afternoon over coffee. I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to make things worse. But now, I'm done letting her manipulate both of us. I nodded. Thanks. He paused. What are you going to do, Carter? Like, when this all comes out? I looked him dead in the eye. I'm going to make sure she can't lie her way out of it. Because here's the thing, I wasn't interested in some soap opera showdown. I didn't want to scream in a courtroom or throw her clothes on the lawn. That wasn't my style. But what I did want was clarity. I wanted the truth on record. I wanted to walk away with clean hands, clear eyes, and the satisfaction of knowing that this time, She'd underestimated the wrong man. So I waited. I let her keep texting, calling, leaving voice messages that swung wildly from apologetic to accusatory. At one point, she said, "You're acting like I cheated. I never even did anything." And I realized, to her, betrayal was only real if it left a physical trace. She didn't understand emotional cheating, manipulation, grooming a backup plan while standing on the ruins of a dying marriage. That's when I stopped feeling bad for her. Around Thanksgiving, she called me again. I didn't answer, but she left a long voicemail. "I think we should talk. Maybe even try counseling. We were good once, right? Doesn't that count for something?" I saved the message. Then I called Jordan. "I'm ready," I said. She didn't hesitate. "Let's get to work." What came next wasn't flashy. No dramatic confrontation. No public meltdown. Just documents. Strategy. Patience. We filed quietly. Had her served at work. Kept everything legal, tight, and precise. And when she tried to spin the story to her friends, I was already 3 steps ahead. Screenshots. Statements. A timeline that told the truth. And Mason? He was ready too. But the real fallout, the one I'd been planning for, that still hadn't hit yet. Because while Hannah thought I'd been hiding in some motel licking my wounds, I'd been rebuilding everything she tried to tear down. And when I revealed just how far I'd come, she was going to realize this wasn't a retreat. It was an ambush. The morning she was served, Hannah sent me 14 texts in a row. The first was a simple, "Are you serious?" By the 4th, she'd moved on to, "Wow, real mature. After everything I did for you." And by the 12th, "You'll regret this. I know things too, Carter." But the only thing she knew was how to bluff. And this time, I wasn't folding. The divorce filing wasn't just a packet of legal papers. It was a portfolio of truth. Every receipt, every diverted paycheck, every flirty message and silent manipulation. My lawyer, Jordan, had built it like a fortress, not out of anger, but precision. That was the key. No theatrics, just the quiet sound of a mask being peeled away. The filing included a statement of financial discrepancies showing how she rerouted over $40,000 to a private account. Mason's affidavit, confirming she initiated inappropriate contact while we were still married. Texts and voicemails demonstrating a long pattern of emotional degradation and manipulation. A proposal that she either sell the house and split the equity or buy me out at 60% to account for the fact that I paid the mortgage solo for over a year. And just to be thorough, we included a clause to protect my business, the agency I'd built from scratch while she was busy mocking my predictable life. Within 48 hours of being served, she called me. I didn't answer, so she called again, this time from a blocked number. Out of pure curiosity, and yes, a little pettiness, I picked up. "You've really changed," she said, skipping a greeting. I stayed silent. "You used to be so, what's the word, reasonable. You would have talked to me. You wouldn't have blindsided me like this." "I didn't blindside you, Hannah. You just never thought I'd grow a spine." There was a pause. Then, quietly, "So that's it." "That's it," I said. "Unless you want to drag it out and lose more." She scoffed. "I'm not the villain here, Carter." "No," I said. "You're just the one who made jokes about leaving your husband for his best friend, and meant it." Silence again. "I didn't cheat." "You did worse," I said. "You prepped for a future without me while I was still setting the dinner table for 2. She started to speak, maybe to defend herself, maybe to beg, but I hung up. And just like that, the door finally shut. The next few weeks moved fast. Her lawyer tried to posture at first, pushing back on the 60% equity share, questioning Mason's credibility, nitpicking transaction records. But Jordan dismantled every argument calmly, piece by piece. "Let them try," she told me. "They're playing checkers. We're playing chess." By December, we had a signed settlement. She bought me out of the house, but not at 60%. Jordan had uncovered that Hannah had used joint funds to upgrade the kitchen, with her own money, of course, and once that was factored in, we settled at 70%. She didn't fight it. She couldn't. Not when we had the receipts. She lost the narrative, and with it, the power. Mason and I met for drinks a few days after the paperwork was finalized. It was weird at first, not because I didn't trust him, but because there was still that ghost of old friendship hovering between us. A reminder of what we used to be before she drove a wedge through the center. He handed me a small envelope. Inside was a gift card to a high-end tool shop we used to dream about visiting back in our DIY days. "You building anything new?" he asked. "Starting over," I said. Figured I'd build that right. We didn't talk about her much. He told me he was seeing someone new, someone outside our old circle. Kind, stable, drama-free. I learned a lot from all this, he admitted. Mostly about boundaries. "Same," I said. "Also about loyalty." He nodded. "Thanks for not throwing me under the bus." "You didn't drive it," I said. She did. We raised our glasses and toasted, not to revenge, but survival. To not letting someone else's chaos define us. The final fallout came 6 weeks later. A mutual friend, someone who had remained mostly neutral through the whole ordeal, reached out with an update. Apparently, Hannah had tried to spin the story to her social circle. She'd called me calculating, said I ambushed her with lawyers, painted herself as the poor wife who was blindsided by a midlife crisis. But then people saw the texts, heard the voicemails, got pieces of the timeline. Mason wasn't hiding anymore. And when the truth began to leak, the support she counted on evaporated. "She's kind of alone now," the friend said. I didn't ask for more. I didn't gloat. Because the truth is, revenge wasn't about watching her suffer. It was about no longer suffering because of her. By the time spring rolled around, I had moved into a small cabin about 30 minutes from the city. Quiet, rustic, perfect. I'd finished the design for my new website. The agency had grown to a team of 4. We even landed a national client. But more than any of that, I felt at peace. I cooked for one, but never felt lonely. I spent weekends hiking instead of second-guessing my worth. I made mistakes, sure. Healing isn't linear, but I stopped apologizing for asking to be treated with basic respect. One evening, I sat on the porch, warm mug in hand, the sun setting like fire behind the trees. A message buzzed on my phone. From a number I didn't recognize. "I'm sorry. For everything." I didn't know what I had until I lost it. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I deleted it. Not out of spite, but because that chapter was closed. And as I sat there, watching the sky change colors, I realized something simple but powerful. Sometimes, the best revenge is living a life they no longer get to be part of. And I was finally doing exactly that.
What would you do if your family expected you to drop everything on a major holiday just to babysit, leaving you no time for yourself? Well, that's exactly what Rachel was faced with when her family demanded her presence on Thanksgiving. But instead of giving in, she made a choice that would change everything. Was she being selfish, or did she have every right to stand her ground? Stick around to find out and decide for yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Rachel, and I'm 26 years old. I know this is probably going to sound ridiculous to some of you, but I really need advice, and this situation is just getting out of hand, so Thanksgiving is supposed to be a time to spend with family, right? Well, here's where it gets complicated. I'm the oldest of 3 siblings, and I have a pretty large extended family. Every year, we all gather at my parents' house to celebrate, and it's always been one of those chaotic, loud, but also kind of fun family events. But this year, things were different. For the first time in forever, I was actually looking forward to doing something different. A couple of months ago, my friend group and I decided to have our own Friendsgiving. We're all busy with work and our lives, so we rarely get the chance to hang out without interruptions. We planned it months ago, way before Thanksgiving plans with my family were even brought up. At the time, I thought it would be a great way to unwind and actually enjoy a holiday without all the drama that usually comes with family events. You know, no endless comments about my career, no questions about my love life, and definitely no drama about whether I'm settling down or not. It was just supposed to be fun. But then, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, my mom calls me. She says that she's really counting on me to come help babysit my niece and nephew this year. Apparently, my sister and her husband were going to be going out of town, and my mom thought it would be nice if I stayed behind to help with the kids since they're both under 5. At first, I tried to explain that I already had plans with my friends. I was really looking forward to it, and I hadn't spent quality time with them in ages. My mom was not having it. She got really upset, accusing me of not caring about family and making Thanksgiving all about me. She said I was being selfish and that my nieces and nephews needed me more than my friends did. She also pointed out that since I wasn't married or starting my own family, I didn't really have any real obligations. Of course, hearing that made me feel pretty bad, but I still wasn't sure I could cancel on my friends. Thanksgiving had become a stressful occasion in the past because of the constant pressure and expectations my family placed on me. I really thought this Friendsgiving would be the perfect way to break free from that and just have a peaceful day for once, so I did something I'm still not sure was right. I told my mom that I wasn't going to babysit. I said I couldn't cancel on my friends and that I needed this time for myself. I thought she would be disappointed, but I didn't expect the blow-up that followed. The guilt tripping started right away. My mom started calling me selfish and told me I was ruining Thanksgiving for everyone. Then, she spread the word to the rest of the family, who all started texting me and saying I was being unreasonable. My aunt, who I'm not particularly close to, even told me that I would regret not spending Thanksgiving with my family when I got older. And when my dad got involved, he basically said I had no excuses for not stepping up. The worst part is that now, I feel like the entire family is putting me in a position where I'm the villain. My friends are mad at me too, saying I should have just gone to my family's place and skipped the babysitting. But my friends are supportive. They understand why I want to take a break. The problem is that now it's like everyone's against me, and I don't know what to do. I feel torn between sticking to my plans with my friends and being there for my family, but it doesn't feel fair that every time I choose my own happiness, I'm made out to be the bad guy. I never even thought babysitting for one day on Thanksgiving would turn into something so dramatic. So, after I told my mom and the rest of the family that I wouldn't be babysitting, things went downhill fast. The texts and calls didn't stop coming. My mom tried calling me several more times, and when I didn't pick up, she sent me this long message about how disappointed she was in me and how much she'd been counting on me. She even brought up all the times she'd helped me out in the past, throwing everything I'd ever done for myself into the mix, making me feel like I owed her something in return. But what really stung was when my little brother, Josh, texted me saying, "You're really choosing your friends over family? You should be ashamed." That hit me harder than anything else, because Josh and I have always been pretty close. He's 22, and we've shared a lot over the years, so I never thought he'd side with the rest of the family so easily. Still, I stood my ground. I was honestly feeling suffocated by all the guilt they were trying to pile on me, and I really just wanted to enjoy a peaceful Thanksgiving for once. I ignored their texts and focused on getting ready for Friendsgiving. The night before Thanksgiving, everything seemed like it was going according to plan. My friends and I were going to cook together, drink wine, and just have a good time without all the family chaos. Then, the morning of Thanksgiving arrived. I was finishing up some last-minute preparations when I got another call from my mom. This time, she was in full meltdown mode, crying about how hard it would be to look after the kids alone. She said she couldn't manage them both and keep up with the holiday cooking and everything else. She was begging me to reconsider and come over just for a few hours. I'll admit, I was starting to feel guilty, but I stuck to my decision. I told her I had already committed to something and I couldn't just bail now. But then, something happened that I wasn't expecting. My dad got on the phone, and he never gets involved in these kinds of things. He told me straight up, "If you don't come, don't bother showing up to Christmas." I was floored. My dad never used guilt like that before, and it really hit me hard. Christmas has always been a huge deal in our family, and the idea that he'd cut me off over one Thanksgiving was, well, it didn't feel real. My head was spinning. I really didn't want to be the cause of a family rift over something like this, but at the same time, I couldn't back down. I had been looking forward to Friendsgiving for so long, and I didn't want to cancel on my friends either. So I stuck to my guns and went to my friend's house. Thanksgiving was happening without me at my parents' place, but it was happening with my people at Friendsgiving, and that felt like enough. But then came the fallout. My mom stopped texting me altogether. My dad sent me a cold, "Happy Thanksgiving" message at 2 p.m. without any warmth behind it. And Josh, well, Josh just sent me a message with a thumbs-up emoji and a short, "Enjoy your day," which just felt so distant. I had a great time at Friendsgiving, but now I'm sitting here wondering if I made the right call. My family's all upset, and I feel like I've ruined something that should have been simple. But now, the worst part is still looming. What if they really cut me off from Christmas? Is it worth risking that to have my own holiday the way I want it? I keep thinking I'll cave in and apologize, but a part of me doesn't want to be the one who always has to sacrifice my own plans just to keep the peace. A few days passed, and I was still in a bit of a daze about everything. My family hadn't contacted me much since Thanksgiving, and I was starting to wonder if I really had made a huge mistake. Maybe I should have just gone to my mom's house for a few hours. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like I had burned bridges. I even considered texting my mom and dad to apologize, but I was still so upset by the way they had treated me. Then, out of nowhere, my sister, Sarah, reached out to me. I hadn't heard from her in days, and to be honest, I wasn't sure what side she'd be on. She's always been the peacemaker in the family. When I saw her name pop up on my phone, I hesitated before opening the message. It was a short text, but the words hit hard. Mom is really hurt. You can't just keep avoiding this. You need to talk to her. It's not just about Thanksgiving. It's about the family. That hit me like a ton of bricks. I wasn't just the bad guy in this situation. Now I was the one who was avoiding everything and everyone. I knew Sarah was trying to be helpful, but it just felt like more pressure. I wasn't avoiding anyone. I was just trying to have a life for once. Still, I knew the next step had to be talking to them, but I couldn't figure out how to make it right without feeling like I was giving in. I didn't want to apologize just because it was easier. But then, something unexpected happened. One of my aunts, Aunt Linda, reached out to me next. Aunt Linda and I don't talk much, but she had been a steady presence at almost every holiday, and her opinion always felt like it carried weight in the family. She was never the type to sugarcoat things. Her message was short, but it made my stomach turn. It said, "Rachel, I know you're a grown-up, but family is always going to be there. You can't turn your back on them, especially when they need you most." That was it. No hugs, no warmth, just a reminder that I had failed in some way. I felt like a kid again, getting scolded for making a bad decision. But then, Aunt Linda dropped something that shook me. She said, "You know, this isn't just about Thanksgiving. It's about you not being part of the family anymore." I had no idea what she meant by that. Not being part of the family anymore? That line rattled me. Was she suggesting that if I didn't fall in line now, I'd be excluded from everything else from here on out? Christmas, birthdays, family gatherings? Could my own family really do that? The more I thought about it, the more confused and anxious I felt. I couldn't stop wondering if this was more than just a one-time blow-up. Would my family always hold this over my head? Would they keep throwing it in my face that I wasn't doing my part? And, to be honest, I was still upset that nobody had even tried to understand where I was coming from. It was like all my reasons didn't matter, just the fact that I wasn't there for my mom when she asked. I had tried to explain myself, but it felt like no one was really listening, as much as I hated to admit it. A part of me was wondering if they were right. Should I have just sucked it up and helped out? Was I being selfish to prioritize my own happiness for once? Then, in the middle of all this emotional turmoil, I got a message from Josh. I hadn't heard from him since his cold, "Enjoy your day" text, so I was caught off guard when I saw his name. He wrote, "Look, I get it now. I didn't know how much it was wearing on you, but I think you should still try to reach out to Mom. You don't have to be the one to fix everything, but maybe just give her a chance to explain. She's hurt, but I don't think she'll hold this against you forever." I sat there for a minute, staring at the screen. It felt like Josh was trying to be the bridge between me and the rest of the family. But could I just give in after everything? Should I? That night, I went to bed feeling more conflicted than ever. I had a real decision to make, and there was no clear right or wrong answer. I had to think about what mattered most, my peace of mind, or the people I've always called family. The next few days dragged on. I felt trapped in this weird limbo between my friends and my family, constantly battling my own thoughts. I tried to distract myself by focusing on work, but every time my phone buzzed, my heart would race, thinking it might be another message from someone in my family. Then, Mom finally reached out again, but this time, it wasn't a text. She called me. My stomach churned when I saw her name on the screen, and I hesitated before picking up. "Rachel," she said, her voice soft and almost broken. "I've been thinking about everything, and I'm sorry if I made you feel like you had to choose between us and your friends. I guess I was hurt, and I didn't know how to handle it." That caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting her to apologize. After all the guilt trips and messages, I thought she was going to double down on how much I had disappointed her. But hearing her like that, vulnerable and regretful, threw me off balance. She continued, "I know it wasn't fair to put that on you, but it's hard for me to admit when I'm struggling. And I just wanted to have Thanksgiving like we used to." with everyone. But I see now that I was being selfish too. I should have asked for help instead of just assuming you drop everything. I sat there in stunned silence, feeling like the air had been knocked out of me. Mom wasn't perfect, far from it, but hearing her admit she might have overstepped meant more to me than I realized. It felt like the door to some kind of reconciliation was opening. But before I could speak, she added, "But Rachel, you can't just completely shut us out. We need to be a team, even when it's hard. We've always been a family, and I don't want to lose that." I felt a lump in my throat. I didn't want to lose that either. But I still felt like my needs were being dismissed. Like, no one considered what it would have meant for me to skip my friends for the 10th Thanksgiving in a row. After a long pause, I managed to say, "I don't want to lose that either, Mom. But I need my space too. I need to make my own choices sometimes." There was a long silence, and I thought the conversation might end there. But then she said something that made me freeze. "Do you even want to come to Christmas? Or would you rather skip it too? We're all trying, but I don't know what to do if you just keep pulling away." That hit hard. I had been dreading that question. Was Christmas really at risk? Was I willing to cut ties with my family over one Thanksgiving? I wasn't ready to make any big decisions yet, but the idea of missing out on Christmas, the one holiday that really meant something to me, was gut-wrenching. What if that's what my mom meant by not being part of the family anymore? Would they actually go that far? I told her I needed some time to think. I wasn't ready to give her an answer. That night, I got a message from Josh again. "Mom's asking if you're coming for Christmas. Please think about it. I don't want to lose you over this." I was torn. I didn't want to lose my family, but I also didn't want to lose myself in all their expectations. Could I really find a way to balance both? Was there a way to make everyone happy without losing what I'd fought for? As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help but wonder, could my family and I ever be on the same page? Was my decision to stand firm really worth it? Or had I just opened a can of worms I couldn't close? The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about what my mom said. "Do you even want to come to Christmas?" That question echoed in my head over and over again, like it was some kind of test I didn't know how to pass. I never imagined it would get to this point, but here I was, at a crossroads with my family. I was getting messages from Sarah, my mom, and even Josh. Everyone except my dad, who was still as distant as ever. Sarah kept telling me to just come to Christmas, that we'd figure it out, that it would be better for everyone if I just sucked it up and made peace. Josh tried to convince me that I was being too stubborn, that Mom and Dad were genuinely sorry. But there was a part of me that kept thinking about my own needs. Was I being selfish by standing my ground? I wanted to have a life of my own, where I wasn't constantly bending to my family's demands. And yet, I didn't want to lose everything that made family holidays feel special. Was I really willing to sacrifice that for my own independence? At the same time, I kept thinking about Friendsgiving. I hadn't had a Thanksgiving like that in years. We had laughed, cooked, and just hung out like we didn't have a care in the world. It had felt like a breath of fresh air, and I hadn't realized how badly I needed it. My friends had been supportive when I told them about the family drama, but I couldn't help feeling guilty. Maybe they didn't realize how heavy this was for me. Then, the unexpected happened. My dad called. I wasn't sure what to expect from him after everything, but when I picked up, he surprised me. "I know you're upset, Rachel," he said, sounding tired but not angry. "I haven't been the best at handling things, but I want you to know that no one's asking you to give up your life for us. We want you here with us. And if we can't make it work, that's on us. But we still want you to be a part of it all." I was stunned. This was the first time in days that anyone had spoken to me without guilt or anger in their voice. There was no, "If you don't come to Christmas, you're out," just a quiet plea for me to consider it. I could hear the vulnerability in his tone, and for a second, it felt like he was truly trying to meet me halfway. But still, I didn't know how to respond. Was I ready to go back to the family routine? Was I really willing to show up at Christmas, even after everything that had happened? Then, just as I was about to text my mom and give her some kind of answer, Aunt Linda messaged me again. Her message was blunt, as usual. "You know, Rachel, this isn't just about Thanksgiving or Christmas. It's about how you treat your family over time. You can't keep pulling away and expect everything to stay the same." I froze. I didn't know how to process that. Was she implying that if I didn't make things right now, I'd be on the outside forever? Was my relationship with my family really in jeopardy because of one bad Thanksgiving? My phone buzzed again. It was Josh. You don't get it, do you? They're all trying, but you're the one keeping your distance. At some point, we all need to come together. Please, don't let this ruin everything. I stared at his message, wondering if I was being unreasonable. Was I truly the one to blame for everything? My mind was racing as I thought about how much my family meant to me, but at the same time, how much I needed to preserve the life I had carved out for myself. I was this close to sending a message to my mom saying I'd come to Christmas. But then, my phone rang again. This time, it was Sarah. I'm really sorry to bother you again, she said, her voice softer than before. But I just wanted to say, we all miss you. I miss you. And it's not the same without you. But if you want to do your own thing, I'll respect that too. Just think about it. Please. I took a deep breath, trying to clear my head, but nothing felt clear. The weight of their expectations, combined with my own desire for independence, felt like too much to carry all at once. Was I really about to ruin Christmas for myself and for them? I spent the next couple of hours in a haze, messages flooding my phone and my mind spinning in circles. Part of me wanted to go and just get it over with, make everyone happy, and pretend like everything was fine. But another part of me was rebelling, screaming that I shouldn't have to sacrifice my freedom just to keep the peace. At some point, I stopped looking at my phone. I needed to think, really think, without any outside pressure. I went for a walk, hoping the crisp autumn air would clear my head. But as I walked, all I could think about was how torn I felt. What really got to me was how my family seemed to think that everything could go back to normal, like I could just walk into their house and everything would be fine. They'd go on with their usual holiday traditions, and I'd be expected to just fit in, like the last few years of tension and frustration never happened. Could I do that? Could I let go of all the years of feeling like my needs didn't matter? I wasn't sure. By the time I got home, the sun was setting. I walked back inside and sat down on my couch, my mind still clouded. Then, out of nowhere, I got a message from Mom. Rachel, I know this isn't easy, but I really hope you'll be there for Christmas. I can't promise everything will be perfect, but I want to try again. For you. For us. I don't want to lose you. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. It was like she was finally speaking from her heart, not just telling me what she thought I needed to hear. The us she was talking about was something I had once wanted so badly. But had I outgrown it? Or was it worth trying to fix, even if it meant letting go of some of my own pride? I sat there staring at my phone, wondering if I was making a huge mistake. But then, something inside me shifted. Maybe I couldn't just go back to being the daughter they wanted me to be, but maybe, just maybe, I could find a new way forward. Before I could overthink it too much, I typed a quick reply, I'll come. But can we talk when I get there? I hesitated before hitting send. It felt like a truce, a way to keep the door open without locking myself into anything I wasn't ready for. I didn't know what that conversation would bring, but I knew I couldn't just keep running away. The reply came almost instantly. Thank you, Rachel. We'll figure this out. It felt like a weight lifted, but there was still so much left unsaid. I couldn't help but wonder, was this really the solution? Or was I just postponing the inevitable? Would Christmas really be different this time? Or would it just be more of the same? And then, as I sat there, reflecting on everything, I got another message. This one from Aunt Linda. Hope you know, Rachel, this is your last chance to come around. We won't be waiting forever. I stared at the message, my heart sinking. What was she really trying to say? That if I didn't fix everything now, it was over? I knew the decision wasn't as simple as just showing up on Christmas. It was about more than one day. It was about everything leading up to it. The tension, the unresolved issues. Could we really fix this? Or was it too late? Christmas Day came, and I found myself standing at the door of my family's house, heart racing. I hadn't fully figured out everything, but I was here. I had made the choice to show up, even if it felt like a fragile truce. As I stepped inside, I was hit with the familiar scent of turkey and pie, the sound of holiday music playing softly in the background. Everything looked the same, yet everything felt different. It was as if we were all trying to pretend that the years of tension never happened, that everything could just reset with the click of a button. Mom was the first to greet me, her eyes bright with relief. "I'm so glad you're here," she said, pulling me into a hug. But it didn't feel like the same hug from years before. It felt tentative, like we both knew we had a long way to go. I took a deep breath and smiled. "Me too." Dinner was awkward at first. Lots of forced conversation and polite smiles. But as the night wore on, something shifted. Maybe it was the familiarity of the old traditions, or maybe it was just the fact that we were all trying a little harder to be present. Even Aunt Linda, who had been so sharp with me in the past, managed a brief smile when she passed me the mashed potatoes. Then, as the night wound down and everyone gathered around the fireplace, I found myself in a quiet moment with my dad. He looked at me, his face worn with age, and said, "I don't have all the answers, Rachel, but I'm glad you're here." "I know, Dad," I said softly. "I'm glad too." It wasn't perfect. There was still a lot of healing to do, and I knew this wasn't the end of the story. But for the first time in a long while, I felt like maybe, just maybe, we could figure it out. That the cracks in our family could be mended if we were all willing to meet in the middle, even when it was hard as the night ended. I realized something important. Sometimes, you don't have to make big sacrifices to keep the people you love. You just have to be willing to show up, even when it's messy. And as I hugged my family goodbye, I wasn't sure what the future held, but for once, I didn't feel the need to have it all figured out. Maybe that was the real gift of the holidays, the chance to start again, with a little less pressure and a little more understanding.
As the story comes to a close, do you think Rachel was in the wrong for choosing to spend her Thanksgiving with friends instead of babysitting? Was she justified in setting boundaries with her family, or should she have put aside her plans to keep the peace? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Was she the a-hole? If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more relatable stories like this one.
My name's Noah, and I'm 33 years old. If you've ever been to a family gathering where tension hums just beneath the laughter, you'll understand the storm that brewed in mine. On the surface, my family looks like the kind you'd see in a holiday movie, smiling for photos, putting up matching decorations, passing food around a long table. But the truth is, those smiles are masks, and underneath them are years of old grudges, petty rivalries, and unspoken bitterness. And at the center of it all is my sister, Rachel. Rachel is 2 years younger than me, and if you asked anyone outside the family, they'd tell you she's charming and outgoing. People at her job adore her. Her friends think she's hilarious, and she's always the one posting polished pictures online about how close-knit we all are. But the reality? Rachel thrives on putting me down. It's been that way since we were kids. If I got a good grade, she'd say it was just because the teacher liked me. If I landed a job, she'd insist it was because I lucked out. And if I ever tried to defend myself, I was told by my parents to let it go because that's just how she is. By the time we were adults, I thought maybe things would settle. I got married to Emma, the love of my life, and I built a steady career. Rachel never stopped with her little digs, but I had learned to tune most of them out. Still, family dinners always carried this undercurrent of tension. Rachel loved being the star at the table, and if anyone else drew attention, she found a way to cut them down. Our parents enabled it, brushing her words aside as jokes, but deep down, those words left scars. That Christmas, though, something shifted. Emma and I had flown back from out of state to join everyone for the holiday. My family lives in the same house we grew up in, and walking through that door always made me feel a mix of nostalgia and dread. The smell of cinnamon rolls baking hit me the second we stepped inside, along with the sound of laughter coming from the living room. Rachel was already there, of course, perched on the couch like she owned the place, telling some story that had everyone roaring. The moment she saw me, her eyes flicked to Emma and then back to me, and that smirk appeared, the one that always said, "I'm going to find a way to make you small." Dinner was set up like always, with my mom fussing over the turkey and my dad pouring drinks. The table groaned under the weight of food, and for a brief moment, I let myself believe maybe this year would be different. We all sat down, plates passed, chatter filling the air. I reached for the serving dish of mashed potatoes, and that's when it happened. Rachel's hand shot out, snatching the plate from me. "You don't deserve to eat first in this family," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Her tone was mocking, but her eyes glittered with something sharper. The room fell silent for a beat, and then, laughter. My parents chuckled, My cousin snickered. Even an uncle shook his head like it was the funniest thing in the world. My face burned, and for a second, I thought maybe I'd imagined it all. Maybe I was being too sensitive. But no, she wanted everyone to laugh at me. And they did. I forced a smile and leaned back in my chair, but inside, it felt like something cracked. I'd grown used to Rachel's jabs, but this wasn't just a dig. It was humiliation, served to me on a holiday played in front of everyone I'd ever cared about. And worse, no one stepped in. No one said, "That's too far." They just let her steal the moment and make me the punchline. That's when I noticed Emma's hand under the table, tightening around mine. She didn't say a word, but the look in her eyes told me she was furious. And I can't explain the comfort that brought me. At least I wasn't alone in seeing how cruel Rachel had become. But what I didn't expect was what happened next, because the silence that followed wasn't left to die. My husband, my steady, disciplined, no-nonsense husband, shifted in his chair. He didn't laugh. He didn't smile. He just stared at Rachel like she was a problem that needed solving. That was the first time I realized this dinner wouldn't end like all the others. Something was about to break wide open. I leaned back in my chair, trying to play it cool, but inside I was simmering. Rachel had always been a thorn in my side, but there was something about the way she said it this time. The confidence, the complete lack of hesitation, that told me she knew she could get away with it. Everyone's laughter only confirmed it. I told myself to breathe, to let it go, but as dinner went on, it was like Rachel had been handed permission to double down. She passed the turkey to my cousin first, skipping right over me, and when Emma tried to hand me a bread roll, Rachel interrupted with a sharp, "Oh, don't worry about him. He's not starving." Everyone chuckled again, as if she were the evening's comedian. I saw Emma's jaw tighten, but she stayed polite, pressing the roll into my hand anyway. Mom chimed in to smooth things over, but even her attempt felt lopsided. "Rachel just likes to tease," she said, her tone light. Noah's always been a little sensitive. That stung more than Rachel's words. Sensitive? That was the label I'd carried since I was a kid whenever Rachel went too far. It wasn't that I was sensitive, it was that she was cruel. But in our family, cruel was excusable, and calling it out was the real sin. The rest of dinner followed the same rhythm. Every time I reached for something, Rachel made some snide comment. When I poured myself a drink, she said, "Careful, don't spill. You know how clumsy you are." When I asked someone to pass the cranberry sauce, she muttered, "Why don't you just get up and grab it? You're not the guest of honor here." My cousins laughed, my parents smiled, and I sat there swallowing down every bitter word that wanted to climb out of my throat. But the thing that really got me wasn't even the insults. It was the favoritism that played out like a script. My parents hung on Rachel's every word, nodding, laughing, asking her about her new job, her apartment, her friends. When I tried to join the conversation, Dad would cut me off or steer it back to Rachel. At one point, I mentioned a project I was proud of at work, and Rachel immediately quipped, "That must have been a slow week if they let you lead it." The table roared. My dad added, "Well, Rachel's got the real leadership skills, she always has." I stared at him, waiting for some sign that he realized how unfair that was. Nothing. Just another sip of wine, another smile at Rachel. Emma shifted uncomfortably beside me, her hand still resting lightly on mine. I knew she wanted to say something, but she also knew how these dinners went. Outsiders weren't supposed to disrupt the family dynamic. That was my battle, and my family had made it clear for years. You either played along or you became the enemy. What Rachel didn't realize, though, was that the tension in the room wasn't as one-sided as she thought. My husband, Aaron, hadn't said a word since she grabbed that plate from me. He wasn't the kind of man to waste words on nonsense. He sat quietly, his posture straight, eyes scanning the table like he was reading every movement, every smirk, every dismissive shrug. I could feel it building in him, that controlled silence that wasn't passive but deliberate. The same silence I'd seen before when he was weighing his next move. Dessert only made things worse. Mom had baked her famous pie, the one she always said was a family tradition. Rachel announced, "I'll cut the slices. Don't worry, Noah, you'll get yours last. You're used to it by now." She smirked, knife in hand, enjoying the little gasp of laughter that ran around the table. She served herself the biggest slice, gave generous portions to everyone else, and when she finally slid the smallest sliver onto my plate, She leaned down and whispered just loud enough for me to hear. Some of us just deserve more. That whisper rattled through me. It wasn't just a joke anymore. It was a declaration. Rachel wanted me at the bottom. She wanted me to feel it. And the worst part? Everyone let her. I forced a smile, lifted my fork, and ate that pitiful slice like it didn't bother me. But inside, I was breaking. Every bite tasted like ashes. Every chuckle from the table was another reminder that, in their eyes, Rachel was untouchable. I thought back to all the years of being brushed aside. The birthdays where my gifts were overshadowed by hers. The graduations where my achievements were labeled fine, while hers were remarkable. And now here we were, adults, still playing the same script. Only this time, I wasn't alone. When Rachel leaned back in her chair, laughing at one of her own jokes, I caught Aaron's eyes across the table. His gaze wasn't on me. It was locked on Rachel, unblinking, steady, like a hunter watching prey. And in that moment, I realized something I hadn't before. This dinner wouldn't go on like all the others. Not this time. Rachel had always loved an audience, and that night, she had one wrapped around her finger. The more she piled on the jokes at my expense, the more people leaned in, waiting for her next punchline. I tried to ignore it, focusing on Emma's quiet presence beside me and Aaron's steady silence. But then Rachel decided to up the stakes. It started when my mom brought out a photo album, one of those thick, leather-bound books stuffed with pictures from decades past. She loved to do this every holiday, passing it around the table and reminiscing about the good old days. Usually, it was harmless. A shot of me in my awkward middle school haircut, Rachel in her braces years, family trips to the beach. We'd laugh, tell stories, move on. But Rachel saw the album as a weapon. When it got to her, she flipped to a page with me in a wrinkled graduation gown, standing proudly with my diploma. "Oh, look at Noah," she said, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. "Remember how Mom and Dad almost didn't come to this because I had that soccer game? Priorities, right?" She turned the page before anyone could respond, not even letting me defend myself. She flipped again, landing on a family Christmas picture from years ago. I was off to the side, slightly out of frame. Rachel giggled. Classic. Even the camera knew who mattered. Laughter bubbled around the table. I felt a hot sting behind my eyes, but I clenched my jaw, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing me flinch. Then she did it. The thing that turned the entire room from uncomfortable to unbearable. She flipped to a page I hadn't seen in years, the photos from when I'd broken my arm as a teenager. I'd fallen off my bike, spent weeks in a cast, and missed out on a big summer trip with friends. Rachel tapped the picture of me sitting on the couch, arm in a sling, pale and tired. "Oh, this was the best," she said, eyes shining with glee. "Remember how Noah cried like a baby because he thought he'd never play sports again? He wouldn't stop sobbing. It was pathetic." She laughed, throwing her head back. "Honestly, I think that's when we all realized he wasn't cut out for anything tough." I froze. The laughter around the table was sharper this time, cutting deeper. My parents chuckled, my cousins snorted, even my uncle muttered. "Yeah, I remember that." Not one person defended me. Not one person said, "That's cruel." Emma shifted beside me, her hand tightening on my leg. I knew she was seconds away from speaking up, but before she could, Rachel added one more twist of the knife. She leaned closer to the photo, her voice soft, almost conspiratorial. "You know what's funny? I actually told Mom and Dad not to rush you to the hospital right away. I said, he's probably exaggerating. He always does." She smiled smugly. "Guess I was right. It was just a little break. Nothing serious." The table erupted in laughter again, but this time it hit me differently. My chest tightened. My breath caught. All those hours I'd spent in pain, all those nights trying to sleep with my arm throbbing, all the fear that I'd never be the same. And she had convinced them I was exaggerating? That wasn't just teasing. That was betrayal. I looked at my parents, waiting for them to deny it, to tell me Rachel was just joking. But Mom nodded, almost fondly. Rachel did say that. She was always the level-headed one. Dad chuckled. And Noah was always dramatic. Something inside me cracked. It wasn't about the photo anymore. It wasn't even about Rachel's words. It was about realizing, in that single moment, that my pain had never mattered to them. Not then, not now. The people who were supposed to protect me had laughed at me instead. Emma's hand slid into mine, grounding me, but I could feel her shaking with anger. I glanced at Aaron across the table. He hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, but his jaw was clenched tight. His eyes were locked on Rachel, cold and unblinking. For the first time all night, she seemed to notice his stare because her laughter faltered, just for a second. But she quickly recovered, tossing her hair back and flipping to another page as though nothing had happened. I sat there, silent, the laughter ringing in my ears. My appetite was gone, my pie untouched. For years, I told myself Rachel's cruelty was just sibling rivalry, just harmless teasing. But in that moment, staring at my family's smiling faces as they laughed at my pain, I knew better. This wasn't rivalry. It was a game to them. A game where I was always the punchline, and Rachel always walked away the winner. But this time, I wasn't alone. The photo album closed with a snap, but the echo of laughter hung in the air like smoke after a fire. I couldn't even look at the table anymore. My fork rested on my plate, untouched, while everyone else kept chatting as if nothing had happened. To them, Rachel's cruelty was just entertainment. To me, it was a reminder that no matter what I did, no matter how far I'd come, I'd always be the expendable one in their story. I sat there, staring at the pine garland running down the center of the table, listening to the clink of silverware and the hum of conversation. My chest felt heavy, like someone had stacked weights on it. It wasn't the first time Rachel had gone too far, but something about this night made it unbearable. Maybe it was because Emma was watching it unfold. Maybe it was because Aaron, who commanded respect from soldiers every day, was seeing me treated like a joke by my own blood. Or maybe it was because I finally saw the truth I'd been avoiding. My family wasn't going to change. I excused myself quietly, slipping out of my chair and heading toward the bathroom. Nobody noticed. Nobody asked where I was going. They just kept eating, laughing, moving on without me, as if I were background noise. I shut the bathroom door behind me, leaning against it for support. My reflection in the mirror startled me. My face was pale, my eyes red-rimmed, my shoulders hunched like I was carrying years of invisible baggage. I gripped the sink and whispered to myself, "Why am I even here?" That question hung in the air like a challenge. Why was I here? To be humiliated? To let my sister strip me of dignity in front of everyone I grew up with? For years I told myself it was my duty, that family was family, and I had to show up, no matter how badly it hurt. But standing in that bathroom, I realized I didn't owe them my presence if all they ever gave me in return was pain. A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. It was Emma. "Noah? Are you okay?" Her voice cracked something in me, but I forced my tone steady. "Yeah, just need a minute." There was a pause, then her quiet reply. "Take all the time you need. I'm here." I closed my eyes, pressing my palms against the cool porcelain sink. Emma had never asked me to stop coming to these dinners, even though I knew she hated them. She came for me. She endured Rachel's smug little comments and my parents' favoritism for me. And now she was standing outside that door, ready to back me no matter what. That's when the thought came, small at first, but growing stronger the more I let it linger. Maybe I didn't have to play this game anymore. Maybe I didn't have to sit quietly while Rachel sharpened her claws on me year after year. Maybe walking away wasn't weakness. Maybe it was strength. I straightened up, splashed cold water on my face, and stared at myself in the mirror again. I didn't look like the boy in those old photos Rachel had mocked. I wasn't that scared kid waiting for someone else to stand up for me. I was a grown man with a life, a career, a wife who loved me, and a husband whose very presence radiated authority. Why was I still seeking approval from people who had shown me, time and time again, that they'd never give it? When I returned to the table, the conversation had shifted. Rachel was bragging about her new promotion, everyone nodding and praising her. Nobody even acknowledged my absence. Emma gave me a soft smile when I sat back down, slipping her hand into mine under the table. That was all I needed to ground me. I didn't say a word for the rest of the meal. I let them talk over me, let Rachel bask in the spotlight, let my parents beam at her like she was the sun in their sky. Outwardly, I looked calm, but inside, my thoughts were moving with precision. Years of being the quiet one had taught me something Rachel would never understand: patience. She craved instant gratification, immediate applause. Me? I could wait. I knew then that my silence wasn't surrender. It was strategy, because every cruel word, every dismissive laugh, every instance of favoritism had stacked into a tower inside me. And towers, when they fall, don't come down gently. As the night dragged on, I forced myself to smile when spoken to, nod at the right times, pretend nothing was wrong. But in my head, I was cataloging everything. Every insult, every smirk, every time someone looked away instead of stepping in. My family thought they were winning. They didn't realize they were giving me exactly what I needed, the clarity to finally stop hoping things would change. When we got into the car later, Emma didn't press me with questions. She just squeezed my hand and said softly, "You don't have to keep putting yourself through this." For the first time, I believed her. The car ride home that night was quiet, but it wasn't the kind of silence that made me uneasy. It was steady, thoughtful, like the calm before a storm. Emma held my hand the whole way, her thumb brushing over my knuckles in a small, grounding rhythm. Aaron drove, his eyes fixed on the road, his jaw still set tight. He hadn't spoken much during dinner, but I knew from the way he looked at Rachel, that steady, cold stare, that he saw everything. And he wasn't the type to forget. When we got back to our house, I collapsed on the couch, exhausted from more than just the travel and the long evening. I felt wrung out, like my family had drained every ounce of dignity from me. But Emma sat down beside me, leaning against my shoulder, and whispered, "You're not who they say you are. You never were." It's strange how a single sentence can plant itself in your mind and grow roots. I'd spent years letting Rachel's words define me. Dramatic, clumsy, sensitive, weak. But sitting there with Emma and Aaron, surrounded by the home I'd built, I realized those labels weren't mine to carry. They were hers to throw and mine to refuse. Over the next few months, something shifted in me. I didn't announce it. I didn't even talk about it much. But slowly, I started investing more in myself and my life. At work, I stopped shying away from leadership opportunities. When my boss asked me to lead a new project, I said yes without hesitation. I worked hard, delivered results, and for the first time, people saw me not as someone filling space, but as someone worth following. Emma noticed it first. "You walk differently now," she said one morning as I grabbed my bag for work. "Straighter, like you're not carrying their weight anymore." She was right. The more I poured myself into building the life I wanted, the less my family's voices echoed in my head. When Rachel made little digs during our rare phone calls, "Wow, must be nice to finally be doing something useful," they didn't sting anymore. They just sounded small. Aaron had his own way of reminding me who I really was. One Saturday morning, we were out for a run, and I lagged behind, grumbling about being out of shape. He slowed down, looked at me, and said, "Stop comparing yourself to them. You're running your own race." Coming from him, a man who had trained soldiers, who knew what endurance looked like, it stuck. With their support, I started to thrive. Financially, emotionally, even physically. Emma and I bought a condo in a quiet neighborhood, a place that felt like ours, not just a space we existed in. We traveled together, explored new places, created memories that had nothing to do with the shadow of my family's expectations. The more success I found, the less power Rachel's words had. I got a raise, then another. People at work began to look up to me, and I discovered that leadership wasn't about being loud or cutting others down. It was about patience, empathy, and quiet strength. Qualities Rachel had mocked in me my whole life became the very reasons I excelled. But here's the part that really changed things. I stopped chasing their approval. I didn't call to update them on every milestone. I didn't seek validation from people who had never given it freely. I lived my life, built my world, and for the first time, I felt free. Of course, freedom comes with a cost. The less I played their game, the more Rachel tried to bait me. At one family gathering months later, when Emma and I showed up in our new car, Rachel smirked and said, "Wow, Noah must have finally begged his boss hard enough for a raise." Old me would have laughed nervously, tried to shrug it off. New me? I just smiled and said, "Or maybe I earned it." Then I walked away. Her face froze for a second. Just a flicker, but I caught it. She wasn't used to me standing tall. She wasn't used to me refusing to play the role of the family clown. And that flicker, that tiny crack in her armor, told me something important. She knew she was losing control. That realization lit a fire in me. For years, Rachel had fed off my reactions. My silence. My hurt. My attempts to defend myself. But now, I wasn't giving her any of that. And without it, she had nothing. It was liberating. The man who once stood in the bathroom, gripping the sink, wondering why he was even there, had been replaced by someone who knew exactly where he belonged. with the people who respected him, who valued him, who didn't measure his worth by how small he could be made. But if I thought Rachel would accept that shift quietly, I was wrong. People like her don't surrender power. They fight harder, dig deeper, push boundaries further. And soon enough, she crossed a line so bold, so unforgivable, it turned everything on its head. The shift in me didn't go unnoticed. Rachel could feel it, even if she'd never admit it. Every time we saw each other, her comments got sharper, more pointed, as if she were desperate to pull me back into the role I'd abandoned. But the more she pushed, the more I stayed steady. That balance unnerved her. She couldn't stand that I wasn't playing anymore. It all came to a head the following summer. Emma and I had invited my parents and Rachel over for a small barbecue at our condo. It wasn't something I particularly wanted, but Emma convinced me it was worth trying to host for once, to show them the life we'd built on our terms. I agreed, mostly because I wanted to see if being on my ground would make a difference. From the moment Rachel walked through the door, she made herself at home. She wandered the condo like she was appraising it, her eyes flicking to the furniture, the artwork, the little touches Emma and I had carefully chosen. "Nice place," she said finally, her tone polite but her smirk betraying her. "Didn't think you'd ever manage something like this." I smiled evenly. Hard work pays off. Aaron, who had been manning the grill on the balcony, stepped inside just then. His presence filled the room instantly. Rachel froze for half a second before covering it with another smirk. She always acted tougher than she was, but Aaron had a way of cutting through facades without saying a word. He simply greeted everyone, then went back outside, calm and unbothered. The evening went as expected. Rachel dominated the conversation, my parents fawned over her, and I played host with Emma at my side. But then, as the night wound down, Rachel cornered me in the kitchen. She leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "So, Noah," she began, her tone casual, "you're doing pretty well for yourself these days. New place, new car, good job. Must be nice." I knew that tone. It was the setup before the strike. "Yeah," I said carefully. "I've worked hard for it." She tilted her head, her smirk widening. "Which is why I think you should help me out. You know, since you've got all this success now." I raised an eyebrow. "Help you out?" She nodded. "I've been thinking about buying a house. But with interest rates and all, it's tough. You could co-sign for me. It wouldn't be a big deal, just your name on some papers. You make good money, you'd qualify easily. And it's only fair, since mom and dad can't do it." My stomach dropped, but not from fear. From recognition. This was it. The moment I realized Rachel still saw me as someone she could manipulate, someone she could corner into serving her needs. "Rachel," I said slowly, "you want me to co-sign a mortgage for you?" She waved her hand like it was nothing. "Come on, it's not like you'd actually be paying anything. Just your name. Think of it as helping family. You wouldn't want to be selfish, would you?" Her words hung in the air, sharp and heavy. Selfish. That was the label she was trying to pin on me now, the way she always had a label ready, dramatic, clumsy, weak. And she knew our parents would back her if I refused. But what she didn't know was that I wasn't the same person she used to push around. I had something she didn't expect, leverage. Because while Rachel saw me as the same brother she'd mocked at holiday dinners, the world outside our family saw me differently. I'd been promoted again at work, this time to a position that gave me authority over budgets, hiring, and high-profile projects. My reputation had grown. People sought me out for advice, respected my judgment, trusted me. I wasn't the weak link anymore. I was in a powerful position, not just in my career, but in my life. And standing there in my kitchen, with Rachel trying to wrap me back into her web, I realized I didn't have to say yes. I didn't even have to argue. I could use her own words, her own entitlement, to set up something she would never see coming. I met her smirk with a calm smile. "I'll think about it." Her eyes lit up, misinterpreting my tone as compliance. "Great. I knew you'd come around. I'll send you the details once I find the place." But what she didn't realize was that her request had given me exactly what I needed. For years, Rachel had played her game in the safety of our parents' approval, knowing they'd always back her. But now, she was asking for something real, something legal, something binding. And in that ask, she handed me the leverage I'd been waiting for, the opportunity to flip the script and show her what it felt like to be powerless. Aaron stepped back into the kitchen just then, his eyes flicking between us. He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me, steady, questioning, told me he'd sensed the shift. I just gave him the smallest nod. Because for the first time, I wasn't just surviving Rachel's games. I was preparing to win. When Rachel left that night, she was practically glowing. She thought she had me wrapped around her finger, just like always. I didn't challenge her, didn't call her out, didn't deny her request. I simply told her I'd think about it. To Rachel, that sounded like victory. To me, it was the first chess piece moved in a game I'd been quietly preparing for years. Over the next few weeks, she began texting me listings of houses she could totally see herself in. Each one was more extravagant than the last. Sprawling suburban homes with manicured lawns, open kitchens, and price tags that made my head spin. "This one's perfect," she wrote once. "All I need is you to sign. Then I can finally start living the life I deserve." That last word stuck with me. Deserve. Rachel had always believed she was entitled to more, not because she worked harder, but because she saw herself as the star of the family. My role, according to her, was to orbit around her, supporting her shine. But now, she was stepping into my world, the world of contracts, finances, responsibilities. And unlike family dinners, that world had rules. So I played along. I asked her questions about the houses she liked. I pretended to weigh the pros and cons. I let her believe I was seriously considering it. Each time we talked, her confidence grew. She even bragged to my parents about how I was finally doing something useful for her. Mom praised me for being such a good brother. Dad said it was about time I pulled my weight. Every word only hardened my resolve. Behind the scenes, I spoke with a colleague of mine, someone who handled property law. I didn't go into details about Rachel. I just asked general questions about co-signing, about what protections existed, about how legally binding such commitments could be. The more I learned, the clearer it became. Rachel wasn't just asking me for a favor. She was asking me to put my financial future in her hands, knowing full well she'd drive it into the ground if it meant getting what she wanted. That's when I decided, if she wanted to play this game, I'd let her. But she wouldn't like how it ended. A month later, Rachel found a house she fell in love with. She sent me dozens of photos, gushing about the walk-in closets, the massive backyard, the perfect space for entertaining. Then came the call. "So, Noah," she said, her tone dripping with triumph. "Ready to make this official? The bank just needs your information. I told them you'd be signing. They're expecting you." I could hear the smugness in her voice. She wasn't even asking anymore. She was demanding. "Sure," I said evenly. "Why don't we set up a meeting? That way we can go over everything together. I don't want any surprises." Rachel laughed, thinking she'd already won. "Perfect. Let's meet at Mom and Dad's this weekend. That way everyone can see how generous you're being." And just like that, she gave me the perfect stage. That Saturday, we gathered at my parents' house. Rachel had the paperwork printed out, her smile wide, her voice animated as she described how amazing her new life was going to be once I signed. My parents beamed with pride, nodding along, praising her ambition. Then she slid the papers across the table toward me. "All you have to do is sign right here," she said, tapping the page. The room went quiet, all eyes on me. I picked up the papers, flipping through them slowly. Rachel leaned forward, impatience flickering across her face. Finally, I set the papers down and looked her in the eye. "Rachel, do you even understand what this means? Co-signing isn't just putting my name on a page. If you default, if you miss payments, I'm the one on the hook. This could destroy my credit, my finances, my future." She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, stop being dramatic. You're doing fine. It's not like you'll ever actually have to pay. I'll handle it. You just need to help me get approved." My parents nodded, echoing her words. "She's right, Noah," Mom said. "You've always been the responsible one. This is just you helping family." And that's when I struck. I leaned back, my tone calm but sharp. "Funny, because I actually talked to a lawyer about this. Do you know what happens when someone defaults on a mortgage with a cosigner? The cosigner loses everything. Their credit tanks. Their assets are at risk. And if the borrower runs, the cosigner carries the full weight." Sound familiar, Rachel? Her smile faltered. "What are you talking about?" I slid a separate document across the table. Not the mortgage papers, but a summary printout of everything I'd researched. Clear, simple terms outlining exactly what co-signing meant and what it would cost me if she failed. I tapped the page. This isn't just a signature. This is handing over my stability, my hard work, my future, all to someone who's done nothing but tear me down since we were kids. The room fell silent. My parents' smiles faded, confusion etched on their faces. Rachel's smirk evaporated, replaced by a tight, nervous twitch. "Look, Noah," she stammered. "You're blowing this out of proportion. It's just paperwork." "No," I said firmly, my voice cutting through the room. "It's my life, and I'm not putting it in your hands. Not now. Not ever." For the first time, Rachel didn't have a comeback. She sat frozen, her face flushed, her confidence slipping away. And then Aaron, who had been silent until that moment, leaned forward. His voice was low, steady, commanding. He said no. That's the end of it. The weight of his words filled the room. Nobody laughed. Nobody smirked. For once, Rachel wasn't the center of power. I didn't sign the papers. And in that moment, I saw the fear in her eyes, fear that her game was unraveling, that she no longer had control. Rachel's face went red, the smirk gone, her composure unraveling like thread pulled from a sweater. She pushed the papers back toward me, her voice rising. "You can't do this to me, Noah. You promised." "I never promised." I cut in, my tone calm but final. "I said I'd think about it. And I did. My answer is no." The silence in the room was sharp enough to cut glass. My parents shifted uncomfortably, glancing between us. Dad finally spoke, his voice tense. "Noah, don't be selfish. Your sister's future depends on this. Family helps family." I looked directly at him, years of swallowed pain crystallizing into steel. Family doesn't exploit family. Family doesn't laugh at your pain, mock your achievements, or try to ruin your stability for their gain. I've spent my entire life being the punchline at this table. Not anymore. Rachel slammed her hand against the table, her voice shrill. "You owe me. You've always had it easier." That was the moment Aaron stood. His chair scraped back slowly, deliberately, and the room froze. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. His presence alone silenced her. He fixed Rachel with that steady, unblinking stare, the one I'd seen break down recruits in training. "Noah owes you nothing. If you can't understand that, then you don't deserve to sit at this table." Rachel blinked rapidly, stunned. For the first time in her life, she had no witty retort, no mocking laugh. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, her bravado crumbling in front of everyone. Mom tried to recover, her voice wavering. "Let's just calm down. We can talk this through." But I shook my head. "There's nothing left to talk about. You've shown me, over and over, where I stand in this family. And now I'm showing you where I stand. I'm done being your scapegoat." I stood too, Emma rising with me, her hand slipping into mine. "We're leaving," I said simply. Rachel tried one last attempt, her voice cracking. "If you walk out, don't bother coming back." I paused at the doorway, turning just enough to meet her eyes. My voice was steady, firm, final. "That's the first thing you've said tonight that makes sense." And then I walked out. The fallout was swift. Rachel lost the house she wanted. She couldn't get approved without a co-signer, and word spread among relatives about her meltdown. Her image, the one she'd polished for years, began to crack. Some cousins stopped siding with her, tired of the drama. My parents tried to guilt-trip me with phone calls, but I kept my boundaries firm. No meant no, and for the first time in my life, they were forced to accept it. Meanwhile, my life kept rising. Work flourished, Emma and I traveled. Aaron and I built a life defined not by their approval, but by our own happiness. The more distance I put between myself and Rachel's chaos, the clearer everything became. Months later, at another family gathering I chose not to attend, Rachel reportedly complained that things just aren't the same without Noah. The irony wasn't lost on me. For years, I'd been treated as expendable. But the moment I walked away, they felt the void. That Christmas, as Emma and I decorated our own tree in the quiet warmth of our home, she slipped her arms around me and whispered, "You finally took back your place." I smiled, the glow of the lights reflecting in her eyes. No, I finally claimed it. And for the first time, I didn't feel like the outsider in my own story. I felt like the author. The last laugh wasn't Rachel's. It was mine, silent, steady, and undeniable. If I told you that my mom once smiled sweetly at my girlfriend while secretly handing her a typed letter calling me unhinged and a danger to women, would you believe me? Or would you think I'm exaggerating, bitter, or maybe just one of those dramatic Reddit guys looking for sympathy clicks? Honestly, I wish I was making it up. My name's Scott. I'm 33, And I've spent the better part of my life trying to navigate a relationship with a mother who smiles like a saint in public and slices like a scalpel behind closed doors. People love her. That's the worst part. She's charming in a way only truly dangerous people know how to be. She bakes cookies for the neighbors, remembers birthdays, donates to charities, and always plays the victim when things go sideways. I used to think I was the problem. That maybe I was just too sensitive, or that I didn't appreciate all the sacrifices she made for me. But the older I got, the more I realized she wasn't sacrificing. She was investing in an image. And anyone who dared to scratch beneath the surface got buried in sweet-smelling lies and passive-aggressive guilt. It didn't start with my ex. That was just the final straw. If I had to pinpoint when it all began, I'd probably go back to middle school. I was 13, struggling with pretty bad anxiety, which back then nobody really talked about. I'd get panic attacks before tests, or even just going to gym class. I wasn't athletic, and I definitely wasn't cool, so I got picked on a lot. But I was smart. Too smart, she used to say. Scott, no one likes a know-it-all. Scott, you're going to make people uncomfortable if you correct them like that. Scott, stop fidgeting, you're embarrassing me. That was the word she loved, embarrassing. It came up in every fight, every scolding, every moment I tried to just be myself. I'd make a joke she didn't find funny, embarrassing. I'd get emotional watching a sad movie, embarrassing. I'd try to explain something I learned in science class, and she'd cut me off with that tight-lipped smile. Scott, no one cares about that. You're making people uncomfortable. The thing is, she never yelled. Not once. My dad did sometimes. He wasn't a bad guy, just frustrated and tired and quietly fading into the background. But Mom? She weaponized calm. She'd lower her voice when she was angry, not raise it. She'd smile wider when she was furious. And every correction came gift-wrapped in sweet, concerned language. I'm only telling you this because I care. You'll thank me one day, sweetie. I just want you to have friends. I didn't realize how much that shaped me until I moved out for college. I chose a school on the other side of the country, Boston to LA, just to breathe. And for the first time in my life, I made real friends. Friends who liked the same weird sci-fi books I did, who didn't flinch when I got too excited about quantum mechanics or ancient mythology. I felt like I was finally becoming someone outside her shadow. And for a while, she seemed okay with it. Weekly calls, the occasional care package, even a proud of you text once when I got into the honors program. But that was the calm before the storm. When I started dating Claire, my first serious girlfriend, everything changed. At first, Mom pretended to like her. Sent her a welcome gift, complimented her photos on Facebook, even invited her to Thanksgiving. But little things started slipping through. Backhanded compliments. Questions about Claire's family that felt more like subtle interrogations. She's very pretty, Scott, but does she challenge you intellectually? Her parents seem casual. Do they value education the way we do? You're so sensitive, sweetie. I hope she understands that. Claire laughed it off. I did too. I didn't want to believe she was doing it again. Not this time. Then, about 9 months into our relationship, Claire started pulling away. She stopped calling as much. Got quiet when I asked her what was wrong. And one night, after I flew home to surprise her for her birthday, she broke up with me. No big fight. Just a quiet conversation on her front porch while I stood there holding a box of her favorite pastries. She said, "You're unstable." Claire whispered, not even meeting my eyes. She told me you had violent outbursts. That you were manipulative. That I needed to be careful. My stomach dropped. My mom told you that. Claire just nodded. I didn't want to believe her. I really didn't. But she seemed so sincere. And then I started noticing little things. The way you get quiet sometimes. The way you don't talk about your feelings. I don't know. Maybe she's right. Maybe you're not ready. I didn't even fight it. What was the point? I walked home that night in the rain, suitcase dragging behind me. And for the first time in my adult life, I realized something that should have hit me years earlier. My mom didn't want me to be happy. Not really. Not if it meant I'd stop needing her. Not if it meant someone else saw a version of me that she couldn't control. That night broke something in me. But it also lit a fuse. I didn't scream. I didn't call her to confront her. I didn't even tell her I knew what she'd done. I played along. Smiled on our weekly video calls. Sent her flowers for Mother's Day. Replied to her messages like everything was fine. Because I was done playing defense. If she wanted to shape narratives, fine. I could do that too. So when her 60th birthday started creeping up and she asked me, sweet as ever, If I'd handle the guest list for her big celebration, I said yes. I smiled. I took notes. I promised to make it unforgettable. And I meant it. But before I get to the party, you need to understand just how deep this rabbit hole goes. Because what she did to Claire, that wasn't her first time. Not even close. And once I started digging, once I started reaching out to people from her past, the stories I uncovered made me realize that maybe, just maybe, I'd been the least of her victims. You ready for that? Because that's when things start getting messy. I kept my cool for almost a year after Claire walked away. Most people thought I took the breakup surprisingly well, and in a way, I did. I didn't spiral. I didn't drink myself into oblivion or make some grand, dramatic post on social media. But I didn't move on either. Because I couldn't. Not when the reason she left had nothing to do with who I really was, and everything to do with the picture someone else painted of me. I didn't stop thinking about that porch conversation. The way Claire's voice trembled. Not with fear, just uncertainty. Like she didn't know which version of me to trust. The one who had stayed up all night with her during her finals week, making flashcards and cooking pasta, or the one her mom whispered about over coffee with mine. The unstable one. The dangerous one. The fiction. But a well-told fiction is often more powerful than truth, especially when it comes from someone with perfect posture and a church mom voice. My mom's not loud. She never has been. But she doesn't need to be. Her weapon of choice has always been subtlety, picking at reputations like threads, unraveling people one half-concerned comment at a time. And the worst part? She does it with the full confidence that she's helping, fixing, correcting, making people better. She sees herself as some twisted Florence Nightingale with a step-forward smile. After Claire, I started paying closer attention to everything. Her tone, her word choices, the way she talked about other people. I started noticing patterns I'd ignored for decades, like how she always emphasized the parts of my life that were failures, but framed them as gentle concern. Oh, Scott struggled in school growing up, but he's doing his best. Scott's always been a little anxious, but he's very smart. He's such a sensitive soul. Sometimes that makes life harder for him. Those weren't just innocent comments. They were character summaries. And she'd been narrating my life to others like that since I was a teenager. That became clear when I ran into one of my old high school friends, James, at a conference in Chicago. We grabbed dinner, reminisced for a bit, and somewhere between appetizers and the main course, he said something that knocked the wind out of me. You know, James said, swirling his drink, your mom once told my parents you were seeing a therapist because you had rage problems. That you punched a wall or something. I blinked. What? Yeah. I remember because my mom got all weird about me hanging out with you for a few months after that. Thought you had some kind of anger issue. But you were always just kind of chill. I laughed, but it sounded hollow. I've never punched anything in my life. Except maybe a pillow. James shrugged. Guess it was just one of those weird rumors. No idea where it came from. I knew exactly where it came from. That conversation haunted me on the flight back home. And it was the final push I needed to do something I'd never dared before. I started contacting my mom's past. Not mine. Hers. I began with her exes. Quietly. Carefully. I used my middle name, changed my email signature, even created a fake Facebook account under the alias Ben Riley, just to avoid tipping her off. I wasn't trying to catfish anyone. I just didn't want them to hear Scott and immediately shut down. It was easier than I expected. Turns out, she'd burned more bridges than I thought. I reached out to one of her old college boyfriends, Thomas, who now ran a nonprofit in Portland. He responded within hours. Diane, he wrote. Wow. Haven't heard that name in a while. I'm guessing this is about the way she sabotaged your career. I stared at the message for a full minute before replying. No, but I'm listening. He told me how, back in 1984, they were both applying for a research fellowship in New York. They'd been dating for almost 2 years, and she had promised she wasn't interested in the same program. We made a deal, he wrote. She said she wanted to stay local. So I submitted my application. A week later, I found out she had applied behind my back. Not only that, she plagiarized parts of my proposal and submitted it as her own. She got the fellowship. He didn't. And when I confronted her, he wrote, she told me I was being paranoid, that I was emotionally unstable and threatened by her success. Sound familiar? It did. Uncomfortably so. That was the first domino. Over the next 2 months, I reached out to more people, old co-workers, former friends, Even a woman named Beth who used to be my mom's best friend back in the 90s. She now lived in Florida and ran a crafting YouTube channel. We FaceTimed once, and she didn't hold back. Diane destroyed my marriage, she said bluntly, fiddling with a pair of scissors mid-call. I trusted her, told her things I didn't even tell my therapist. And one day, my husband starts acting weird. Cold. Distant. I found out she'd been calling him, saying I was having an affair, saying I was mentally unstable. All lies. Every single one. And you know what the worst part is? She convinced our entire friend group that she was just looking out for him, that she was concerned, like some kind of guardian angel. But she just wanted to break us up. And she did. It wasn't just betrayal. It was a pattern, a web, and I was starting to see just how big it was. Meanwhile, on the surface, Mom was busy planning her big 6-0. She decided she wanted a garden party. Elegant but casual, she said. Just family and close friends. Maybe 30 people at most. Of course, she handed me the guest list to manage. Gave me free rein, as long as I stuck to her vision. I nodded, smiled, took notes. But in the back of my mind, the fuse kept burning. And then came the breaking point. It was a Tuesday evening. Nothing special. I had stopped by my parents' house to drop off some stuff for the party, catalogs, vendor lists, sample menus. Dad was out. Just me and Mom. She made tea. We sat in the sunroom, light streaming through the windows like something out of a Hallmark movie. She was in her element. Polished, poised, perfectly pleasant. Until she pulled out a manila folder and said, "By the way, I've been meaning to talk to you about something." I was instantly on alert. "What is it?" She slid the folder across the table. "It's a printout of your social media posts. Some of the things you've been sharing lately, they concern me." I opened it. Inside were screenshots of tweets, Facebook shares, even an Instagram story I posted months ago about mental health advocacy. Nothing inappropriate. Nothing alarming. Just vulnerable stuff. "Mom," I said slowly, "why do you have this?" She folded her hands neatly. "Because I worry. I really do. And I think you're broadcasting some things that could damage your reputation. Especially if you ever want to get married. Or find a new job. Employers look at this stuff, Scott. So do women." I stared at her. "You went through my accounts?" She tilted her head. "They're public. And it's not just me who noticed. A few people from church mentioned your posts. Said they were worried." "Worried about what? That I care about mental health? That I speak up about anxiety and trauma?" "Sweetheart," she said, with that nauseating calm, "people don't like messy. They like strength. Confidence. Not this." And there it was. Not this. Not me. Not the me who finally found the courage to talk about the things she spent decades suppressing. Not the me who was slowly reclaiming a voice she'd spent years reshaping into a shadow of herself. I stood up. My hands were shaking, but I wasn't afraid. "Not anymore. You did this to Claire, didn't you?" Her eyes flicked up. "What are you talking about?" "You told her I was dangerous. Unstable. You're the reason she left." She didn't deny it. Just looked at me with that infuriating calm. I only told her what she deserved to know. And just like that, the fuse reached the dynamite. I walked out of that sunroom without another word. Got into my car, drove home, and sat in the dark for a long time, just letting it all settle. The years, the manipulation, the lies, the control. And then I opened my laptop, pulled up the party spreadsheet, and started making some edits. I didn't delete her guest list. I expanded it. Because if Diane wanted a celebration, I was going to give her one she'd never forget. But not just yet. First, I had some more phone calls to make. And some very interesting invitations to send. Rock bottom doesn't always look like it does in the movies. There's no dramatic montage, no broken mirrors scene, no rain-soaked breakdown on a park bench. Sometimes, it's just the quiet moments when you look around and realize you're completely alone, and the people who are supposed to love you most might never have loved you for who you really are. After that final conversation in the sunroom, something inside me fractured. I wasn't angry, not in the screaming, punching walls kind of way. It was quieter than that. Like a light had gone out. I stopped answering her calls. Stopped replying to her texts. I needed space, and I didn't trust myself to keep pretending. Not anymore. For the first time in my life, I began to grieve. Not just for Claire, or for the years I'd spent under my mom's thumb, but for the boy I used to be. The kid who thought if he just behaved the right way, achieved enough, stayed small enough, he might finally earn her full approval. That boy was gone. And the truth was, he'd never stood a chance. I'd like to say things got better right away, but they didn't. Not at first. The first few weeks were hard. I barely slept. Ate too much one day, not at all the next. Work felt meaningless. I was doing freelance UI design at the time, mostly startup projects and client websites, and I started falling behind. One particularly bad week, I missed a deadline and lost a decent client. Another ghosted me entirely after I pushed back on some unreasonable changes. I didn't tell anyone what I was going through. My dad had always been a passive observer in the chaos, quiet and neutral, like Switzerland. He loved me, I think, in his own silent way, but he never intervened. And after years of enabling her, I wasn't ready to confide in him. My friend group was scattered, mostly old college connections who were now married, busy, or distant. I tried calling James once, the high school friend I'd seen in Chicago, but I hung up before he answered. I didn't know how to explain any of it without sounding crazy. My mom has been psychologically dismantling me since I was a teenager. Isn't exactly easy to slip into casual conversation. But in that darkness, something unexpected happened. I started writing again. It had been years since I'd touched a blank page for myself. Not client work, not marketing copy, just me, my thoughts, my voice. It started with a few scattered journal entries, then became longer reflections. I poured everything out, memories, doubts, moments I'd buried deep because they were too confusing to process at the time. I wrote about how Mom used to tell me I was too dramatic when I cried after school, even though I'd been shoved into a locker. How she'd made me apologize to a teacher who mocked me in front of the class. How she once told me, at 17, that if I didn't fix my attitude, no woman would ever love me. Writing gave me distance. It let me hold the truth in my hands instead of just in my chest. Eventually, I started posting some of it anonymously on a blog, just essays about growing up under emotional manipulation, about reclaiming identity, about healing. I didn't expect anyone to read them. I just needed a place to put the pain. But then one post went semi-viral. It was called The Smile That Cuts, Surviving a Parent Who Weaponizes Niceness. Within a few days, it had over 10,000 views. I started getting emails, first from strangers, then from therapists, advocates, even a few teachers. People telling me they saw their own parents in my words. One woman wrote, "I thought I was the only one. Reading this made me feel less crazy." Another said, "This helped me finally explain to my husband why I'm so afraid of my mother's compliments." I was stunned, and for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel alone. That little blog snowballed. Over the next few months, I built a modest following. Nothing massive, just a community of readers who found comfort in shared experience. I added a newsletter, started posting weekly. My inbox filled with stories, raw, heartbreaking, powerful stories from people all over the world who had survived the quiet kind of abuse. The kind no one sees coming because it comes wrapped in good intentions. And here's the twist no one expected, not even me. One of those readers was an editor at a mid-sized publishing house. She reached out with a simple message. "I think you're telling an important story. Have you ever considered writing a book?" At first, I laughed. A book? Me? But then I thought, why not? So I said yes. For the next 6 months, I wrote like my life depended on it. Some days it felt like therapy, other days like surgery. I had to peel back layers I didn't even know I had. But I stayed with it. I structured the book around stories from my past, some painful, some quietly triumphant. I included excerpts from reader emails, with permission, research on emotional manipulation, and reflections on healing. I titled it, Not the Crazy One. Because for so long, that's exactly what I'd been made to feel. Meanwhile, my mom still thought I was planning her birthday. I played it cool, sent her periodic updates, asked fake questions about color schemes, music preferences, catering. She was thrilled. "This is going to be so special, Scott," she told me on the phone one night, her voice syrupy sweet. "Thank you for making it all about family." I smiled through my teeth and told her it was my pleasure. But in the background, I was building something very different. I had a second guest list now, one she didn't know about. A spreadsheet labeled Private RSVPs. It included every person I'd contacted during my research. Every ex-boyfriend. Every ex-friend. Former coworkers. Estranged relatives. Even a few people from our old church who had quietly distanced themselves over the years. Most of them said yes immediately. She always pretended to care about me, then talked behind my back. She told my fiancé I was an alcoholic. I've been sober since college. She accused me of stealing jewelry just because I wore it better than her. The stories just kept coming. Some of them asked if it was safe, if there would be any backlash. I'm not trying to start a fight, one woman wrote, but I want her to know what she did. I promised them all the same thing, no shouting matches, no drama, just a chance to speak, to be seen, to hold a mirror up to the woman who had spent her entire life polishing hers. And maybe, just maybe, shake the perfect image she clung to so tightly. But I wasn't doing this for revenge anymore. Not exactly. That had changed. What I wanted now was truth. I wanted to see her face when the people she stepped on finally stepped forward. I wanted to show her that the narratives she'd crafted weren't airtight, that the world she controlled with a smile and a whisper was starting to crack. And most of all, I wanted to reclaim my story, not as the unstable son, not as the embarrassment, not as the quiet kid who never fought back, but as the man who finally did. Of course, I knew there would be fallout. Maybe some family would side with her. Maybe she'd cry, spin it, double down. But for once, I didn't care. I wasn't afraid of her anymore. And that, more than any party, any book deal, any applause, that was the real victory. The rise wasn't loud. It was a quiet, steady reclaiming of self. And with every chapter one wrote, every invitation I sent, every email I received from someone who had survived a Diane of their own, I grew stronger. She had torn me down for years. Now, I was building something better. Not just for me, but for everyone she tried to silence. And her 60th birthday? That was going to be the stage. Not for revenge, for truth. But I still had one final surprise in store. One name on the list she never expected. One person whose story would hit harder than all the others combined. And when she saw them standing in that garden, drink in hand, looking her dead in the eye, that was going to be the moment everything changed. By the time May rolled around, barely a month out from my mom's 60th birthday, I had everything I needed. The stories, the names, the receipts. My email threads were stacked, my spreadsheet was color-coded, and my nerves were wired tight. Every single night, I lay awake rehearsing different outcomes. Would she cry? Would she explode? Would she go quiet, play the victim, and start spinning a counter-story on the spot like she always did? Didn't matter. Because for once, I was ahead of her, and I wasn't going to blink. But if I was going to pull this off right, I needed precision. This wasn't just about inviting people she wronged. It had to be curated, structured, strategic. If I went in guns blazing, it would look like an ambush, and then she'd have the perfect excuse to discredit everything. She'd twist it into, Scott's always had a flair for drama. I think he needs help, honestly. And everyone who didn't know better would believe her. No, I needed to let the truth speak for itself. I had to stage it like a mirror she couldn't look away from. So I split the event into two lists. List A was her official party, the one she knew about. A carefully pruned group of 30 close friends, church ladies, wine club pals, and a few distant cousins she still talked to. We booked a beautiful garden venue about 20 minutes from town, the kind of place with string lights, a gazebo, and overpriced finger food. She loved it. List B, though, that was mine. I booked a second venue, less polished, more intimate, just across the street. A private room in a historic community center with sliding glass doors, a sound system, and, crucially, a full wall of windows that faced the garden venue's west lawn. It was perfect. The idea wasn't to disrupt her party. That would be too easy, too obvious. I wanted her to enjoy herself, float around in that self-made spotlight, toast her curated image. And then, when the time was right, I'd give her the second act. But I needed a hook. That's when I thought of the photo wall. Mom had always loved memory boards, those cork things with Polaroids from vacations, school plays, weddings. She'd kept one in the hallway for years, always changing the photos depending on who came over. One month, it was my childhood school pictures. The next, it was her charity work with the garden club. So I decided to build my own. I emailed everyone on List B and asked them for one thing: a photo of themselves from the year they were closest to my mother. A moment in time, frozen, when they trusted her, loved her, before everything unraveled. I paired each photo with a short quote from our conversations, just 1 or 2 lines. Nothing dramatic, just the truth. She told me I was too emotional to be a good wife. She said I reminded her of someone she couldn't trust. She smiled and said I'd never be enough for Scott. She told me I should be grateful she still invited me. Each quote went under a photo. Black frame, White background. Simple. Clean. The effect was devastating. When I finished hanging them in the community center, I stood back and stared at the wall of quiet grief and subtle strength. These weren't accusations. They were revelations. Proof of a pattern. A life's worth of manipulation, one frozen smile at a time. And still, there was one more thing I hadn't done. I hadn't talked to Claire. I don't know why I waited so long. Maybe part of me was scared she wouldn't want to be involved, or that seeing her again would tear open something I'd finally begun to heal. But I couldn't shake the thought. She deserved to know the truth too. So I wrote her an email. Not a plea, not an apology, just honesty. Hey Claire, I know it's been a long time, and I'm not writing to reopen anything. I just wanted to tell you that I finally understand what happened. It wasn't you, and it wasn't me either. I've spent the last year learning the truth about my mom, really learning it. And I've talked to a lot of people who were hurt by her in ways that look eerily familiar. I don't expect a response. But if you ever want to talk, or if you want to hear what I've learned, I'll be at the community center across from her birthday venue on June 10th, 6 p.m. No pressure, just truth. I stared at the screen for a long time before hitting send. And once I did, I didn't check my email for 2 days. When I finally opened it again, there it was. A single-line reply. I'll be there. I don't know how long I sat there, just staring at that sentence. But it was the first time in months I cried without shame. It felt like closure waiting on the horizon. And then, almost as if fate wasn't done yet, came the last piece of the puzzle. I got a call from my cousin Daniel. He was one of the few relatives who distanced himself from the family years ago, but I never knew why. We'd been close as kids, until one summer he just stopped showing up to reunions. I asked Mom once, and she said something vague about substance problems and bad decisions. But now he was calling me. I heard about the guest list, he said, his voice gravelly but steady. Saw your post on that Survivor blog. You still taking names? I hesitated. You want to be part of it? There was a long pause. She told my wife I cheated on her, he said finally. Said it was her duty as a Christian woman to tell the truth. She handed her a fake email thread she claimed she found on my computer. My wife left me. Took the kids. I lost everything. Took me 4 years to prove it was fake. I couldn't speak. And you know what the worst part is? He said. She said she was helping. That same phrase. Over and over. She always thought she was helping. I added his name to the list. By the end of that week, the final head count was 47. 47 people from across 4 decades, all with different stories, different scars, but the same common thread, Diane. And for once, she had no idea what was coming. June 10th arrived faster than I expected. The weather was flawless, blue skies, golden sun, a breeze just strong enough to keep the heat off. I arrived early, dressed in a simple gray suit. Not flashy, just clean, professional. I greeted the catering staff, confirmed both bookings, did a sound check in the community center, and helped the AV guy set up a screen for a short video montage I'd edited together. And then, I waited. People started trickling in around 5. Beth, the ex-best friend with the jewelry accusation, brought cookies. Thomas from Portland gave me a tired hug and said, "Let's do this." Even Daniel showed up, holding a single photo in his hand. Him and my mom at a family barbecue, back when he still smiled without effort. By 5:45, the room was full, quiet, charged, solemn. I gave them all a brief rundown. How it would work, when we'd walk over, how I'd introduce the night. No one was looking for vengeance, just truth. At exactly 6:10 p.m., 10 minutes after her party officially started, I stepped outside. From across the street, I could see her, radiant in her tailored sky blue dress, surrounded by laughing guests and floating candles. She looked happy, perfect, in control, and then her eyes landed on me. I smiled. She didn't. I raised a glass and nodded. And then I turned, and behind me, one by one, people began filing out of the community center. A slow, solemn line. No banners, no signs, just faces, familiar faces. One by one, they crossed the street, and her smile began to fade. She looked confused, then wary, and then, for the first time I could remember in years, afraid. But we weren't there to attack. We were there to speak. And as the final guest stepped forward, Claire, dressed in white, eyes steady, I knew we were ready. It was time, but I hadn't even delivered the first speech yet, and she had no idea how deep this truth was going to cut. The silence when Claire stepped onto the lawn was absolute. Conversations froze mid-sentence. Champagne flutes paused in midair. All eyes shifted from her to my mom, who still stood beneath a floral archway with her hand on her hip and a birthday corsage pinned perfectly to her shoulder. For a second, I thought she might faint. Her expression didn't crumble, it calcified. Her smile vanished, her eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and her back straightened like she was preparing for war. She opened her mouth to speak, but then she saw the rest of them. The line of people following Claire like shadows of a past she had buried in polished politeness and whispered gossip. 47 people. Some in heels, some in sneakers, some in stiff blazers that hadn't seen daylight in years. All of them here because of her. She blinked rapidly and took a small step back, trying to reassert control. "What's going on?" she said, aiming her words past Claire and toward me. Her voice was still syrupy, but it cracked slightly around the edges. "Scott, what is this?" I stepped forward, not angry, just calm, clear, grounded in a way I hadn't been since I was a kid. "It's your birthday, Mom. You said you wanted it to be about family." I turned to the small crowd now gathered. Some of her friends were murmuring. A few looked confused, others uncomfortable. Only a handful had the good sense to excuse themselves and pretend they didn't see anything. The rest stayed, the kind of people who slowed down when they pass a car wreck. "Everyone," I said, projecting just enough to carry across the lawn without shouting, "thank you for coming. This evening, we're here not just to celebrate my mother's 60th birthday, but also to acknowledge the impact she's had on the lives around her." My mom's lips parted. "Scott," she hissed, low and sharp. "What are you doing?" I ignored her. I gestured behind me. These are people my mother has known, some briefly, some for decades. Each of them has their own story. Each of them was affected by her choices. Tonight, we're giving them a voice. Claire stepped forward. She didn't look at me. She didn't need to. Her eyes were locked on my mom. "When I first met you," Claire said, "I thought you were elegant, warm, generous. You made me feel like part of the family." Mom swallowed hard. "And then, slowly, you made me feel like I was wrong. You told me Scott was unstable, that he had a history of episodes, that I should keep my distance for my own safety. And the way you said it, it wasn't dramatic. It was gentle, like a concerned nurse giving bad news." Claire took a breath. "But I've spent the last year learning the difference between concern and control. And now I know, what you did wasn't protection. It was sabotage. You poisoned something real because you couldn't control it." Someone gasped. Mom started to speak, but another voice cut in. It was Beth, the ex-best friend whom Mom had accused of theft. "She did the same thing to me," Beth said. "We were best friends for 10 years. Until I got engaged. Then she started planting seeds, about my fiancé, about my character. She told him I had a pattern of instability. He left me 2 months before the wedding." Now my mom was visibly shaking. She turned to the nearest cluster of friends, the church group, trying to rally support. "This is ridiculous," she said. "They're twisting things." I was trying to help. "Really?" said Thomas, stepping forward. "Is that what you were doing when you stole my research proposal in college and claimed it as your own?" Her head snapped toward him. "I lost the fellowship," he said. "You got it. And when I confronted you, you told everyone I was jealous. Unstable. Sound familiar?" The circle was tightening now. Not physically, but emotionally. You could feel it in the air, the tension, the weight of so many unspoken things finally finding oxygen. My mom took a shaky step backward, bumping into the side of the flower arch. "This is a setup," she said. This is slander." "No," I said gently. "This is the truth. And it's been waiting for you." I nodded toward the far end of the garden, where we'd set up a second photo wall. A few guests turned to look. One of the AV guys, a friend I'd hired to run the setup, tapped the space bar on a laptop, and the screen flickered to life. A slideshow began. 47 faces. 47 quotes. No narration. No music. Just truth, in black and white. People murmured. Some looked visibly shaken. Others kept watching, eyes wide. And then, right in the middle of it all, came a photo of Daniel, my cousin. He stepped forward. "She told my wife I cheated," he said. "Forged emails. Destroyed my marriage. I didn't know it was fake until it was too late." He pulled a folded sheet of paper from his jacket. "Here's the forensic report from the tech expert who confirmed the metadata was altered." He passed it to one of the guests, who held it like a bomb. And then Daniel looked her dead in the eyes. "I would have taken that to my grave, Aunt Diane. But not anymore. She opened her mouth, maybe to deny it, maybe to cry, but she never got the chance. Because then came the final blow. My father. He hadn't said a word all night. He'd been standing off to the side, pale, hands clasped like he was praying. But now he stepped forward. And when he spoke, his voice was quiet, but it carried. I knew she was difficult, he said, but I didn't know how far it went. He turned to face the crowd. I stayed silent for years because I thought I was keeping the peace. But peace built on silence isn't peace, it's denial. And I want to apologize. To my son. To all of you. For not speaking up sooner. My mom looked like she'd been struck. Her eyes darted from person to person, searching for an ally, a lifeline, someone, anyone, to defend her. But no one moved. And in that moment, she was finally, undeniably alone. She dropped her glass. It shattered on the stone path, the sound sharp as a slap. I've done everything for this family, she said, her voice shaking. Everything. And this is how you repay me. No, I said. This is how we free ourselves. She let out a small, bitter laugh. You're going to regret this. All of you. You think you're heroes, but you're just children playing with fire. I'm not a child, I said quietly. I'm your son, and I'm finally done pretending you didn't burn everything you touched. With that, I turned away, and slowly, the others followed. We walked across the lawn in silence, back toward the community center. The string lights behind us flickered in the dusk like the last heartbeat of her empire. Some of her guests left immediately. Others stayed just long enough to say polite goodbyes, their smiles brittle, their minds clearly elsewhere. Back in the community center, people hugged. Some cried. Others just stood in small groups, breathing the rare air of vindication. The quiet hum of relief filled the space. Claire came up to me and touched my arm. You did it, she said. I nodded, suddenly exhausted. I didn't do it alone. She smiled. Still, it was brave. I shook my head. It wasn't about being brave. It was about being done. We stood there for a while, watching the faces on the wall, the pieces of a truth that had finally come together. In the weeks that followed, the fallout was swift. Mom's birthday photos never made it to Facebook. The ones she posted were heavily cropped, carefully framed, and captioned with vague comments like, an eventful night. People sure can surprise you. But the damage was done. Word spread. Quietly at first, then louder. Some of her church friends stopped inviting her to things. The wine club fizzled. My cousin Rachel stopped taking her calls. Even a few of her old allies, people who had once echoed her whispers, began to drift away. At first, she tried to regain control. She spun new narratives. Claimed she was being attacked, that we were jealous, ungrateful, brainwashed. But none of it stuck. Not this time. Because too many people had finally seen her, truly seen her, for who she was. And me? I didn't gloat. I didn't post about it. Didn't rub it in. I just moved on. I signed the publishing deal. The book came out 6 months later and found its own quiet audience. I started therapy again. Real therapy, not the guilt-laced talks Mom used to weaponize. I reconnected with Claire. Slowly. Carefully. We weren't rushing into anything, but we both knew something real had been salvaged from the wreckage. Most importantly, I felt free. Not happy all the time. Not healed overnight. But free. And that was enough. One day, months later, I got a letter in the mail. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting. My mom. Inside was a single line. You've humiliated me. I hope it was worth it. I stared at it for a moment, then folded it up and dropped it in the shredder. Because she was wrong. It wasn't humiliation. It was accountability. And yes, it was absolutely worth it. Final line. I didn't ruin her birthday. I just let the truth be the guest of honor. I was 23 when they cut me off. Just a small mistake. But apparently, that was all it took to make me nothing to them. My name's Riley, and my family has always been, well, complicated. I never really fit in. The black sheep, I guess. Growing up, I could never do anything right in their eyes. No matter how much I tried to please them, it was never enough. But the thing that really broke me was the day my dad and his side of the family turned their backs on me for a slip-up that was barely worth mentioning. It all started when I made a mistake in a business deal. I had just started my own small company and was trying to prove myself to my parents. They always thought I was too ambitious, too unrealistic with my dreams. The deal wasn't huge, but it was something I was genuinely excited about. I had been working day and night, putting in everything I had to make it happen. But I was naive, trusting the wrong person, letting things go too quickly. In the end, the deal fell through, and I lost some money. It wasn't catastrophic, but it stung. When I called my parents to explain, I thought they'd offer advice or, at the very least, comfort. Instead, my dad's voice was cold, sharp, and full of judgment. He didn't care about the lessons I learned from it. He didn't care that I was still standing and trying again. All he saw was failure. "This is why we told you not to get involved with those people," he said. "You're making a fool of yourself." I tried to explain myself, but before I could even finish, he interrupted. "You've done enough damage. We don't need you causing any more embarrassment. Maybe it's time to step back and focus on something smaller. You're nothing to us now." And just like that, it was over. I couldn't even get a word in. My mom was silent on the other end, but I could hear her agreeing with everything he said. The rest of the family took his side, as they always did. My cousins, aunts, and uncles. Everyone was quick to throw me out of the picture. I was crushed. Completely crushed. I thought about how hard I had tried over the years to make them proud, but all they saw was failure. There was no room for second chances in their world. For the next few years, I kept my distance. I focused on my business, learned from my mistakes, and built something new, something I could be proud of. I stopped reaching out to them, stopped trying to prove myself. It was painful at first. There were birthdays, holidays, and family gatherings where I was completely left out. I watched from a distance as they posted pictures together, as if I had never existed. My grandmother, though, she kept in touch. Grandma was the only one who ever seemed to believe in me, always telling me that I had potential, that I just needed to keep going. It was the little messages from her that kept me going, but even those stopped after a while. I wasn't really sure why, but I assumed it was because my dad had gotten to her, too. 10 years passed. A decade of silence. I had moved on, for the most part. I wasn't the same naive kid anymore. My business had grown into something significant, and I had become successful in my own right. I didn't need them, not anymore. But then came the call. It was from my lawyer. "Riley, I have some news for you," he said, his voice shaky. "I've just received your grandfather's will." I froze. My grandfather, who had passed away a few months ago, had been the one person in the family who seemed to genuinely care about me. He wasn't like the others. He saw past my mistakes, saw the potential I had. I never expected to inherit anything from him. He had a lot of money, but he had always been so secretive about his will. "The will? It's complicated," my lawyer continued, "but there's something you need to know. Your grandfather left everything to you." I sat there for a moment, stunned. Everything? The house, the investments, the business? It didn't make sense. My dad had always been the golden child, the one who got everything handed to him. Why would my grandfather leave me anything? "Are you sure?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Everything." "Yes," my lawyer confirmed. "It's all yours. But there's more. The rest of your family, they were cut out. They don't inherit anything." I hung up the phone and just sat there, trying to process the whirlwind of emotions that hit me. Part of me felt vindicated, like I had been proven right. But the other part of me? The part that had been abandoned and hurt for so many years? That part was angry, furious. I wasn't sure what to do with this information at first. But then, the phone rang again. It was my dad. "Riley," he said, his voice filled with desperation, "we need to talk." I could barely hold back the laughter. After all these years of being nothing to them, now they wanted to talk? Now they were desperate to reconnect? I hadn't heard from him in nearly a decade, and now that my grandfather's money was involved, suddenly they were interested again. About what? I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "What exactly do you need to talk about?" "We made a mistake, Riley," he said. "We were wrong to cut you off. We want to fix things. Please, come back. We're family." "Family," I echoed, bitterness lacing my words. Funny how you only remember that word now, after Grandpa's will. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. I could practically feel him squirming. "Riley, you don't understand. We need you. You're the only one who can help us now." I raised an eyebrow. "Help you? After everything you did? After you kicked me out of the family for a small mistake? Now you want my help? You want me to come back?" He stammered for a moment, clearly trying to find the right words. "It's not like that. We're struggling. We need you to make it right. You know how things were with Grandpa's will. We didn't get anything, and we need your support." I felt a surge of anger and disbelief. They were begging me now. Begging for what? Money? Forgiveness? Both? "I think it's time for you to realize something," I said coldly. "You don't get to come back into my life just because you need something from me. You abandoned me when I needed you the most. Now that the tables have turned, you think you can just waltz in and ask for my help." I could hear him sigh, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. "Riley, please. We're family." I didn't respond right away. Instead, I hung up the phone and stared at the wall, feeling a strange mix of emotions wash over me. I was angry, hurt, and yet there was something else, too. A sense of satisfaction, maybe even power. But this wasn't over yet. I wasn't sure what to do next. Part of me wanted to cut them off for good, to leave them to deal with their own mess. But another part of me, the part that had suffered for so many years, the part that had been wronged, that part wanted to make them feel the consequences of what they did. I had everything now. The money, the property, the power to make decisions. I could decide their fate, just like they had decided mine years ago. But how far was I willing to go? And then, I got another call. This one was different. "Riley," it was my cousin's voice. "You've got to help us. They're begging, but we don't know what to do. You're the only one who can fix this." I stared at the phone, feeling a cold shiver run down my spine. It seemed like my family was falling apart. And now, they needed me more than ever. But did I want to be the one to pick up the pieces? The decision wasn't going to be easy. And whatever I chose, I knew it was going to change everything. I stood there, frozen, staring at the phone in my hand. My cousin's voice echoed in my mind. "You're the only one who can fix this." I didn't know how to process it. For so long, I had been the one who was abandoned, the one who was ignored and tossed aside like I didn't matter. Now, they wanted me to help. Now, they wanted me to save them. It was maddening. But more than that, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to make them see just how wrong they had been all those years. I hung up the phone without saying anything, not because I didn't have a response, but because I wasn't sure what to say. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions, anger, betrayal, frustration, and a deep sense of satisfaction. They thought they could throw me away and then come crawling back when they needed something, but what they didn't know was that I had already made up my mind. I wasn't going to let them off easy. Over the next few days, my phone was bombarded with calls, voicemails, and texts. My dad, my aunt, even my uncle, all of them begging me to come back, begging me to help them with the inheritance. They weren't even pretending to care about me anymore. It was all about the money, my grandfather's estate, the property, the business. They wanted a piece of it, and they were hoping I would be the one to save them from the mess they had gotten themselves into. They had no idea what they were dealing with. I waited a few days before responding to any of their messages. I wanted them to sweat it out, to feel that anxiety, that fear, just like I had felt all those years. They needed to understand what it felt like to be rejected, to be cast aside as if you were nothing. But more than that, I wanted them to understand that I was in control now, not them. Finally, I decided to take action. I called my lawyer and told him to prepare everything I needed for a meeting with the family. I wasn't going to just show up and listen to their pleading. I wanted to make them pay for what they had done. I wanted them to understand the cost of abandoning me, the cost of treating me like I was invisible. When the day came, I walked into the meeting room with my lawyer by my side. My family was already there, gathered around the large wooden table, their eyes scanning me as I entered. The look on their faces was a mix of relief and guilt. They were relieved that I had shown up, but guilty because they knew they had messed up. My dad spoke first, his voice shaky but hopeful. "Riley, I'm glad you're here. We've made some mistakes. We know we hurt you, and we're sorry for that. But we're a family, and we need each other. Please, let's move past this." I could see the desperation in his eyes, the way his hands trembled slightly as he spoke. But I wasn't buying it. Not anymore. Not after everything they had done. "You want to move past it?" I said, my voice calm but laced with bitterness. "Funny. I don't remember you ever wanting to move past it when you threw me away 10 years ago. When you decided that a small mistake was enough to make me nothing." The room went silent. My dad shifted in his chair, his face turning red. He didn't know how to respond to that. "I'm not here because I'm feeling generous," I continued. "I'm here because you all have something I want. And you're going to pay for it." The tension in the room thickened. My family members exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how to react. My cousin, the one who had called me earlier, looked at me with wide eyes, pleading silently for me to back down, but I wasn't going to. This was my moment. "We're not asking for much," my aunt finally spoke, her voice strained. "Just a fair share, Riley. Grandpa would have wanted us to have something." "Grandpa?" I scoffed. "The same grandpa who made it clear that he trusted me and not any of you? The same grandpa who left everything to me, not you." My dad's face darkened, and I could see the anger building in his eyes. This is ridiculous, Riley. You're being unreasonable. We're your family. You can't just cut us out like this. Cut you out? I said, laughing bitterly. You did that to me 10 years ago. You had no problem cutting me out of your lives when I made a mistake. Well, guess what? I'm not making the same mistake. This time, I'm in control. And you're going to learn what it means to treat someone like I don't matter. The room was silent for a moment. My family was clearly uncomfortable, shifting in their seats, but none of them dared to speak. They knew they had pushed me too far. They knew that I was right. I'll tell you what, I said, leaning forward and looking each of them in the eye. I'll help you, but it's going to cost you. You want a piece of this inheritance? You'll pay for it. And you'll do exactly what I say. No more pretending like everything's fine. No more acting like you can walk all over me. If you want me back in your lives, you better prove that you deserve it. There was a long pause, and then my dad, finally defeated, let out a deep sigh. What do you want from us, Riley? I want your respect, I said, my voice steady and cold. I want you to acknowledge how wrong you were. I want you to admit that you hurt me. And if you can't do that, then you can walk away and never see me again. They were all quiet for a while, and I could see the wheels turning in their heads. They knew that they had no choice but to agree. They were desperate, and I had the upper hand. Finally, my dad spoke again, his voice low and resigned. Okay, we'll do what you want. Just, please, don't cut us out forever. I stood up and looked at them, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. Good. This is just the beginning. Don't think for a second that you've earned my forgiveness, but you've bought yourself a chance. As I turned to leave, I could hear the soft murmurs behind me. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I had one, and I would make them remember that. But there was still one thing I hadn't decided yet. What to do with all the power I held in my hands. The next few weeks passed in a blur of negotiations, subtle threats, and my family's desperate attempts to prove they were worthy of the inheritance. They did everything I asked, apologized at every opportunity, bent over backwards to make amends, and promised never to repeat the mistakes they had made in the past. They were acting as if their very survival depended on me, and in a way, it did. But I wasn't satisfied. I needed more than just words. I needed them to understand the depth of their betrayal. As they tried to kiss up to me, I sat back, watching with detached amusement. It wasn't that I was cruel, but I had learned long ago that people don't change without a little discomfort. They had all gotten so used to being on top, used to me being the one they could ignore, that they hadn't even considered the consequences of pushing me away. I wasn't going to let them off the hook that easily. It became a game of power. Every time they asked for something, I made them work for it. I didn't give them an inch of leeway, reminding them constantly of the hurt they had caused. They tried to do the family thing, family dinners, hugs, heartfelt conversations, but every time I saw my dad or aunt, all I could think about was how they had turned their backs on me when I needed them most. How easily they had dismissed me. I kept them at arm's length, letting them squirm for my approval, and it felt oddly satisfying. But as time went on, something started to gnaw at me. The more I watched them grovel, the more I realized just how far they had fallen. They weren't the people I remembered, the people I had once loved. They were desperate, hollow shells of their former selves, willing to do anything for a piece of what they thought was rightfully theirs. But I couldn't let them have it without making them pay for what they had done. And then, one day, I got the phone call. It was from my lawyer. My grandfather's will was final, and everything was officially in my hands. The property, the business, the bank accounts, everything. But there was one thing that stopped me in my tracks. A clause in the will I hadn't seen before. It was a condition, a very specific condition. If I wanted to inherit everything, I had to make a decision within a certain time frame, whether or not to share the wealth with my family. The decision was mine, but the stakes were high. If I didn't share it, I would lose everything. If I did, I would gain even more than I had ever expected. But the real kicker was that the clause explicitly mentioned that my family had to prove they were worthy by fulfilling a series of tasks. Tasks that I could assign. Suddenly, everything became clear. This wasn't just about money or inheritance. It was about something much deeper. It was about power, about how much control I could wield over them, how much I could force them to work for what they thought they deserved. And I was in the perfect position to make them regret every single decision they had ever made that hurt me. I let the phone sit in my hand for a moment, contemplating. What kind of tasks would I give them? How far could I push them before they finally broke? It didn't take long for me to come up with a plan. I called my dad first, as he was the most desperate to fix things. I've decided to consider helping you all, but it won't be easy, I said, keeping my tone calm and collected. There's a list of things you need to do first, and I'll be watching closely. If you fail at any of them, I'll make sure you get nothing. There was a pause on the other end of the line before he spoke. What do you want us to do? I smiled, imagining the look on his face. I want you to start with something simple. I want you to apologize to me, not just for what happened 10 years ago, but for the way you've treated me since. I want you to make it clear that you understand exactly what you did wrong. His voice wavered. You want an apology? You're not serious. I'm very serious, I replied coldly. And I'm not done. I want you to call Aunt Linda and Uncle Mark. They need to apologize to me, too. They were part of this. They need to understand the consequences of what they did. Once you all do that, we'll talk about the next step. My dad was silent for a long moment, the weight of what I was asking him dawning on him. Fine, he said finally, his voice strained. We'll do it. But after that, we want something in return. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you'll get something in return, all right. But you'll have to earn it. I hung up and sat back, savoring the moment. They had no idea what they had gotten themselves into. The tasks I had planned for them were just the beginning. They would bend to my will, one step at a time, until they had nothing left but the realization that they would never again have the same power over me. Days passed. My dad and the rest of the family followed through, sending me carefully worded apologies, begging for my forgiveness. The words they used were so rehearsed, so desperate, that I almost felt pity for them. Almost. But it wasn't enough. I needed more. I needed them to understand just how much they had underestimated me. So, I came up with the next task. I called them all together for a family meeting. My dad, my aunt, my uncle, and even my cousin, who had started this whole thing by reaching out to me in the first place. They all showed up, looking at me with a mixture of hope and fear. I could see the tension in their eyes, the way they were all trying to anticipate what I might say next. They knew I was playing with them, but they had no idea just how far I was willing to go. Now that you've all apologized, I said, my voice cool, it's time for the next step. I want you to sell everything you own, the house, the car, the business, everything. You're going to donate the money to charity. All of it. There was a collective gasp around the table. My dad looked like he might pass out. You want us to donate everything? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. To charity? Exactly, I said, leaning back in my chair. And if you don't, then you'll get nothing. Not a single penny from the inheritance. You'll be right back where you started. It felt good to have them at my mercy. But as I looked around the room, something started to change in me. Something I hadn't expected. A part of me began to wonder if I was becoming as ruthless and cold as they had been to me all those years ago. Was this truly justice, or was I just sinking to their level? Before I could dwell on it too much, I silenced the thought. This wasn't the time to second-guess myself. They had hurt me. Now it was my turn. As the days passed after I gave them the ultimatum, I could feel the tension thickening with every passing moment. They were running out of time, and the weight of my demands hung over them like a sword poised to fall. I watched as my family scrambled, trying to pull together enough money to meet the deadline I had set. My dad, in particular, was on the verge of a breakdown. His face was gaunt from sleepless nights, and his once confident posture had turned to slumped shoulders as he tried to gather what little he had left. At the same time, something inside me began to shift. I had wanted this, wanted to see them sweat, wanted to feel that sense of control. But as I watched them struggle, a strange emptiness began to creep in. Was this truly justice? Or had I become just another villain in a story that had started with a betrayal? The final day arrived, and my family gathered in front of me, drained, defeated. My dad's eyes were hollow, his suit slightly wrinkled from the days of frantic meetings and phone calls. My aunt, Uncle Mark, and my cousin stood beside him, all of them nervous and exhausted. But no one said a word. The silence was deafening as I looked at them. Finally, my dad spoke up, his voice thick with regret. We've done it. We've sold everything. All the money we made, it's been donated, just like you asked. He looked at me, his eyes pleading. You've won. You got what you wanted. I could see the pain in his eyes. He had been broken, and while I had set out to punish him and my family for what they had done to me, a strange feeling started to rise within me. I wasn't sure what it was, guilt, maybe, or just an overwhelming sense of emptiness. They had lost everything, but in the process, I had lost a piece of myself too. Good, I said, my voice flat. You fulfilled your part. Now, You can have what you've been asking for." They all seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. But I could see it in their faces. They weren't just relieved, they were terrified. I had pushed them to the edge, made them pay in ways they never thought they would have to. And now, they were at my mercy, waiting for me to hand over what they thought was rightfully theirs. But before I could speak again, my cousin stepped forward. He had been quiet throughout most of this ordeal, keeping his head down. But now, he met my gaze directly, his voice steady. "I don't think this is what Grandpa would have wanted," he said, his tone firm. "You've gotten everything. But are you really happy? Because it doesn't look like it." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. I had been so focused on revenge, so consumed with making them pay, that I hadn't stopped to think about what I really wanted. The satisfaction I had expected from their suffering had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming emptiness. My family was broken, and I had been the one who had broken them. I looked at my cousin, the weight of his words sinking in. "What do you mean?" He shook his head. "I mean, we're all here because of one mistake. But none of this was supposed to be about money. Grandpa left us something far more valuable: his love, his wisdom, his trust. You've proven that you're capable of getting revenge, but are you capable of forgiveness?" I looked around at the rest of my family, who were all waiting for my decision, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. For a moment, I felt like I was drowning. I had been so focused on making them pay that I had forgotten why I was even doing this in the first place. Then, I made my decision. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning their faces. "I've made you all suffer. And while you deserved it, I'm not proud of what I've done. I wanted you to feel the pain I've felt. But in the end, I've only made things worse." My dad's eyes widened as he realized what I was about to say. "Wait, you're not going to take it all back, are you?" I smiled sadly, shaking my head. "No, I'm not taking it back. But I'm going to make sure we move forward from this. I won't hold this over you anymore. The inheritance is still mine, but I'm going to help you rebuild. We'll find a way to move past all of this." I could see the disbelief on their faces, mixed with a hint of relief. It wasn't going to be easy, and it wasn't going to happen overnight. But I had learned that revenge didn't bring the satisfaction I had hoped for. What I really needed was closure, both for me and for them. In the weeks that followed, I worked with my family to help them rebuild what they had lost. It wasn't easy. There were a lot of difficult conversations, and we all had to face the truth about what we had done to each other. But gradually, things started to change. The walls of resentment and anger came down, and for the first time in years, I felt like we were starting to heal. In the end, I didn't just inherit money or property. I inherited something more valuable: the ability to forgive, to move on, and to rebuild. And that, in the end, was worth more than any inheritance my grandfather could have left me. I'm 32, and my name is Aaron. I work in finance. Boring to most, but stable, rewarding, and, let's just say, generous when bonuses roll in. I'm not flashy. I don't drive some gleaming sports car or wear tailored suits to impress strangers. I keep things low-key, quiet. That's probably why my family thinks I'm easy to walk over. Growing up, I was always the dependable one, the mature kid, the peacemaker. My younger sister, Kayla, on the other hand, was the star. Always loud, always dramatic, always the center of attention. She could crash a car and somehow get praised for her bravery in surviving it. I, meanwhile, once got grounded for getting a B+ in calculus because it wasn't trying hard enough. You get the picture. Anyway, after college, I moved out, built a quiet life, worked my way up, and tried to stay out of family drama. But even from a distance, they always had a way of pulling me back in. First, it was helping with the down payment on the family home when my dad got laid off. Then it was co-signing the shared credit card so they could rebuild their credit. Eventually, I was covering the taxes on the property, then the repairs, then the utilities, just this once. Somehow, those once-in-a-while favors turned into monthly expectations. And I didn't protest. Not really. I convinced myself I was just helping my aging parents. Doing the right thing. That it wasn't worth the confrontation. I kept things quiet, automatic, even invisible. But that invisibility stretched beyond my money. I wasn't just overlooked. I was unseen. Then came the quiet dinner. It started with a text from my mom. "We're just having a little dinner this Saturday. Just us. Quiet, casual, nothing fancy. Kayla might stop by too. Would be great to catch up." I remember reading that and smiling. It felt normal. I hadn't had a meal with them in months. Maybe they were softening. Maybe the distance was working. I picked out a clean button-down, got a bottle of wine, and even took time off to leave work early. The drive over was peaceful, just sunset and silence. Then I pulled up. There were balloons on the mailbox, pink and gold ones. Cars lined down the block. I parked 2 streets away and walked up slowly, already feeling the knot in my stomach forming. When I opened the front door, it hit me. The noise, the perfume, the music thumping from a speaker in the living room. A massive banner hung across the archway. "Welcome, baby Ellie." And standing beneath it, my sister, cradling her bump, beaming, surrounded by women in floral dresses and relatives I hadn't seen in years. I didn't even get a hello. Just a few nods, some fake smiles, and then my dad noticed me and raised his glass. "A toast," he announced, clinking his wine. "To our family, and especially to Aaron, whose bonus this year made all this possible. A real family contribution." The room cheered. Kayla winked at me. My mother nodded approvingly, as if I had just handed them a trophy. I smiled. It was automatic. Polite. Empty. I felt hollow inside. I stayed exactly 23 minutes. Long enough to shake hands, nod through some small talk, and hug a distant cousin who thought I was someone else. No one asked me a question. No one checked if I was okay. They just paraded my contribution like it was a group effort. Like it didn't cost me sleep, stress, weekends of overtime. When I slipped out the door, no one noticed. I sat in my car, still gripping the wine bottle I never even uncorked, and stared at the dashboard. I should have known. This wasn't about catching up. It was never just dinner. That night, I logged into my bank account. I found the transfer I had sent the month before, $7,500, marked vaguely as home support. I reversed it. Then I logged into the joint card and froze it. Finally, I opened the property deed folder I'd kept tucked away in my secure cloud storage. My name was still listed, something they conveniently forgot every time they talked about our house. I called my lawyer. By sunrise, papers were filed. Ownership restructured. The automatic tax payments, gone. Insurance, revoked. The utilities were now flagged for reassignment. And the deed? It no longer belonged to them. I didn't sleep that night. Not out of guilt or second-guessing, but because, for the first time in years, I finally felt like I'd seen myself. And I wasn't invisible anymore. And that was just the beginning. The next morning, I didn't check my phone. I didn't need to. I knew what was coming. I brewed my coffee slowly, sat by the window, and watched the street fill with commuters while my inbox began to flood. First, a missed call from my mom. Then a text from my dad. "There's something wrong with the house paperwork. Call me back." Then Kayla. "Did you do something weird with the card?" Mom's freaking out. I sipped my coffee and waited. At 10:12 a.m. sharp, the call came in. I let it ring until the last second, then answered. "Morning," I said, casual. "What is going on?" That was my dad. No hello, no small talk. Just full steam ahead. "The bank called about the mortgage. They said the deed's been reassigned." "Why would they call you about it before us?" "And the taxes. Did you cancel the tax account?" I took another sip. "I did." "You what?" "I canceled it. And I pulled my name off the shared card. And I reversed the last payment you used to book a DJ for Kayla's quiet dinner." There was silence. Then, the sound of him putting the phone on speaker. I could hear my mother now, her voice rising in the background. "We didn't book the DJ, Aaron. We needed him. It was a baby shower." I stayed quiet. "You always do this," my mom snapped. "Act like you're some hero, then throw a tantrum when we don't clap loud enough." "I didn't want applause," I said quietly. "I wanted honesty. You used my money to plan a party, lied to me to get me there, and then announced it like it was some noble sacrifice I volunteered for." My dad scoffed. "You did volunteer. You said you'd help with the house. With family. That's what this is." "No," I said, my voice steady now. "Family is trust. And you broke it." Another pause. I could hear Kayla now too. She must have come over. "Seriously, Aaron? You're being this dramatic over a baby shower? It was supposed to be special." "It was. For you. As usual." Her voice got sharper. "Just admit it. You're jealous. You don't have a wife, or a kid on the way, or even anyone to share your stupid bonus with. You just have money and spreadsheets." That one stung more than I expected. I didn't respond right away, and she took that silence as victory. But I wasn't done. "I used my bonus," I said slowly, "to pay off the balance on the house. Then I sold it. Last night." The screaming started immediately. My mom was shrieking, "You can't do that." My dad kept yelling, "That's our home." And Kayla just kept saying, "What?" over and over like she couldn't compute it. "I was still on the deed," I reminded them. and I've been paying the mortgage for 5 years. Technically, it was never yours alone. You're kicking your own parents out of their house." My mom's voice cracked, trying to sound hurt, fragile. She was good at that. She'd used it when I was 10 and didn't want to give Kayla the last piece of cake. She used it when I was 20 and said I couldn't co-sign her car lease. "I gave you 5 years," I said. 5 years of payments, of covering bills, of fixing the roof, the plumbing, the mold in the basement. You gave me a quiet dinner that turned into a public shaming. So yeah, I sold the house. "Aaron, be reasonable," my dad growled. "Where are we supposed to go?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "But I suggest you start looking. The sale closes in 2 weeks." The line went dead. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't dance around my apartment or fist pump the air. I just stared out the window again, watching a couple walk their dog and an old man sweep his porch. It was peaceful, uncomplicated. Later that day, I got a call from the real estate lawyer I'd worked with. "Everything's in motion," she confirmed. "New owners excited. Cash buyer. No contingencies. Quick close." I nodded. "Good. That's good." I didn't hear from my parents again for 2 days. Then came the email, a desperate, wordy letter from my mother, trying to explain how the party wasn't meant to exclude me, how they were just caught up in the excitement, how I was always the reliable one, the generous one, the strong one, and how they couldn't imagine losing their home in such a cold, transactional way. It ended with, "Please, don't let money destroy this family." I almost laughed. Money hadn't destroyed the family. They had. But I didn't reply. I just forwarded the email to my lawyer with a short note. "Do not respond. Stay on schedule." What I did respond to, however, was the message that came the next day. It was from Kayla. She wasn't crying. Not yet. She was furious. She accused me of ruining her pregnancy, of adding stress, of making mom sick with worry. Then, as if none of that had landed, she said the one thing I should have expected. "You're still my brother. Fix this." I didn't. But I did do something else. And that's where things took a turn even I didn't see coming. I didn't plan to reply to Kayla at all. I thought silence would be enough. But sometimes silence isn't loud enough for people like her. Sometimes you need to let the thunder roll before they look up and realize the sky's changed. The next day, I got a call from a blocked number. I almost ignored it until something in my gut told me to answer. "Hello." A man's voice, firm and unfamiliar. "Mr. Aaron Quinn?" "Yes." "My name's Paul Devlin. I'm the acquisitions manager for Westridge Capital. We recently purchased a residential property listed under your name. Well, formerly under your name. The closing is proceeding smoothly, but the occupants are, refusing to vacate." I rubbed my temple. "Of course they are. I'm calling as a courtesy. We'd rather avoid legal measures, but if they don't leave by the move-out deadline next Friday, we'll need to proceed with formal eviction. Just wanted to keep you in the loop." "Thank you, Mr. Devlin. You've been more courteous in 5 minutes than they've been in 5 years." He chuckled, not unkindly. "Sorry for the drama. Happens more often than you'd think." After I hung up, I sat with that for a moment. It hadn't occurred to me that my parents might dig in their heels. I assumed they'd be angry, yes, but quietly pack, maybe cry a little, guilt trip me over brunch. But this was new. So I did something I rarely do. I took the day off work. I drove to the house, the old house, as I had started calling it in my mind. The driveway was full, my dad's truck, my mom's compact, and Kayla's SUV with the baby on board sticker that made my eye twitch. The yard still had remnants of the party, an arch of deflated balloons, a few folding chairs on the lawn, a cooler tipped over near the porch. I parked across the street. I didn't go to argue. I didn't want a confrontation. I just wanted to see them in their comfort zone one last time. To observe how calmly they lived in the house I'd been paying for, how easily they moved through a space they'd always treated as rightfully theirs. I watched as my dad came out with a bag of trash and tossed it carelessly into the bin, then lit a cigarette. My mom appeared a minute later with a glass of lemonade, handed it to him, kissed his cheek. They looked fine, unbothered, like they hadn't betrayed anyone, like this was just a normal Wednesday morning. Then the front door opened again, and Kayla stepped out, hand on her hip, belly forward, phone pressed to her ear. I saw her face twist as she listened. Then she looked around, spotted my car across the street, and narrowed her eyes. She started marching toward me. I lowered my window halfway, keeping my expression neutral. She didn't even wait for a greeting. You're seriously going to let strangers kick mom and dad out of their house? You're really okay with that? I didn't respond. They raised you, Aaron. They gave you everything. And now you're selling them out over some stupid party. I raised an eyebrow. This isn't about the party. Then what is it? She snapped. Some kind of sick power play? You think you're better than us because you make money now? Is that it? No, I said evenly. I think I'm better than you because I never lied to anyone to get what I wanted. That shut her up for a moment. She crossed her arms. You're going to regret this. I smiled just a little. That's what people say when they're the ones about to lose everything. She opened her mouth to say something else, probably another dig, maybe tears, maybe a guilt trip, but my phone buzzed. A text from an old friend. Just saw the listing. You really sold it, huh? Never thought you'd actually go through with it. Proud of you, man. Kayla leaned in, trying to glance at the screen. Oh, what? You bragging about this now? No, I said, rolling up the window. Just getting congratulations. And I drove away. That night, things got messy. First came the group text. My mom, my dad, and Kayla. Paragraphs of venom. Accusations of betrayal. Claims that I was mentally unstable, cold-hearted, selfish. My mom even wrote, "You're cutting your own blood out like we're strangers." I almost replied with, "Strangers don't ask for money and then pretend you don't exist at their parties." But I didn't. Instead, I forwarded the whole thread to my lawyer. She replied within minutes, "Don't respond. Let me handle it." But that wasn't the part that shook me. No, that came a few hours later when I got a knock at my apartment door. I wasn't expecting anyone. I looked through the peephole, and there stood my aunt, of all people. My mom's older sister, Aunt Marianne. I hadn't seen her in nearly 2 years. I opened the door cautiously. Aunt Marianne? She looked furious. We need to talk. And as soon as she stepped inside, she said something that made my blood run cold. They didn't just lie to you about the party, Aaron. They lied to you about the house. About everything. And that's when the real story began to unravel. I stared at Aunt Marianne like she'd grown a second head. She was the only one in the family who ever treated me like a real adult. I hadn't heard from her in ages, not since she and my mom had a falling out over some inheritance drama years ago. And now she was in my living room, arms crossed, fire in her eyes. What do you mean they lied? I asked, shutting the door behind her. She looked around my apartment, half surprised, half nodding approval. Nice place. Paid for it yourself, I assume. Every penny. Right, she muttered. Not like them. I motioned for her to sit. She didn't. She took a breath, then hit me with it. The house was never supposed to be theirs, Aaron. I blinked. What? That house? The one you've been paying for all these years? It was meant to be yours. Your grandmother left it in her will, to you. You were 17 when she passed. Your parents told you she left them everything, but that wasn't true. I sat down hard on the arm of my couch. That's not possible. Oh, it's very possible. Your grandmother was sharp. She saw through your parents' favoritism early on. Kayla could do no wrong in their eyes. You? You were the backup plan. The one they leaned on, but never praised. Your grandma didn't like that. She told me herself before she died, "I'm leaving the house to Aaron. I want him to have something permanent." I swallowed. So what happened? They changed the paperwork. Your parents claimed you were too young, that you couldn't handle the responsibility. Said they'd hold on to it until you were ready. I laughed bitterly. And I've been paying them to live in my house ever since. Marian nodded grimly. I only found out recently. I was cleaning out old files and found a photocopy of the original will. Your name was on it, clear as day. She reached into her bag and pulled it out, a weathered document, faded but legible. My name, my grandmother's signature, the property address. I didn't know whether to scream or break something. They used me, I muttered. They used me for years, and when I finally grew a spine, they made me the villain. Marian finally Saturday, they don't know I'm here, by the way. They've been calling everyone in the family trying to rally support, claiming you've gone off the rails. But I figured, maybe you should finally know the truth. The room was quiet for a long moment. I stared at the will, a knot forming in my throat. I wasn't just mad. I was grieving something I didn't even know I'd lost. My grandmother had trusted me. She saw value in me when my parents didn't. And they stole that from me. Erased it. Buried it. I sold the house, I finally said. To a cash buyer. It closes in 10 days. Marian smiled, a slow, proud grin. Good. Let them start over like the rest of us. But I wasn't done. I stood up, pacing now. You said they've been calling the family. Trying to paint me as unstable? Oh, absolutely. Your mom even called cousin Rachel and said you're having a midlife crisis at 32. Perfect, I said, grabbing my laptop. Then let's make things crystal clear. What are you doing? I'm writing a letter. One email. To every family member they called. Marian looked intrigued. And what are you going to say? I opened a blank document and started typing. Dear family, you may have heard some version of recent events from my parents or Kayla. Before you form opinions, I thought I'd offer mine, not to convince you, but to clarify what's been buried for years. For over 5 years, I've paid the mortgage, taxes, and maintenance on the family home. Not because I had to, but because I was asked. Quietly. Repeatedly. I was told it was temporary. It never was. Last week, I was invited to what was called a quiet dinner. In reality, it was a baby shower for Kayla, funded with my money, celebrated with lies, and publicly attributed to me without my consent. That night, I reviewed the deed. I confirmed I was still listed as a co-owner, the only one paying anything on the property. So I sold it. And then, thanks to Aunt Marianne, I discovered the most painful part. The house was never theirs to begin with. My grandmother left it to me. My parents lied, manipulated, and used me for over a decade while pretending it was their generosity, keeping the roof overhead. I'm done being silent. I'm done being the invisible one. If you want to judge me, feel free. But do so knowing all the facts. Aaron. Marianne leaned over my shoulder. That'll rattle them. Good, I said, clicking send. Let them spin that. Within 24 hours, chaos erupted. My cousin Rachel texted me. I had no idea. That's disgusting. Uncle Tom emailed. I always thought something was off. Good on you for standing up. Even Kayla's fiancé, a guy I barely knew, messaged me privately. I'm sorry, man. I had no idea what you've been dealing with. Then came the inevitable. My parents called me. They didn't scream this time. They didn't cry. They didn't apologize. Instead, my dad said, "You've made your point. Now undo it." I paused. What? Reverse the sale. Fix this. You've embarrassed the family enough. I laughed. I couldn't help it. You still think this is about embarrassment? It's about stability, my mom chimed in. We'll be homeless. No, you'll be adults. You can rent. You can downsize. You can figure it out like everyone else. You ungrateful little, my dad began, but I cut him off. No, not this time. You lied. You stole. You paraded me around like a piggy bank, and when I finally said no, you played the victim. I owe you nothing. And I hung up. I never heard from them again. The house sold smoothly. The buyers were a young couple, expecting their first child. The irony wasn't lost on me. A week after the closing, I visited one last time. The new owners hadn't moved in yet. I stood at the gate and looked at the place. It didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like a lie I'd finally stepped out of. Then I walked away. A month later, I bought a cabin in the mountains. Nothing fancy, just peace, quiet, and a view that reminded me what life looked like when it wasn't clouded by guilt. And on the mantle, in a simple frame, sits the original will. Not as a trophy, as a reminder. Some things may be stolen, but the truth? That always finds its way back. Stop being so dramatic, my mom yelled as I clutched my chest. I was 19, sitting on the living room floor, and for a second I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I was being dramatic. My vision was blurry, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears, and my brother sat on the couch rolling his eyes like I was putting on a show for him. He just wants attention, he said flatly, scrolling through his phone. You always do this when people are finally having a good day. I wanted to yell at him, but it was like my voice got stuck halfway out of my throat. I remember staring at the carpet and thinking, if this is attention-seeking, why can't I breathe? My name is Evan, and I've always been the sensitive one in my family. At least, that's what they called me. My brother, Mason, is the golden child. Varsity soccer, top of his class, everybody's favorite. My parents live for bragging about him to their friends. I'm the one who got told to toughen up when I cried over my first breakup and got grounded for being lazy, when I was working late shifts at the grocery store and overslept the next morning. It was a Saturday afternoon, and we were supposed to be celebrating Mason getting accepted to his dream university. My parents threw a little party with family and neighbors. Cake, barbecue, the whole deal. I had spent the morning helping set up tables and carrying drinks outside, but when I went to grab a plate for myself, my dad told me to let Mason eat first. He's the reason we're all here. So I waited until the line cleared, sat down on the couch with my plate, and tried to stay out of the way. Then it happened. This weird, crushing pressure in my chest. I thought maybe it was just anxiety, since being in the middle of a celebration where no one seemed to notice I existed wasn't exactly relaxing. But the pain didn't stop. It got sharper, deeper, like someone had wrapped a belt around my ribs and was pulling tighter every second. "Mom," I managed to say, putting my plate down on the coffee table. "I think something's wrong." She barely looked up from her conversation with one of the neighbors. "What now, Evan?" she sighed. "I can't breathe right," I said, my voice shaking. That's when she snapped. "You're fine. You've been fine all day. Stop making everything about you. This is Mason's day." I don't know what scared me more, the pain or the fact that no one seemed to believe me. Mason actually laughed under his breath and said something about me being theatrical. I stumbled to the hallway, clutching my chest, and sat down because I thought I was going to pass out. My aunt finally noticed something was wrong and asked if I was okay. I couldn't even answer her. My hands were shaking, and sweat was running down my face. She crouched down, touched my forehead, and yelled for someone to call an ambulance. My mom rolled her eyes but grabbed her phone anyway. When the paramedics arrived 5 minutes later, one of them knelt in front of me and checked my pulse. His face went pale instantly. "Get the stretcher," he shouted to his partner. And just like that, the entire room went silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as they strapped me onto the stretcher, my mom standing frozen by the doorway, Mason holding his phone like he didn't know what to do. My heart was still racing, but now there was something else boiling inside me. Anger. That was the first time I realized how alone I really was in my own family. And as they wheeled me out the front door with half the neighborhood watching, all I could think was that I never wanted to feel this powerless again. The hospital kept me overnight for observation. Turned out it wasn't just anxiety, like my mom insisted. I had a heart arrhythmia that made my pulse shoot dangerously high. The doctor told me I was lucky someone had called when they did. If I'd passed out and gone untreated for too long, it could have been much worse. I expected my parents to be worried when they came to pick me up the next morning, maybe even a little apologetic. Instead, my mom walked into the room holding a paper cup of coffee like this was just a minor inconvenience. "Well," she said, glancing at her watch, "at least Mason's party wasn't completely ruined. Your aunt kept everyone entertained." I just stared at her, waiting for something, anything, that sounded like concern. My dad didn't say much either, just asked the doctor how much the ambulance ride was going to cost. On the drive home, Mason was in the back seat with me, tapping away on his phone, probably texting his friends about how dramatic I'd been. My mom turned to me at a red light and said, "You really have to stop scaring people like that, Evan. Do you know how stressful it was for me to make sure the food didn't go cold while the paramedics were in our living room?" I could have. I started, but my throat tightened up. "I could have died," I finally said. She glanced at me through the rearview mirror. "Well, you didn't. So maybe next time, don't overreact and make everyone panic. You embarrassed yourself and us." I felt my jaw clench so hard it hurt. Mason snickered softly. When we got home, I thought I could at least relax, but my dad immediately told me to help clean up the backyard from yesterday. "You're fine now," he said, handing me a trash bag. No excuses. I was still dizzy from the medication they'd given me at the hospital, but I picked up plastic cups and plates anyway, just to avoid another argument. Every time I sat down to catch my breath, my mom would pop her head out the back door and say, "Don't just sit there, Evan. You didn't do much yesterday. Make yourself useful." That night, I overheard them talking in the kitchen. "He has to toughen up," my dad said. "If he acts like this in the real world, he's never going to make it. And we can't keep dealing with his health scares," my mom replied. "They're draining. Mason doesn't give us this kind of trouble." I remember lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, my chest still sore, and wondering how I had ended up as the family's punching bag. It wasn't just that they didn't care, it was that they seemed annoyed that I'd scared them. The days that followed felt worse than the arrhythmia itself. My mom started telling relatives the whole thing was just a panic attack, and that I played it up for attention. I heard her say it to my grandmother over the phone. Mason backed her up every time, laughing about how I collapsed because Mason got more attention. The worst was the next weekend. We had another family dinner. Apparently, my near-death experience hadn't slowed down their social calendar. When I got up from the table because I was feeling lightheaded, Mason said loudly, "Careful, guys, Evan might pass out again." Everyone laughed. I froze in the doorway. "Don't be so sensitive," my dad said when he saw my face. "He's just joking." But it didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a warning that no matter what happened to me, it would always be treated like a punchline. I started spending less time at home after that. I'd stay late at work, sit in my car at the park just to avoid walking through the front door. The more I pulled away, the more comments I got about being selfish or ungrateful. My mom said I was trying to make them feel guilty by staying out. I wasn't. Not yet, anyway. But somewhere deep down, I was starting to think about what it would take to make them realize I wasn't just the family's emotional punching bag. The breaking point came a few weeks later, on a night that should have been simple and quiet. I'd just come home from a late shift at the grocery store. It was close to midnight, and my chest was aching from standing on my feet all day. I walked into the kitchen to grab a glass of water, only to find my mom, Dad, and Mason sitting around the table like they'd been waiting for me. "We need to talk," my dad said, his tone serious. My stomach dropped. "What did I do?" I asked cautiously. Mom sighed, folding her arms. "You didn't do anything, Evan. That's the problem. You need to start contributing more around here. We've decided that starting next month, you're going to pay rent if you want to keep living here." I blinked at them. "Rent? I'm working part-time and trying to save for school. You know that." Mason smirked. "Maybe if you stop wasting money on snacks and random junk, you'd have enough." "I'm not wasting money," I said, heat rising in my face. "Everything I make goes to gas, food, and my school fund." Dad leaned back in his chair. "Then you'll just have to figure it out. You're almost 20. It's time to start acting like an adult. We're not going to coddle you forever." Coddle me? The word hit like a slap. They acted like I was some pampered kid living off their generosity, not the same person who had almost died in their living room less than a month ago. "What about Mason?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. "Is he paying rent?" "No," Mom said flatly. "Mason's focused on school right now. We don't want him distracted." I laughed, a short, bitter sound I barely recognized as my own. "So let me get this straight. I work, I buy my own food, I barely ask you for anything, and you still want me to pay you to live in the house I grew up in? You need to learn responsibility," Dad said, like he was reading from a parenting manual. Something inside me cracked right then. I thought about how I'd been the one mowing the lawn all summer, how I'd been helping with groceries when Mason refused to lift a finger, how I'd cleaned up after his graduation party while they were all cheering his name, and now they wanted more. I went to my room without another word, my pulse racing so hard I thought I might collapse again. I sat on my bed in the dark, staring at the wall, feeling this cold, sharp anger settle in my chest. 2 days later, I came home to find my bedroom door open. My laptop was gone. I panicked, thinking we'd been robbed, until I heard Mason laughing from the living room. He was showing my dad a video on my laptop, a private video I'd recorded weeks ago where I vented about feeling like no one in the family cared about me. "You really think we don't love you?" Mom said, standing behind them with her arms crossed. "Do you know how dramatic you sound? You went through my stuff?" I asked, my voice shaking. "You left it unlocked," Mason said smugly. "If you didn't want anyone to see it, you shouldn't have recorded it." My ears were ringing. It wasn't just the invasion of privacy. It was the fact that they were laughing. My pain, my fear, my desperation, a punchline for their amusement. I walked past them without saying a word, grabbed my laptop out of Mason's hands, and went to my room. I locked the door and just sat there, staring at the screen, shaking so hard I could barely type as I changed every password I had. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat awake, listening to the muffled sound of my parents laughing at something on TV, and I made a quiet promise to myself. I would not give them another piece of me to break. And if they wanted to treat me like a burden, like a joke, then one day, I'd show them exactly what it felt like to be left behind. The house didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like enemy territory, every room carrying some memory of being mocked, ignored, or dismissed. I stopped talking at dinner, stopped sharing anything about work, school, or my friends. It didn't matter what I said anyway. They'd always steer the conversation back to Mason's plans, Mason's grades, Mason's bright future. I became the shadow that moved around the edges of their perfect family picture. But the real blow came the next paycheck. I'd been saving every cent I could for community college, carefully setting money aside. When I logged into my account that Friday, half of it was gone. I thought it was a bank error at first, but then I saw the transfer. It had gone straight to my parents' joint account. I confronted my mom about it, my hands shaking so hard I nearly dropped my phone. "We told you," she said without an ounce of guilt. "Rent is due. We just took care of it for you this time." "That was my school money," I said, my voice breaking. "You just took it without asking? You should be grateful we're giving you a roof over your head," my dad said from the kitchen doorway. "You're not a kid anymore, Evan. Learn to pull your weight." I felt my chest tighten, not like before, not the medical kind, but the kind that made my throat ache and my eyes burn. I turned and walked straight to my room, closing the door quietly because if I slammed it, they'd just call me immature. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the empty spot in my bank account where months of work used to be. That was the lowest moment, realizing that nothing I did mattered, that I could work myself sick and they would still find a way to take from me. That night, I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't do anything that would give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Instead, I grabbed a notebook from my desk and started writing things down. What I made every paycheck, what I spent, how much I'd need to get my own place. I wrote down my work hours, and I started looking at job postings online for anything that paid better than the grocery store. If they wanted rent, fine, but I wouldn't let them steal my future out from under me. I started picking up extra shifts whenever I could, even if it meant coming home after midnight and leaving again before sunrise. My mom complained that she never saw me anymore, but I just nodded and said nothing. Mason called me the house ghost. Inside, though, something was shifting. Every time they laughed at me, every time they brushed me off, I felt less tied to that house, less guilty about the idea of leaving. It was quiet revenge at first, small acts of reclaiming control. I started locking my door religiously. I bought a small safe with a combination lock and kept my wallet, important papers, and flash drive inside. I stopped sharing any passwords or schedules. By the end of the month, I had almost replaced the money they'd taken from me. And for the first time in weeks, I felt a spark of hope. Tiny, but enough to keep me going. One night, after another long shift, I sat in my car in the driveway and didn't go inside right away. I just sat there in the dark, gripping the steering wheel, imagining what it would feel like to leave for good. Not to run away in anger, not to storm out and slam the door, but to leave on my own terms, quietly, calmly, in a way they wouldn't see coming. And the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that it wasn't just an idea anymore. It was a plan. The next few months became a blur of work, planning, and small, careful victories. I landed a second job at a local print shop, working mornings before my grocery store shifts. The pay wasn't glamorous, but the owner, Mr. Callahan, was the kind of person who noticed when you worked hard. After my first week, he gave me extra hours and let me train on the front desk instead of just stocking paper in the back. It was exhausting. There were days I barely slept more than a few hours, but every paycheck felt like a step closer to freedom. Watching the balance in my savings account climb again was the one thing that made the bone-deep fatigue worth it. I also started teaching myself skills that would make leaving easier. I watched videos about renting apartments, building credit, budgeting for utilities. I even started looking at online classes in graphic design, since I liked the work I was doing at the print shop. At home, I kept my mouth shut. I paid the rent without arguing, but every time I handed my parents that envelope, I reminded myself it was temporary. Mason kept teasing me, calling me the tenant, but I didn't rise to it. And that's what started to scare them, my silence. One evening, I came home from work and found my mom sitting on the couch with her arms crossed. "You've been acting strange lately," she said. "You barely talk to us. You're out of the house all the time." "I'm working," I said simply, setting down my bag. "You're avoiding us," she pressed. "If you have a problem with this family, you should say it to our faces instead of sulking." I just shrugged. Nothing to say. She didn't like that. Mom thrives on arguments. It gives her something to win. The fact that I wasn't giving her a fight seemed to frustrate her more than any shouting match could have. Mason, meanwhile, was starting to slip. He'd always been the star student, but now that he was at university, his grades weren't as perfect as before. He came home one weekend furious about getting a C on a paper, and my parents spent the whole dinner reassuring him that everyone struggles their first semester. Then they turned to me and asked if I could take on an extra share of chores since Mason has so much on his plate. I nodded, smiling just a little. Sure, because the truth was, I'd already started house hunting. I found a tiny studio apartment above a bakery a few towns over. It wasn't fancy, just one room with a kitchenette and a bathroom barely big enough to turn around in. But when I stood in the doorway and looked around, I could picture my things there. My life there. I didn't sign the lease right away. I wanted to be sure. So I went back to work, saved for another month, and kept building my cushion until I had enough to cover rent, deposit, and at least 3 months of expenses. The day I finally signed, I felt this quiet surge of power. Not loud, not triumphant, but steady, like something in my chest had finally clicked into place. At dinner that night, Mason made another one of his jokes about me, fainting if I had to carry anything heavier than a textbook. I just smiled, because I knew that in a few weeks, he'd be eating dinner at that table without me sitting across from him. And they wouldn't even see it coming. The lease was signed, the deposit was paid, and the key sat in my pocket like a secret no one could touch. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. But I didn't want to just leave quietly. Not anymore. I wanted them to understand what they had done, not just to notice my absence, but to feel it. To sit in that house and realize they had pushed me out, piece by piece, until there was nothing left of me for them to control. I didn't say a word to anyone about the apartment. I started moving my belongings little by little, packing only when I was sure no one was home. The safe with my documents went first, then my computer, then clothes, books, and the few personal things that actually mattered to me. Every trip to the new apartment felt like I was peeling another layer of myself out of that house. My room started to look emptier, but I made sure to keep it just messy enough that it didn't raise suspicion. The real turning point came one Saturday afternoon, when I stopped by the print shop on my day off. Mr. Callahan called me into the back office and handed me an envelope. "You've been putting in a lot of hours here," he said. "I know you mentioned wanting to take classes, so consider this a little head start." Inside was a bonus check, more money than I'd seen in one place at once. I thanked him, probably too many times, but when I walked out of the shop and sat in my car, I just stared at the check, stunned. This was it. This was the last piece I needed to cut ties without fear. I used part of the money to prepay my rent 2 months ahead. The rest went into furnishing the apartment: a bed, a second-hand desk, a chair. It wasn't much, but it was mine. At home, the atmosphere was shifting. My parents had started making more comments about my disappearing act. "Are you hiding something from us?" my mom asked one night after dinner. "No," I said, keeping my face carefully neutral. "You're too quiet," she pressed. "It feels like you're just waiting to pounce with some big announcement." I almost smiled at that, because she was half right. Mason had his own issues brewing. He'd just gotten into a fight with his professor over a late paper and spent the evening sulking, complaining that no one understood how hard he had it. My parents coddled him, made his favorite dinner, and told him they'd cover his textbooks next semester so he wouldn't be distracted by money. I sat there eating my food, silent, already calculating which night would be the last one I'd sit at that table. I didn't want to storm out or yell. That would give them a chance to play the victims. No, I wanted my absence to be the thing that haunted them. I started keeping my car gassed up, my bag packed with a few essentials, just in case the moment presented itself earlier than planned. And in the meantime, I kept acting normal. Well, normal enough to keep them from guessing what was coming. Because when I finally left, I wasn't just going to disappear. I was going to leave behind a silence so loud they wouldn't be able to ignore it. It happened on a Thursday night, almost by accident. I came home late from the print shop, exhausted but strangely calm. The house was quiet. No TV blaring, no Mason's music shaking the walls. My parents were in the kitchen talking softly, and for a moment I just stood in the entryway, listening to the sound of my own breathing. Something in me clicked. I walked straight to my room, shut the door, and looked around one last time. The bed was made, the shelves nearly empty, my clothes already gone except for a single jacket hanging in the closet. I opened my drawer, pulled out the last envelope of cash I'd been saving, and slid it under my pillow, my rent for the month. Then I took out a piece of paper and started writing. It wasn't angry or dramatic, no accusations, no yelling in ink. Just a single page, written in my neatest handwriting. "I've paid my rent for this month in advance. After tonight, you won't have to worry about me pulling my weight anymore. Please don't contact me unless it's an emergency. I'm safe. I just can't live like this any longer." I folded the note and left it on the kitchen table, right next to the fruit bowl where I knew they couldn't miss it. Then I grabbed my bag, walked out to my car, and drove away without looking back. When I got to the apartment, I didn't even turn on the lights at first. I just stood in the middle of the room, listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator, feeling my chest rise and fall. I was free. The next morning, I woke up to 12 missed calls from my mom, 6 from my dad, and 3 texts from Mason that ranged from, "Where are you?" to "Are you serious right now?" I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I went about my day as usual. Went to work, had lunch, set up a small plant on the windowsill of my apartment. By the time I finally called my parents back that evening, they were frantic. "Evan, what do you think you're doing?" my mom demanded. "You can't just leave without telling us." "I did tell you," I said calmly. "There's a note on the table." "That's not the same thing," she snapped. "Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" "Yes," I said, my voice steady. And that's how I felt every time I was sitting in that house, wondering if anyone cared what happened to me. Silence. For the first time in months, no one interrupted me, no one dismissed me, no one laughed. "I'm not coming back," I said finally. "I hope you understand why." I hung up before they could argue. It was the quietest kind of revenge. No shouting, no slammed doors, but it was exactly what I needed. I had left on my own terms, with my own money, and there was nothing they could take from me anymore. And judging by the next few texts I got from Mason, angry, confused, almost pleading, I knew it was working. They weren't laughing anymore. The first week after I left was quiet, almost eerily so. Then the calls started coming in earnest. First from my mom, then from my dad, and eventually from relatives I hadn't heard from in months. "Your parents are worried sick," my aunt said over the phone. "They said you ran away." "I didn't run away," I told her calmly. "I moved out." There's a difference. That seemed to spread through the family like wildfire, because the next day my mom sent me a text that was almost apologetic. Almost. "We just don't understand why you had to do this," she wrote. "If you felt so bad, you should have told us. We would have helped." I stared at the message for a long time before replying. "I did tell you. You just called me dramatic." No response came after that. 2 weeks later, Mason called me out of the blue, which almost never happened unless he needed something. "Mom and Dad are losing it," he said, his voice quieter than I'd ever heard it. "They keep saying the house feels empty. Dad even had to mow the lawn himself last weekend." I almost smiled at that. "You're the golden child," I said lightly. "Guess it's your turn to carry the weight." He didn't laugh. "Look, I know I was a jerk. I shouldn't have gone through your stuff." I thought it was funny at the time, but I guess it wasn't. That was the closest thing to an apology I'd ever get from him, and it was enough for me to finally let go of the anger I'd been carrying. But I didn't go back. Months passed, and I kept building my life. The apartment slowly turned into a real home. Posters on the walls, my own dishes in the cabinets, a desk where I started doing freelance design work on the side. My savings grew, my health stabilized, and for the first time in years, I felt like I was steering my own life instead of being dragged along. One afternoon, I drove past my old neighborhood. The house was still there, still perfect and tidy on the outside, but I didn't stop. Later that night, my phone buzzed with a message from my mom. "We miss you. The house isn't the same without you. When you're ready, maybe we can talk." I put the phone down on the table and looked around my little apartment. The soft glow of the lamp, the plant on the windowsill, the quiet hum of my own space. For the first time, I didn't feel guilty about the silence. I texted back one line. "I'm not coming back, but I hope you finally understand why." Then I turned off my phone, leaned back in my chair, and let the quiet fill the room. Not heavy this time, but peaceful. For the first time in my life, it was my silence, and it was exactly what I wanted. I'm Adam, 27, and I used to think that family meant something. That no matter how messy things got, you could count on the people you grew up with to at least pretend to have your back. But I've learned that sometimes the ones closest to you are the quickest to erase you when it's convenient. And the way I found out was at a Christmas party. It was my mother's annual holiday extravaganza, held at her place like clockwork every December. Think themed tablecloths, cinnamon candles, the fake fireplace playing on loop, and 25 relatives packed into her home like it was some Hallmark movie set. I hadn't missed a single one. Even during finals in college, or when I had the flu 2 years ago, I showed up. Because I was raised to show up. This year, I had gone all out. My job at the tech firm had gone incredibly well, big bonus, major promotion, and for once, I wanted to treat my family. I thought maybe this time they'd see me as more than the quiet one, the nerd, or the weird cousin who never really fit in. I had spent weeks picking out personalized, luxury gifts. A $1,200 espresso machine for my coffee snob brother Liam. A silk scarf from Milan for my fashion-obsessed Aunt Denise. Even a limited edition watch for Dad, engraved. I had it all perfectly wrapped, tagged, packed neatly in a designer duffel bag. I showed up early that evening, hoping to help with setup. When I rang the bell, my younger sister Marcy opened the door and looked mildly surprised to see me. "Oh, hey," she said, stepping aside. "Didn't think you'd be this early." She didn't move to hug me. Inside, the air was thick with gingerbread and tension. People were milling around, fake smiling, clinking glasses. No one turned when I entered. No warm Adam. "You made it," like the years before. Just that weird, empty space between glances. Still, I smiled, nodded at a few cousins, and tucked the duffel bag near the fireplace. I found my mom in the kitchen, carving a ham with a bit too much force. "Hey, Ma." She glanced at me over her shoulder. "Oh, Adam, you came." "Of course." I said I would. She didn't answer, just went back to slicing. I brushed it off, figuring maybe she was just stressed. It wasn't until an hour later, glass of cider in hand, standing by the snack table, that I said it. The thing that pulled the whole thread loose. "I can't wait for the family reunion tomorrow," I said casually, turning to my brother Liam. "It'll be good to see everyone together again." Liam snorted into his drink, nearly choking. "What? That was last weekend." I blinked. "What?" He looked at me like I was the fool. "The reunion. We already had it. At Uncle Don's cabin. Don't tell me you didn't know." I turned slowly to my Aunt Denise, who was always live posting everything she did. "You're joking, right?" She pulled out her phone, a smirk on her lips, and flipped through photo after photo. All of them smiling, laughing, toasting marshmallows. Liam doing karaoke. Marcy in matching pajamas with my cousins. Dad in his hideous fishing hat. Even my mother, hugging everyone by the bonfire. I wasn't in a single picture. Because I wasn't there. I felt my stomach turn to stone. My hands went cold. No one invited me. My mom stepped in just then, drying her hands on a towel. "We didn't think you'd want to come," she said, like it was obvious. "You're always so busy." Busy? I had taken the week off in advance, just to be available for this. I stared at her. "You never even told me." She shrugged. "Well, it was kind of last minute." Liam chimed in. "Plus, it's not really your thing, right? You're not exactly the family games and Esmores type." "Yeah," Marcy added, sipping her wine. "You would have just sat in the corner on your phone anyway." I was frozen. A mix of embarrassment and disbelief crawled up my throat, choking me. They weren't sorry. No one apologized. Not even fake sympathy. Just a bunch of half excuses and dismissive tones like I was the unreasonable one for being hurt. I looked around at them. My blood. My family. And I didn't see a single person who cared. I smiled. Just a little. And walked over to the fireplace. Unzipped the bag. "I brought gifts," I said, voice steady. I spent weeks picking them out. Imported items. Personalized. Labeled. The room perked up. My cousins glanced over. My aunt's eyes widened when she spotted the recognizable brand boxes. My dad stood up from the couch. I pulled each one out. Called out their names. Handed them the box. Let them hold it. They cooed. "Oh wow, is this real leather? You didn't have to go this big." "Wait, this is engraved." I nodded calmly. Let them unwrap the bows. Let the paper fall. Then, as Aunt Denise clutched her scarf to her chest, I extended my hand. "Can I see that for a moment?" She hesitated, but handed it over. I placed it back in the duffel. "Adam," she asked. I turned to Liam. "The espresso machine?" He frowned. "Are you seriously?" I didn't answer. I just held out my hand. One by one, I took them all back. Calm. Polite. Surgical. Marcy scoffed. "What is wrong with you, Adam?" "You're right," I said, zipping the bag slowly. "I don't belong here." I stood up. Adjusted my coat. No one moved. No one stopped me. But as I turned to leave, bag in hand, pulse pounding in my ears, I wasn't just taking the presents. I was taking something else with me. Something they didn't even know they'd lose. That was the moment everything began to unravel. As I stepped out into the freezing December night, snow crunching beneath my boots, I expected to feel triumphant. I thought maybe I'd feel powerful, even just a little. But I didn't. I felt hollow. The cold air hit my lungs hard. I stood on the porch for a second, staring at the house. The same house where I grew up, where we used to hang stockings along the banister, where my dad helped me build my first model rocket, where I used to sneak downstairs to catch Santa in the act. Now it looked like any other house on the block. Just bricks and lights and people who didn't see me. Not really. I got in my car, duffel bag beside me, and started the engine. I didn't drive away right away. I just sat there, watching the silhouettes through the frosted windows. Laughter inside. Someone turned the music up. A cousin danced. And I realized they weren't coming after me. No one even looked outside. That was what hit the hardest. The drive home was quiet. No radio. No podcasts. Just me, replaying every second of that party like a broken film reel. Every word. Every shrug. Every smile that meant nothing. When I got home to my apartment, I didn't even take off my coat. I dropped the bag by the door and just stood in my living room. That's when it all started to click. This wasn't new. It had never just been about the reunion. It wasn't even about the gifts. It was the culmination of years of being made to feel like the afterthought. The ghost at the dinner table. The one you only remember when you need a ride, or tech help, or a second opinion on someone's resume. I was useful, but I was never seen. I opened my laptop and pulled up the shared family photo album online. There were hundreds of photos. Birthdays, trips, graduations, the family beach vacation last summer, that time Marcy got promoted and they threw her a rooftop party. I wasn't in a single one. And not because I hadn't been invited. No, because I hadn't even known they happened. There was even one from 5 months ago, a dad's birthday surprise dinner. I dropped off a card that morning. No one said a word. I had been orbiting them for years, always just outside the frame. But that night, something in me broke. Not in a destructive way, in a cleansing way. Like something heavy had finally snapped and let go. I realized I didn't need to keep begging to be invited to a table where they'd already decided I didn't belong. So I made a plan. I started with the gifts. Each item I had bought was returnable. I kept the receipts, just in case. But instead of sending them back, I redirected them. I found people who would actually appreciate them. The espresso machine? I donated it to the community center near my place, the same one that had helped me when I was between jobs a few years ago. The director cried when I told her. The scarf? I gave it to Ms. Bell, the elderly woman in my building who always offered me cookies and complained about the draft in her hallway. The watch? I mailed it, anonymously, to Mr. Jong, my high school teacher who once paid out of pocket so I could go on the robotics trip. I included a short note that just said, "Thank you for seeing me when no one else did." That felt better than handing them out at that party ever would have. But I wasn't done. See, while my family was happy to treat me like a second-class guest, they never had an issue using my resources. Over the years, I had helped all of them in ways I now saw as attempts to earn approval. I helped Dad set up his online business and built the back end myself. He never paid me. When Liam wanted to launch his podcast, I did all the editing and web setup. Again, no payment, just "You're the best, man." When Marcy's wedding website crashed a week before the big day, I rebuilt it in a single weekend. I had access. I had knowledge. And now, I had clarity. That night, I started revoking things. One by one, I logged into the back end of Dad's website and transferred the domain ownership out of my name. I sent him a message. "You'll need to find your own hosting by the end of the week." Liam's podcast? I removed my admin access and deleted the backup files I'd been keeping on my server. All yours now. Good luck with the edits. Marcy's wedding gallery? Offline. I left a redirect page with a polite message. Site removed at the owner's request. And then, I opened the family group chat. Scrolled through years of messages, mostly people talking over me or ignoring me completely. Then I posted one final message. "Hey everyone, thanks for making it so clear where I stand. I'll make sure to honor that moving forward. Happy holidays." I left the group. I didn't get any messages for the first 2 days. Then a couple of cousins texted, asking what was going on. I responded politely, but I didn't explain. I didn't know them that. By New Year's Eve, my mom finally reached out. A short text, "Can we talk?" I didn't reply, because while they were playing catch-up, something unexpected had happened. The community center posted a thank you note online for the espresso machine. They'd set up a little coffee station for their morning programs. Ms. Bell knit me a pair of gloves in return for the scarf. Mr. Jong emailed the school staff, saying someone had reminded him why teaching still mattered. For once, the people who barely knew me made me feel seen. That's when I realized Maybe I had taken something more important than presents with me when I left that party. Maybe I'd taken back my worth. It didn't take long for the silence to crack. By the second week of January, my phone started buzzing more frequently. First with simple pings from unknown numbers, then with voicemails that went from cheerful to concerned to just short of panicked. My dad left a voicemail that started calm. "Hey, Adam. Hope you're doing okay. Listen, the website's down, and I've got a few clients emailing me about broken links. Could you give me a call when you get a chance?" 2 days later, Adam. "Seriously, I don't know what you did, but this is costing me business. You need to fix it. This isn't a joke." Then, a text from Liam. "Hey bro, no idea why you removed access to the pod files, but episode 10's gone and our sponsor's asking questions. Can you just send me the backups? I'll handle it from here." I didn't answer. I wasn't being petty. I wasn't out for revenge. I was just done playing tech support to a family that only noticed me when something broke. I had kept them running like a silent engine, but now that I'd stopped, the machine began to stutter. Marcy's message came next. A string of texts that started with faux concern. "Hey, just realized the wedding site isn't working. Guests are trying to access the gallery and RSVP list. Can you check it? Then, I have sponsors linked to that page. What are you doing? Then, what is your problem, Adam? Why are you acting like this?" I didn't answer that either. I just archived the thread and closed my laptop. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. People like them don't like when their comfort is disrupted. When the free labor, the tech lifeline, the backup plan walks out the door. The real fallout began on a Sunday morning. I had just come back from the gym when there was a knock on my apartment door. Not the polite kind. The hard, rapid kind you hear when something's urgent or desperate. I opened it to find my mother standing in the hallway. Coat unzipped, cheeks red, breathing fast like she'd run the stairs instead of taking the elevator. "Adam," she said. Her voice cracked like she hadn't prepared what to say next. "Can we talk?" I stared at her. It had been almost a month since the party. A month of nothing but silence, until they needed something. Still, I stepped aside and let her in. Maybe out of curiosity, maybe out of habit. She sat on the edge of the couch like she didn't quite belong there. Her eyes scanned the room, the minimal decor, the framed diploma, the wall of books. It probably surprised her. I don't think she'd ever really noticed who I'd become. She didn't compliment anything. She didn't even ask how I was. She launched straight in. "Your father is really upset," she began, like that was my problem. "You pulling the site offline like that? You've cost him thousands already. He has appointments backed up for weeks and no way to confirm bookings." I raised an eyebrow. I gave him notice. "A full week." "Well, he didn't expect you to follow through." I blinked. "So I was just supposed to keep maintaining everything forever? For free?" Her face tightened. "You never said you wanted to be paid." "I never said I wanted to be invisible either," I said softly. She flinched, just a little, but then gathered herself. "Look, Adam, I know you're upset, but this whole thing is just a big misunderstanding. We didn't mean to leave you out of the reunion." I tilted my head. "Didn't mean to? You had group chats, carpool plans, matching shirts. That doesn't just happen accidentally." She paused. "Well, we thought you'd feel out of place. You never really seemed comfortable at those kinds of things. So instead of asking me, you just assumed." Again, silence. She shifted uncomfortably. "Marcy said you were acting cold, that you embarrassed her at the party." I laughed. Not loud, just bitter. I embarrassed her? For what? Reclaiming gifts I bought with my own money. She looked like she wanted to argue, but didn't. Instead, she tried the guilt angle. "You know, your father's not sleeping well. And your brother's podcast deal might fall through. And your sister had to take down her wedding portfolio. She's devastated." I stood up. "I'm sorry they're struggling. I am. But none of them, not once, asked how I was doing. No one thought to include me, or check on me, or even thank me for everything I've done over the years." Her voice dropped. "We didn't think you needed it." I met her eyes. "Everyone needs it." She looked away, suddenly unsure. That's when I realized she didn't come here to apologize. She came here to reset the clock, to patch the leak and get the engine running again. But something had changed in me. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even sad. I was clear. I walked to the door and held it open. She stood slowly. Her mouth opened like she wanted to say something else, some last-minute save, but nothing came out. So she walked out, and I closed the door. But that wasn't the last time I saw her. Because later that week, my brother showed up. And he wasn't nearly as calm. 3 days later, just after sunset, I heard pounding on my door again. This time louder, faster, urgent in a way that didn't just demand attention but expected it. I didn't need to check the peephole. I already knew who it was. I opened the door, and there stood Liam, my older brother, 6 feet of frustration in a leather jacket and a half-charged phone clenched in his hand. His face was flushed, eyes stormy, and he didn't even wait for an invitation before pushing past me into the apartment. "Dude," he snapped, spinning around. "What is wrong with you?" I closed the door slowly behind him. "Come in, Liam. Nice to see you too." "No, cut the crap. You ruined everything. My podcast files are gone. My backup episodes? Deleted. Do you even understand how many hours of work that was?" "I do," I said calmly. "I edited most of them." His mouth opened, closed, then opened again, sputtering. "Okay, fine. Yeah, but still. Why would you do this? Why punish me just because you're mad at mom and dad?" That made me laugh, cold and short. "Punish you?" "Liam, I didn't punish anyone. I just stopped helping." He waved his phone at me. "You think this is just about helping?" I had a sponsor lined up. This was finally going somewhere. I've spent years building it. "Yeah," I nodded. "And who was helping you build it, Liam? Who stayed up until 2 a.m. fixing your audio issues? Who designed your logo? Who set up your merch page? Your website? Your entire backend?" He flinched like he wanted to argue, but he knew it was true. I continued. "You never once offered to pay me. Never even said thank you. Just texted me when something broke like I was tech support on call." He started pacing. "You could have said something." "I did. Plenty of times. You just weren't listening." He stopped in his tracks, staring at me like I'd grown horns. "So what? You're just cutting us all off now." I looked at him and said quietly, "I'm setting boundaries." He scoffed. "Oh, come on, man. You're being dramatic. You got left out of one reunion. Big deal. You always hated those things anyway. Did you ever stop to ask why?" I said, "Did you ever wonder how it felt to be the one no one talks to at dinner? The one who's never asked to give a toast, or help decorate, or even pose for family photos? You all made me feel like a guest in my own family." He looked uncomfortable now. He opened his mouth, then paused. "We didn't mean to." "Exactly," I said. "You never meant to. You just did it anyway." Over and over. Silence. For a second, something in his eyes softened. Just for a second. "Okay," he said finally. "Maybe we were crappy to you. Maybe we didn't treat you right. But this," he gestured around. "This is overkill, Adam. You're shutting us all out. You're acting like none of us ever mattered." I sighed and leaned against the counter. "You did matter. That's why it hurts so much." That stopped him. He looked at me, really looked at me, for the first time in years. And I could see something flickering behind his expression, not quite guilt, not quite understanding. Maybe both. He rubbed the back of his neck. "So what now? We're just done." I walked to my desk, picked up a flash drive from the drawer, and held it out. "All your raw files are on here." I didn't delete them. I just removed them from my server. "It's yours now. No backups. No edits. You'll have to do the rest yourself." He took it, hesitant. "You're serious?" "I am." He looked down at the drive, then back up. "You know, you were always the smart one. I just didn't think you'd be the one to walk away." I smiled faintly. "I didn't walk away, Liam. I stopped chasing people who kept moving further and further out of reach." He didn't have a response to that. He turned toward the door, hesitated, then said over his shoulder, "You're not coming to Dad's birthday dinner, are you?" "No," I said. I wasn't invited. This time, he didn't deny it. He left quietly. And just like that, the last thread snapped. The next few months were quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. Not the lonely kind of quiet, but the peaceful kind. No surprise texts asking for help with a crashed site. No frantic voicemails about broken links or forgotten logins. No guilt trips disguised as family banter. For once, I had space to breathe. And in that space, I built something. I launched my own podcast, not about tech, but about people. About stories like mine. Family estrangement. Boundaries. Healing. I told stories about invisible siblings, about scapegoats, about what happens when you stop shrinking yourself to fit into someone else's idea of who you should be. I didn't think anyone would listen, but they did. Slowly, the messages started trickling in, strangers thanking me for putting words to what they'd felt for years. People from all over the country who had also been left out, overlooked, taken for granted. It became something bigger than me. And one day, While checking the podcast inbox, I saw a name I hadn't expected. Subject: You were right. It was from my dad. The email was short. Awkward. No greeting. Heard your podcast. Didn't know you felt that way. I guess I never asked. Your mother misses you. So do I. If you ever want to talk, just talk. No pressure. Let me know. I stared at it for a long time. Then I archived it. Maybe one day I'd respond. Maybe not. Because for once, the silence was mine to break, or not. The choice was mine. 6 months after that holiday party, I got invited to a different kind of gathering. Not from my family. From the community center. They were hosting a donor appreciation event. Nothing fancy, just coffee and pastries and a few thank you speeches. Ms. Bell was there in her new hand-knit shawl. Mr. Jong too. A few volunteers, a few regulars. When the director introduced me as one of the most quietly generous souls we've ever met, I felt something tighten in my throat. Not pride, not even emotion, just peace. Because I wasn't invisible anymore. Not to them, not to myself. And in the end, that's what I took with me that night. Not just the gifts, not just my dignity. I took myself back, every piece they tried to make smaller. And I never gave it back. I never thought my 32nd birthday would end up like this. My name's Eric, and for the most part, I had what I thought was a perfect life. A steady job as a graphic designer, a modest but cozy house, and a beautiful wife, Claire. We'd been together for 6 years, married for 3, and up until that point, things had been pretty good. But looking back now, I realized there were cracks in our relationship that I was blind to. It wasn't until that party, my birthday, that everything came crashing down. It started out like any other birthday. Claire had insisted on throwing a party, something bigger than the usual low-key dinners we had with friends. She promised it would be a surprise, and though I wasn't thrilled about a big celebration, I agreed. After all, it was her way of showing love, right? We had friends coming over, and even her parents were flying in from out of state, which felt special. I didn't think much of it at first, until I walked into the living room. The moment I stepped inside, I saw the smiles, the balloons, and the decorations. But something felt off. Claire was nowhere to be seen. My gut twisted, but I shook it off. I didn't want to be paranoid. That's when I saw the table at the center of the room. It wasn't just any party setup. There were papers scattered across the table, and I noticed some of Claire's relatives, her father, her brother, and a few of her cousins, sitting around it, whispering amongst themselves. I smiled awkwardly, feeling the tension in the air. They didn't seem like they were there to celebrate. "Hey, everyone," I called out, trying to break the silence. But no one responded. My smile faltered, and I felt a sinking sensation in my stomach. I turned to my friend Mark, who was standing by the drinks table, looking just as confused as I was. "What's going on? Why are they all so quiet?" I asked, but he just shrugged. "I'm not sure, man. Maybe it's a surprise." But it didn't feel like a surprise. Not in the slightest. Then Claire entered the room. She was holding something in her hands, but she wasn't smiling. I was expecting her to come over with a birthday cake or something, but she didn't. Instead, she made a beeline for me, and in her hands, I saw it. Divorce papers. The words "dissolution of marriage" were written in bold, glaring letters at the top of the page. What is this?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my best efforts to stay composed. The room was eerily quiet now. Everyone was watching. I felt like I was in some kind of twisted reality show. Claire didn't respond at first. She just looked at me, her expression unreadable. Then, she slowly handed me the papers. "Sign it," she said, her voice emotionless. I looked around at the crowd. Her family. Her parents were watching me closely, their eyes cold. Her brother, Ben, was leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, a smug look on his face. I felt like the ground had been pulled out from under me. This wasn't a party. This wasn't a celebration. It was an execution. "Claire, why? What's going on? We were fine, right?" I asked, my voice cracking. She didn't look at me. Instead, she simply said, "I can't do this anymore, Eric. You're not the man I married." My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to argue, to shout, to demand answers. But something about the way she was acting, so cold, so detached, made me feel small. The room was still, the tension so thick I could cut it with a knife. Claire's father, who had always been distant but polite, stood up slowly. "She's made up her mind, son," he said, his tone surprisingly sharp. "It's time for you to let go." Let go? Let go of what? I felt like my entire world was crumbling around me. I looked at Claire again, searching her face for any sign of emotion, any shred of the woman I had fallen in love with. But there was nothing. She was a stranger to me. I don't understand, I whispered, almost to myself. What happened? But Claire just shook her head. It's over, Eric. I've already made arrangements. The papers are final, and I want you to leave. I stood there, frozen, as she pushed the papers toward me again. I glanced at the crowd, my heart pounding in my chest. Her family wasn't comforting me. They weren't offering any kind of support. No, they were all just watching. And that's when it hit me. This wasn't just Claire's decision. This was a family affair. Her parents had been waiting for this moment. They were eager for it. I could see it now, how they had been quietly feeding into her frustrations, pushing her to this point. I was just the target of their anger. This wasn't a divorce. It was an orchestrated humiliation. My hands were shaking as I picked up the pen. I didn't even know why I signed the papers. Maybe I just wanted to get it over with. Or maybe I thought that if I signed, I could walk away. Either way, I didn't argue. I didn't fight. I signed the papers, and the second I did, Claire looked at me with cold, empty eyes. Thank you, she said flatly. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just turned and walked out of the house. As I left, I heard her family's voices, cheering, laughing, even clapping. I didn't turn around. I kept walking. I didn't look back. I was devastated, of course. But more than that, I was numb. How could someone I loved, someone I thought was my partner, do something so cruel? It was like a dream, a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I spent the rest of the evening sitting in my car, staring at the steering wheel, too stunned to process what had just happened. I didn't want to call anyone. I didn't want to hear sympathy. I didn't want to talk about it. But the loneliness, the anger, it all started to settle in as the night wore on. I had been humiliated, used, thrown away like trash. I didn't know what came next. All I knew was that I couldn't just let this slide. It would take time, but I would make sure Claire felt the consequences of what she did. I wasn't going to let her or her family get away with this. 6 months went by in a blur of sadness and reflection. I did my best to get my life back on track, focusing on work and slowly rebuilding the confidence I'd lost. But then, one evening, something unexpected happened. The doorbell rang. When I opened the door, there she was. Claire. Her face was gaunt, her clothes ragged, and she looked like she hadn't slept in days. She was holding a small suitcase, and there was desperation in her eyes. Eric, she whispered, her voice trembling. I need your help. I stood frozen, unable to speak. The woman who had publicly humiliated me, torn apart our life together, was standing on my doorstep, broken, alone, and begging for another chance. Part of me wanted to slam the door in her face. Part of me wanted to tell her to leave and never come back. But there was something else, something deep inside me, something that wanted revenge. And as I looked at her, I realized I had the power to decide how this story would end. But first, I needed to hear her out. And that's when the real game began. I stood there, staring at Claire, unsure of what to say. Her eyes were wide with exhaustion and regret, but I couldn't just forget what had happened. She had humiliated me in front of everyone I knew, and now she was standing there, pleading for help. The part of me that still cared for her, despite everything, wanted to let her in, to hear her side. But the other part, the part that had been crushed under the weight of her betrayal, wanted to slam the door in her face and never look back. Eric, please, she said again, her voice a whisper. I've lost everything. I don't know who to turn to. I'm so sorry. Please let me explain. I didn't answer right away. I just stood there, my hand gripping the doorframe. I hadn't seen her in months, and even though I was angry, a part of me still remembered the woman I had married. The woman I thought I knew. Why are you here, Claire? I finally managed to ask. My voice was cold, distant. The anger I had tried to bury was seeping through. You didn't just walk away from me. You humiliated me. You dragged me through the dirt in front of your entire family. Claire's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't try to wipe them away. She looked broken. I know, she said, her voice cracking. And I regret it every day. You have to believe me. I was pushed. You don't know the things I've been dealing with. The pressure, the expectations. She paused as if gathering her thoughts. I was afraid, Eric. Afraid of losing everything. Afraid of my family's disappointment. I let them influence me more than I should have. I crossed my arms, still standing in the doorway, my body tense. Your family? They were the ones who pushed you to do this to me. My mind was racing. I had always known her family was overbearing, but to manipulate her like that? To use her as some kind of pawn in their own games? It made me frustrated. You didn't even have the guts to come to me. You let them control everything. Claire shook her head, as if trying to convince herself as much as me. No, I should have said something. I should have stood up to them. But I didn't. I couldn't. And now I've lost everything. My family turned their backs on me the moment I told them I was leaving you. They said it was my only option, that I had to get away from you. But now, I'm alone. I have nothing. I clenched my fists, struggling to control the rush of emotions inside me. Seeing her like this, broken, desperate, was tempting. A part of me wanted to feel sorry for her. I wanted to believe she was sincere. But the memories of that night, her coldness, the way her family cheered when I signed the divorce papers, kept flashing in my mind. The humiliation, the betrayal, it was all still so fresh. Why should I help you, Claire? I finally asked, my voice steady despite the storm of feelings swirling inside me. After everything? After what you did to me? She dropped her gaze to the ground, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't even deserve your forgiveness. But I need to make things right. I know I can't undo what I did, but I need a chance to fix things. Please, Eric. I'm begging you. I stood there in silence, the weight of her words sinking in. I had every right to turn her away, to let her suffer the consequences of her actions. But something deep inside me, something primal, knew that this wasn't over. Not yet. I had a choice. I could either give her the help she claimed she needed, or I could let her fall apart. But as I looked at her, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of something else. Something darker. Something that whispered that I could use this moment, this vulnerability, to make her feel what I had felt. I didn't have to forgive her, but I could make her understand the pain she had caused me. I took a deep breath, trying to push aside the bitterness and rage threatening to overwhelm me. You want a second chance, Claire? You're going to have to earn it. Her eyes widened, and I could see the hope rising in them. What do you mean? How can I prove it? I stepped aside, opening the door a little wider. You can stay tonight. But you're not getting off easy. We're going to take this one step at a time. You'll do what I say. And if you truly regret what happened, if you're truly sorry, you'll be willing to do whatever it takes to make things right. Claire nodded fervently, relief flooding her features. Anything, Eric. I'll do whatever it takes. But as she stepped into the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to embark on something far more complicated than I had planned. What did I really want from her? What did I want to happen next? Part of me was still holding on to the hope that she could change, that we could rebuild what we had. But another part, an angrier, colder part, was already thinking about how I could make her truly understand the depths of her betrayal. I didn't know what this new chapter would look like, but I had a feeling the power was finally in my hands. And I wasn't about to let that go. The next few days passed in a blur. Claire stayed in the guest room, just like I'd told her to. She didn't push me to forgive her, and she didn't act like everything was fine. She was respectful, maybe even a little too respectful, like she was walking on eggshells around me. The awkwardness was unbearable at times, but I couldn't deny that there was something about her presence, something about the way she looked at me with regret and shame that made me feel like I was in control. But then, one evening, things took an unexpected turn. I was in the living room, reading through some work emails, when I heard a knock at the door. When I opened it, I found Claire's brother, Ben, standing there, grinning like a wolf. Eric, he said with a mockingly cheerful tone. I heard Claire was back in town. You're really letting her stay here? After everything? He raised an eyebrow, looking past me into the house. You're not really going to fall for this act, are you? I felt angry. Ben had always been a smug, entitled fool, but this was crossing a line. What are you doing here, Ben? I asked, trying to keep my cool. Oh, nothing, he said, his grin widening. Just making sure my sister isn't taking advantage of you. I mean, you know how she gets when she's desperate, right? She'll charm the pants off you, and next thing you know, you're right back where you were, playing the fool again. I felt a surge of frustration rising inside me. I had no intention of going back to Claire like nothing had happened. But as Ben stood there, his words dripping with venom, I knew this wasn't just about Claire anymore. It was about her entire family, and I wasn't about to let them dictate what happened next. But how far was I willing to go to make them pay for what they did? And more importantly, what kind of revenge was I truly after? As Ben's words hung in the air, I realized the real test was about to begin. The game was on. Ben stood there, his arms crossed smugly, clearly expecting me to back down or somehow crumble under the pressure. I felt a wave of anger rise in my chest as I stepped closer to him, my gaze never wavering. You don't get to tell me what to do, Ben. Not anymore, I said, my voice low but firm. Your sister is here because she's asking for a second chance, and I'm deciding whether or not she deserves one. Not you. Ben's eyes narrowed, his lips twisting into a sneer. You think you're some kind of hero now? Saving her from the mess she made? You're just letting her walk all over you again, Eric. Don't fool yourself into thinking she's changed. She's only here because she has nowhere else to go. His voice dripped with contempt, but there was something in his tone, something personal that made my stomach churn. I'm not the one who messed up, I shot back, refusing to let him get to me. She's the one who walked away. But unlike you and your family, I'm not heartless enough to shut her out completely. If she wants to try to fix what she broke, then that's her decision, not yours. For a brief moment, Ben looked like he might say something else, something cruel, no doubt. But instead, he seemed to deflate, just a little. The tension between us shifted, as though he realized there was no way to guilt-trip me into giving up my position. But then he smirked again, the same smugness creeping back into his voice. Well, good luck with that, Eric. I'm sure you'll have a real happy ending to this whole thing. But don't say I didn't warn you when it all blows up in your face. He turned to leave, but not before throwing one last parting shot over his shoulder. You're playing a dangerous game. And when Claire goes back to her old ways, you'll be the one left looking like the fool. Just remember that. I stood there in the doorway, watching him walk away, his words echoing in my mind. I hated how right he sounded, even if it was just to make himself feel superior. Claire's family was toxic, manipulative, and I could feel their influence over her even from a distance. But Ben's arrogance didn't change the fact that Claire had come to me, asking for forgiveness. And that, no matter how much her family pushed me, was something that I had to decide for myself. As the days wore on, things between Claire and me remained tense. She tried to help around the house, doing little things like washing dishes or making small talk, but there was always an invisible wall between us. It wasn't just the past that separated us. It was the realization that what had happened had irreparably changed the dynamic of our relationship. She had humiliated me in front of everyone I loved, and though she seemed to genuinely regret it, I couldn't help but wonder if that regret was just another act. Was she just playing me again? Still, as much as I hated to admit it, part of me still longed for the connection we had once shared. The memories of happier days, before her family's influence had torn us apart, clung to me like a ghost, haunting every interaction we had. I kept telling myself I was doing the right thing by giving her a second chance, but deep down, I feared I was only setting myself up for more heartache. It was around this time that I noticed something strange. Every time Claire went out, she seemed to return with something. A new item of clothing, a fresh takeout bag from the fancy restaurant she used to love. It wasn't much, but it caught my attention. And then, one evening, as I was cleaning up after dinner, I noticed a large, bulging envelope lying on the kitchen counter. I picked it up, curiosity gnawing at me, and saw that it was addressed to Claire from a law office in the city. My heart skipped a beat. I opened the envelope without thinking, desperate to know what it was. Inside was a stack of papers, covered in legal jargon. Divorce papers. I felt my stomach drop to my feet. What was this? After everything? After all the guilt and the pleas and the promises to make things right? Was this what Claire had been doing behind my back, preparing for the next step in her life without me? I stormed into the living room, where Claire was sitting, flipping through a magazine. She looked up, startled, as I slammed the papers onto the coffee table. What is this, Claire? I demanded, my voice shaking with a mixture of anger and disbelief. She froze, her face paling. Eric. I can explain. I didn't want to hear her explanations. I didn't want to hear any more empty words from her. Explain? You're still trying to get rid of me, aren't you? After everything, after you begged me to let you stay, you're still planning to leave. Claire's eyes filled with tears, her hands trembling as she picked up the papers. Eric, please listen. This isn't what you think. Her voice was frantic, as if she was desperately trying to convince me of something. When I came back, I was trying to find a way to fix things. But I didn't know what else to do. I was afraid you'd turn me away for good, so I thought. You thought what? That you could keep stringing me along while you made backup plans. I cut her off, my voice rising. This is unbelievable. How long have you been planning this, Claire? How long have you been playing me like a fool? She collapsed onto the couch, her face crumpling as she buried her face in her hands. I'm sorry, Eric. I was scared. I thought I could handle everything, but I was wrong. I was trying to make sure that if things didn't work out, I wouldn't be completely alone. But I never wanted this to hurt you. I didn't know how to fix it. I didn't know how to undo the damage I'd done. I took a step back, my chest tightening with anger and betrayal. Everything, her promises, her apologies, was starting to feel like an act. She was the same as always, just using her tears to manipulate the situation in her favor. How much longer could I put up with this? How much longer could I let her spin the same web of lies and deceit before I had to finally walk away for good? But as I looked at her, sitting there, broken and pleading, I realized something that sent a chill through my bones. Maybe she wasn't the only one playing a game. Maybe I had been playing too. I turned and walked to the door, pausing only long enough to say, I think you should leave. I don't know what your next move is, Claire, but this isn't it. Before she could respond, I stepped out into the night, leaving her behind. But as I walked away, something twisted in my gut. I didn't know what was next, but I was no longer playing by her rules. This was my turn now, and I wasn't done yet. As I stood outside, the cool night air biting at my skin, I realized I had only just begun to take control of this situation. Claire had no idea what was coming, and neither did her family, but they were about to find out. The next few days felt like an emotional roller coaster. I stayed at my place, processing everything in silence, letting the weight of what had happened settle in. Claire didn't try to contact me again. I think she knew deep down that she'd pushed too far. Her family? Well, they stayed out of it, probably hoping I'd cave in and forgive her. But they didn't know me. I spent a lot of time reflecting on what had been happening, trying to come to terms with the betrayal I'd endured. At the same time, I realized something important. I didn't owe anyone an explanation anymore. I didn't have to justify myself to Claire or her family. I had made my decisions, and I was going to stand by them. A few weeks later, I got a call from Claire. I hesitated, staring at my phone, but I knew I had to deal with this. I answered it, trying to keep my voice neutral. Eric, she said, her voice shaky. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I've messed everything up. Please, just hear me out. I'm not asking for forgiveness right away. I need you to know I'm trying to change. I stood there, listening to her words, but the truth of it hit me like a slap in the face. She still thought this was something I could just fix by accepting her back. She was still playing me, trying to pull at my heartstrings. But I was done. No, Claire, I said, keeping my voice steady. You don't get to come back into my life just because it's convenient for you. You had your shot, and you blew it. This isn't about me forgiving you. It's about you understanding the damage you've done. You hurt me, Claire, and I've spent too much time second-guessing myself while you've been out there pretending like it's all just a game. She was silent for a long moment. I never meant to hurt you, Eric. I cut her off. No more apologies. I don't need them anymore. I'm done letting you control this narrative. This is over. And just like that, I ended the conversation. It was hard, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I wasn't going to be the doormat anymore. I wasn't going to let her walk back into my life like nothing had happened. The next day, I started making some changes. I reached out to friends I hadn't talked to in a while. I joined a few new hobbies, focusing on the things I enjoyed before Claire and her drama became the center of my world. It wasn't easy to let go of the idea of us, but I knew I couldn't keep holding on to something that was never going to work out. A few months later, out of nowhere, I got a text from Claire. It was brief, but to the point. I'm sorry, Eric. I've done a lot of thinking. I know I messed up, but I wanted to say thank you. You showed me how to stand up for myself, and I'm working on making things right. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I just wanted to let you know that. I read the message a few times, letting it sink in. I wasn't angry anymore. Honestly, I didn't even feel pity. I had let go. Claire was on her own journey now, and I was no longer part of it. But I felt something else too, relief. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't weighed down by guilt or the fear of losing her. I had taken control of my life again, and I was stronger for it. I responded, just a short message. I hope you find what you're looking for, Claire. I really do. But I'm moving forward, and I'm not looking back. That was the last time we communicated. Life, surprisingly, moved on smoothly after that. I spent more time with friends, focusing on my work, and started dating again. No strings attached, no emotional baggage. And you know what? I felt free. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could breathe. Claire and her family eventually came to terms with the fact that I wasn't going to be the guy they could walk all over anymore. I heard through mutual acquaintances that she was trying to piece her life back together, but it wasn't easy. And while I didn't feel bad about it, I also didn't revel in her downfall. People are human, We all mess up. But I wasn't about to let someone who treated me like an afterthought back into my life. As for me, I was doing better than I had in years. I'd taken the power back, and I was building a future on my own terms. No more games. No more manipulation. Just me, learning from the past and moving on with my life. And you know what? I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was thriving. That was the last chapter in my story with Claire. You ever look at your family and think, how did we get here? Not in a cheesy, nostalgic way. I mean in the how did everything get so twisted and fake kind of way. I used to think I came from a decent family. Not perfect, but we had dinners together. We laughed at old photos. We celebrated birthdays with half-burnt cakes and off-key singing. Then somewhere along the line, things started to change. Or maybe they were always this way, and I was just too naive to see it. My name's Derek. I'm 34, single, and I guess you could say I've done all right for myself. I run a small but successful real estate firm down in Charleston. I'm not some mogul, but after 10 years of grinding and more ramen than I care to remember, I can finally afford the good wine, not just the one with the nicest label under $10. I bought my first investment property at 27. 7 years later, I own 15. But this story isn't about my business. It's about how I found out that the people you love the most can look you dead in the eyes and smile while sticking a knife in your back. I don't usually talk about my family to people outside my circle. There's a kind of shame in it, like I'm airing dirty laundry that should have been washed quietly and put away. But I can't keep this one in. It's too big, too ridiculous. And maybe, just maybe, someone out there will read this and feel a little less crazy about their own messed up family. Let me rewind to last year, back when I made what I thought was a grand gesture of love. My mom, Linda, turned 60, and I wanted to do something big. She's the type of woman who spent her life giving, packed lunches with handwritten notes, working extra shifts at the clinic just to buy us Christmas gifts, never once complaining even when the roof leaked or when Dad forgot her birthday. She raised me and my younger sister, Holly, practically on her own after the divorce. And even though things got tight, we never felt it. That woman could stretch a dollar like magic. So when I closed a huge deal in June that padded my bank account with an extra $420,000, I thought, why not finally give Mom the kind of gift she deserves? I found this little 2-bedroom beach house out on Folly Beach. Not too flashy, but right on the water, with these big glass doors that opened straight onto a wraparound deck. The second I stepped onto that creaky porch and smelled the salt in the air, I knew she'd love it. It reminded me of the trips we used to take when I was a kid, cheap motels and PB&J sandwiches, but still somehow the best vacations ever. So I bought it. Full cash offer. Clean title. I had it painted her favorite shade of blue and even stocked the fridge with her go-to snacks before I handed over the keys. I didn't even tell her in advance. I just drove her down one Saturday afternoon and said, "Happy birthday, Mom." She cried. I cried. Holly stood there snapping pics like she was filming a Hallmark commercial. Now, about Holly, she's 31, 2 years younger than me, and if you asked her, she'd say she was the creative one in the family. She went to school for interior design, but never really stuck with anything long enough to build a career. Instead, she bounced from one dream to the next: photography, online boutique, even a short-lived stint as a lifestyle coach. I helped her out more than once, even paid her rent once during the pandemic. I didn't mind at the time. She was my little sister. She had potential. But as I got older, I started noticing this pattern. She'd show up when she needed something and disappear when she didn't. And Mom never saw it. To her, Holly was just going through a phase or figuring things out. Anyway, after the beach house surprise, things felt good. Better than they had in years. Mom lit up every time I called, always going on about how peaceful it was there, how she could hear the waves at night and wake up to pelicans flying past the deck. I even told her she could rent it out when she wasn't using it. I offered to help manage the bookings through my company's vacation rental branch, but she waved me off. "This place is for us," she said. "For the family." That meant the world to me. It felt like I'd done something meaningful, repaid a fraction of what she gave me. And then came this year's birthday dinner. It was a small gathering. Just me, Mom, Holly, and her new boyfriend, some guy named Brent with overgelled hair and a smug face that made me want to drink faster. We went to this cozy Italian place Mom liked. Nothing too fancy, just warm lighting and good wine. The kind of place where the waiter remembers your name and brings extra bread without being asked. Everything was going smoothly. We laughed over appetizers, toasted to Mom's health, and talked about our old family dog like he hadn't been gone for 10 years. And then I said it. I wasn't trying to start anything. I swear. It just slipped out in the middle of a sip of Pinot Noir. So, Mom, how's the beach house treating you? Been back down there lately? She blinked, mid-bite, and gave me this puzzled look. What beach house? At first I thought she was joking. I laughed, glanced at Holly, expecting her to join in. But Holly had gone pale. She was gripping her wine glass so tightly I thought it might crack. You know, I said slowly, lowering my fork. The one I gave you last year for your birthday. Out on Folly. Mom shook her head, her brow furrowing. Derek, honey, I haven't been down to Folly since before Christmas. I stared at her. But, I thought didn't you say you spent Easter weekend out there? She laughed, a little awkward now. No, I spent Easter with Holly. Remember? At her apartment. Why would I be at the beach house? The room tilted a little, like someone had pulled the floor an inch to the left. I turned to Holly. Her eyes were huge, her mouth slightly open. Brent reached over and touched her arm, like he already knew something was about to explode. I pushed back my chair, slow and deliberate, and looked directly at my sister. You transferred it to yourself, didn't you? Her silence was louder than any answer. Mom gasped softly. Brent looked at his lap like he wanted to crawl under the table. The waiter, bless his soul, chose that exact moment to arrive with the dessert menu. And that's where everything began to unravel. Part of me hoped she'd laugh, that she'd roll her eyes, call me dramatic, and explain it all away with some kind of misunderstanding. A paperwork mix-up, a legal technicality, even some surprise renovation project she wanted to keep under wraps until it was finished. I could have lived with that. Maybe not happily, but I could have lived with it. But she didn't say a word. Holly just sat there, frozen, like a rabbit caught in a car's headlights, except the car was me, and the road was my mother's birthday dinner. Her silence was an answer, a loud, deafening, gut-wrenching answer. Mom's face slowly changed, from confusion to concern, to something sharper. I could practically see her connecting the dots in real time, that maternal intuition kicking in like a sudden jolt. Holly, she said softly, turning toward her. What's Derek talking about? Still nothing. Brent squeezed Holly's wrist and whispered something, probably telling her to say something, anything, but her mouth wouldn't move. I looked between them, heart thudding against my ribs like it was trying to punch its way out. And then I made the mistake of pulling out my phone. I'd never shown Mom the paperwork before. Why would I? I trusted my family. But I had a digital copy of the property deed saved in my files, just in case. And right there, bold and indisputable, was the name of the legal owner. Holly Elaine Parker. I didn't look up when I handed the phone across the table. I just held it out for Mom. I didn't want to see the look on her face when she read it. Oh my God, she whispered after a few seconds. The waiter was still standing there, holding a dessert menu like it was a hostage negotiation pamphlet. I waved him off without looking, my hands shaking now. We'll need a minute. Holly finally spoke, her voice brittle and defensive, like she'd been rehearsing a speech but forgot half the lines. I didn't steal it, okay? I thought Mom wasn't using it enough. It was just sitting there, and I figured it made more sense for me too. You thought? I snapped, louder than I meant to. You thought it made more sense for you to own the house I bought for Mom. I wasn't going to keep it forever, she shot back, her voice cracking. I needed somewhere to stay. Brent and I were going to renovate it, and then give it back. Give it back. I repeated, standing now. You can't give back something you stole, Holly. Mom covered her mouth, tears pooling at the edges of her eyes. She wasn't crying yet, not fully, but she was right on the edge, and that's when I saw red. Was this your plan the whole time? I asked, stepping around the table. Smile for the photos, act touched, then wait until I was out of town and file a fake transfer. It wasn't fake. I had her sign it. Holly yelled, suddenly emboldened, like the truth, even in its ugliest form, was somehow better than the silence. That shut everyone up. Mom's head jerked toward her, horrified. What do you mean you had me sign it? Holly paused, just long enough. Then, remember the paperwork I gave you in November? I told you it was for refinancing your old car loan. That's when. Mom's hand dropped from her mouth, her face going blank in a way I'd never seen before. Not angry, not sad, just broken. You tricked me, she whispered. I didn't trick you, Holly muttered. I just repurposed the moment. I turned away before I said something I'd regret. My chest was tight. My hands curled into fists at my sides. I could feel years of ignored red flags rushing back at me like a tsunami. Every time Holly guilt tripped Mom into paying her rent. Every time she borrowed money and never paid it back. Every time I brushed it off because she's family. Brent stood, holding his hands up like he was at a police checkpoint. Hey, let's all just take a breath. Don't, I warned him, voice low. Don't you dare try to mediate this. We left the restaurant in silence. Mom rode with me, clutching her purse like it was a lifeline. Holly and Brent drove off in his overpriced Jeep, which, I now realized, probably had something to do with that beach house renovation she mentioned. As I pulled into Mom's driveway, she finally exhaled. I feel like I don't even know her, she whispered. I didn't respond. Because the truth is, neither did I. The next few weeks were rough. Tense calls, silent dinners, half-formed apologies that fizzled out before they left Holly's lips. She sent Mom a few flowers, a note that said, I was overwhelmed. I'm sorry, but she never called me. Not once. And Mom, bless her, still clung to the belief that this could be fixed, that maybe if we just talked, things would go back to normal. But something had shifted in me, something I couldn't quite name. It wasn't just about the house. It was about trust, about being taken advantage of by someone I'd spent most of my life defending. And worse, watching them exploit the one person in the world who deserved peace more than anyone. I tried to let it go. I really did. But then Christmas came. I offered to host. Big dinner, fire in the fireplace. Even got Mom one of those stupid matching pajama sets from a catalog she loved. She said yes, hesitantly. Holly RSVP'd, maybe, and then showed up unannounced 3 hours late with Brent and a giant bottle of champagne. Like nothing had happened. Let's not make this weird, she said as she walked in. It's Christmas. I stayed civil. Barely. I cooked, I smiled, I poured wine. I kept the peace. Until Holly handed Mom a tiny wrapped box and said, This is for all your support this year. Mom opened it and gasped. A beach house necklace. Gold chain. Little charm shaped like a cottage with a seashell roof. One of those cheesy Etsy trinkets that looked heartfelt to anyone who didn't know the full story. I stared at it, then at Holly. She was smirking. That was the moment. The exact second I knew something in me had snapped. I didn't say a word that night, but the wheels were already turning. Because if she wanted to play games with property, then I'd play too. After that Christmas, I stopped going to family functions for a while. I didn't say I was boycotting them. I didn't make a dramatic exit. I just didn't show up. When Mom called to ask if I was coming to Holly's engagement dinner in March, I told her I had a business trip. When she asked about Easter brunch, I said I had a bad cold. Both were lies. I just couldn't bring myself to sit across the table from a woman who smiled while robbing her own family blind. But isolation is a funny thing. At first, it feels like a defense mechanism, like you're keeping your sanity safe behind locked doors. Then it turns into loneliness. And then shame. I started second-guessing everything. How did I not see it coming? How many times had I enabled Holly just to keep the peace? Was I some kind of sucker for thinking blood meant loyalty? I threw myself into work. Not out of some noble hustle mentality, just because it was easier than thinking. I stopped answering texts that weren't about properties or contracts. I stopped going to the beach entirely, even though I still had a few rental units out there. Every time I saw the ocean, I thought about the house. About the look on my mom's face when she realized her daughter had stolen her birthday gift and used her trust like currency. And I'll admit something here I haven't even told my friends. For a while, I wasn't okay. The worst part was how it all made me feel about myself. I kept replaying it, wondering what I could have done differently. Should I have sat Holly down years ago and given her a reality check? Should I have told Mom to stop bailing her out? Was I so desperate to be the good son that I let my sister become this entitled, manipulative version of herself? I started seeing a therapist. Her name was Rachel, and she didn't pull punches. She told me something during one of our early sessions that stuck with me. You're grieving the version of your family you thought you had. But now that the mask is off, you get to decide who's in your life and on what terms. That line hit me harder than I expected. I'd always been the fixer, the guy who stepped in, calmed things down, smoothed it over. But that version of me was tired. He'd been used up. So I started rebuilding, not just my relationships, but myself. First, I took a long, honest look at my business. I realized I'd been coasting, using my past success as a shield. I had a decent portfolio, but I hadn't expanded in nearly a year. I started attending real estate conferences again, reached out to old contacts, got serious about vacation rental partnerships. Within 3 months, I secured 2 new beachfront investment properties and restructured my company to include an in-house design team. Ironically, what Holly pretended to do, renovate and decorate, I now had actual professionals doing under my own umbrella. Next, I started nurturing relationships that actually gave me something back. I reconnected with my college buddy Marcus, a contractor who used to flip homes with me before he moved to Atlanta. We started doing small projects together again. One night, over beers, he said, "You've got this new edge to you, man. Like you've stopped trying to be the guy everyone leans on." I hadn't noticed it, but maybe he was right. I also began spending more time with my mom, on my terms. No more group dinners. No more, "Let's invite Holly and see if she shows." Just me and her. I took her out to lunch once a week. We started walking the pier together again, something we hadn't done since I was a teenager. Slowly, her spark came back. She started talking about getting a dog, asked me for help setting up her new iPad. We even started watching true crime documentaries together on Sundays. It felt like home. Not perfect, but real. I never brought up the house. Neither did she. I think we both knew it wasn't just about property. It was about betrayal, and neither of us was ready to poke that wound again. But Holly? She didn't stop. Over the next few months, she went full Pinterest princess on the beach house. I knew because she started posting about it. First, it was subtle. "Can't believe I get to wake up to this view every morning. #grateful #beach vibes." Then it got bolder. "Nothing like coffee on my porch. #home sweet home." I never liked or commented, but mutual friends would send me screenshots with a side of what is going on. One post in particular got under my skin. It was a reel of her showing off a full renovation, before and after shots, dramatic music, Holly doing twirls in the newly decorated living room like it was an HGTV audition. The caption read, "Hard work pays off." Hard work. She'd never even swung a hammer. That's when I knew I wasn't just angry anymore. I was done. Because here's the thing. I'd spent my whole life believing that family meant automatic forgiveness. That you're supposed to look the other way, swallow your pride, and keep the peace. But what if keeping the peace just meant handing your dignity over to someone who'd sell it for throw pillows and Instagram clout? That was the fall. But here's the rise. One morning in late June, I was sitting in my office reviewing a property transfer packet when I noticed something strange. A legal form almost identical to the one Holly had used to steal the beach house. The signature line looked eerily familiar, not the name, but the way it was written. Slanted, overly neat, like someone had been trying too hard to copy a signature. That's when I remembered something. Back in November, right before Holly repurposed those forms, Mom had broken her wrist in a fall. It was a clean fracture, but she'd been in a brace for 6 weeks. She hadn't signed anything during that time. I called her immediately. "Mom," I asked, "do you remember when you signed the beach house over to Holly?" There was a long pause. Then, "I don't remember signing anything. Not when I had the brace on." And just like that, a cold clarity snapped into place. I had a hunch. A dangerous one. I pulled up the documents Holly had filed with the county. Zoomed in on the signature line. It was clean. Perfect cursive. Not a hint of a shake or smudge. Not the kind of signature someone in a wrist brace would produce. My hands trembled, but not from fear. From purpose. Because maybe, just maybe, this wasn't over. Maybe I wasn't just rebuilding my life. Maybe I was laying the foundation for something bigger. And if Holly thought she was the only one who could play the long game, she was about to learn just how patient I could be. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying every interaction I'd ever had with Holly that suddenly made more sense. Every favor she'd ever asked for, every time she'd weaponized guilt, every time she'd said something like, "You're lucky you're the smart one. I had to rely on charm." I used to laugh at that. Now it made me sick. If my mother had a broken wrist at the time that transfer was supposedly signed, and if that signature was a perfect match for her uninjured handwriting, then Holly hadn't repurposed anything. She had forged our mother's signature. And that wasn't just manipulation. That was fraud. And I was going to prove it. But I wasn't going to storm in with lawyers and threats. Not yet. That's what Holly expected from me. Big emotions, public scenes, a dramatic confrontation she could twist into a sob story for her friends. No, this had to be quiet. Methodical. I wasn't interested in yelling anymore. I wanted consequences. The first step was confirmation. I called Mom the next morning and asked her, gently, if she'd be willing to come with me to a notary public and sign her name for comparison. She hesitated. Are you planning to sue her? She asked, her voice thin, like she already knew the answer. I'm planning to find the truth, I said. And whatever that leads to, I'll handle it. You won't be involved unless you want to be. To her credit, she didn't press me further. She agreed. We met at the office of a woman I knew from previous closings, Karen, a notary I trusted. I explained what I needed. 3 sample signatures, all dated and witnessed. Mom signed them with her newly healed hand, and Karen confirmed what I already suspected. The signature on the property transfer Holly filed? It didn't match. It looks like someone trying to copy her writing, Karen said. But this one's practiced, not organic. That was the confirmation I needed. Step 2 was gathering everything I could on the transfer itself. Luckily, since I worked in real estate, I had access to tools and contacts that most people didn't. I pulled the recorded deed, the witness signatures, the date of notarization, the name of the notary listed, Marissa L. Dunham. I didn't recognize it, so I tracked her down. She wasn't hard to find. She had a small mobile notary business and still kept an active website. I sent a polite email requesting confirmation that she had personally notarized a deed transfer in November for Linda Parker. I didn't mention anything else. Her reply came later that day. Hi, Derek. Thanks for reaching out. I'm afraid I don't have a record of notarizing a deed for Linda Parker in November. I double-checked my logs for the entire month, nothing under that name. If you have a copy of the document, I'd be happy to take a look and confirm whether the notary stamp is mine. Best. Marissa. I sent her the scan. Within 30 minutes, she called me. That's not my seal, she said. The signature's forged, and the stamp number isn't mine either. I'm going to have to report this to the state. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I kept my voice steady. Thank you for confirming. I'll be reporting it as well. Now, I had 2 pillars, a forged signature and a forged notary seal. This wasn't just a civil issue anymore. This was criminal. I didn't go straight to the police. Not yet. I wanted to build this airtight. I called a friend of mine, David Lynn, a real estate attorney who owed me a favor from a complicated deal 2 years ago. I laid it all out. The house, the gift to my mother, the suspicious transfer, the forged documents. He didn't blink. You've got enough to start something. But if you're serious about pressing charges, I'd recommend documenting every step. Every email, every screenshot, every post she made bragging about the property. Judges eat that stuff up. So that's what I did. I started collecting everything. Screenshots of Holly's Instagram posts where she claimed she owned her own home now. Comments where she thanked friends for complimenting her hard work. Even DMs she sent to acquaintances about building equity. I went through the property tax history and saw that she'd changed the billing address to hers without notifying the previous owner, which, according to city code, had to be done through proper channels. Another violation. Then I dug deeper. I remembered something about the utilities. When I gifted the house to Mom, everything had been set up in my name initially, and I'd helped Mom transfer the electric and water to her. I had the receipts. But when I called the utility company now, pretending to be doing a service check, they confirmed that the current account holder wasn't Linda Parker. It was Holly. No official transfer. Just overwritten. I started to feel less like a brother and more like an investigator. A quiet storm began building in me. It wasn't loud, it wasn't explosive, it was slow and cold and inevitable. For every file I added to my folder, for every screenshot, I felt the weight of years of being manipulated melt away. She had used our mother's trust as a weapon. She had used my silence as a shield. And now, she was going to learn that some people don't stay silent forever. I kept everything under wraps for another 2 months. Didn't mention a word to Mom. Didn't confront Holly. I even liked one of her Instagram posts to keep her off the scent. During that time, I met with David twice. Once to review a possible civil suit. The second time to discuss criminal fraud and forgery charges, if I decided to press forward. He explained the difference, the possible outcomes, the risks. I nodded through it all, not yet saying which path I'd take. But I was leaning. The final piece fell into place in early September. It was Holly's engagement party. Not the official one, just a small get-together with close friends and family. Mom had been invited. I hadn't. But Mom, bless her, texted me the location anyway and added, "Would love if you just dropped by." No drama, I promise. I almost didn't go, but something in me said, show up. So I did. I wore a sharp navy suit. Not overdressed, but just enough to look like I had somewhere more important to be. When I walked into the rental hall, all pastel tablecloths and cheap fairy lights, I spotted Holly at the center of a group, champagne flute in hand, laughing like her world was perfect. She saw me. Her smile froze for half a second, then returned, plastic and strained. Derek, she said a little too loudly. I didn't know you were coming. I was in the neighborhood, I said. Figured I'd say hi. Mom beamed at me from the buffet line, clearly thrilled that I'd come. I gave her a nod. She didn't know what I was about to do. Not yet. I stayed for 20 minutes. Just enough time to shake hands, smile politely, and observe. Then, when things were quiet, I approached Holly at the bar. Hey, I said casually, swirling the ice in my club soda. Quick question. She looked up, guarded. What? That notary you used for the house transfer, Marissa Dunham? What was she like? Holly blinked. She was fine. What? I shrugged. Just curious. I spoke to her last week. She says she never met you. Her hand tightened on her glass. Oh, and the signature? The one you said Mom signed in November? She was in a brace then. Couldn't have written a grocery list, let alone a deed. She opened her mouth, but I held up a finger. Don't bother. I'm not here to fight. I just wanted you to know. I know. And soon, the law will too. She paled. Visibly. I leaned in closer. You should start thinking about what story you'll tell your fiancé when this all comes out. Because it will. And it's not going to be on Instagram. It's going to be in court. I walked out before she could respond. Didn't even look back. By the time I got to my car, my phone buzzed with a text from her. What are you doing? I didn't reply. Because I wasn't doing anything. Not yet. But the setup was complete. And the revenge? It was coming. She didn't respond to my silence with silence. No, Holly did what she always did. She panicked, then postured. The next day, I woke up to a string of texts. The first few were defensive. You're being overdramatic. You gave up your right to that house the moment you handed it to Mom. This is family stuff, not legal stuff. You're blowing it way out of proportion. But by evening, she had switched to threats. If you try anything, you're just going to ruin Mom's peace. Don't forget, she signed it. That's what matters. You'll look like the bitter brother trying to sue his sister. You sure you want to take this public? It almost made me laugh. She had no idea I'd been building a case for 3 months. That while she was posting sea glass photos and brunch selfies in my beach house, I was quietly constructing a legal fortress around her lies. So, the next morning, I executed phase 1. I filed a formal fraud report with the county clerk. Attached were notarized handwriting samples from Mom, a sworn affidavit from the notary whose seal had been forged, utility records, tax documents, and dozens of Holly's social media posts where she claimed ownership of a home she'd stolen. I wasn't bluffing. I didn't want an apology. I wanted accountability. Within 10 business days, the county opened an investigation. 3 weeks after that, a forensic handwriting analyst retained by the county concluded what I already knew. The deed signature didn't match Mom's documented handwriting from the time. That triggered the next step. I filed a civil suit for fraudulent transfer and wrongful enrichment. Mom was listed as the rightful property recipient. I was listed as a witness and plaintiff due to damages caused during the fraudulent transfer, including income lost during the time the property could have been rented, with documentation from my vacation rental business to back it up. That's when it all began to snowball. Holly didn't take it seriously at first. When she was served the papers, she apparently posted a story with the caption, "Some people just can't stand to see you win." Classic Holly. But 2 weeks later, when her lawyer, clearly more experienced than she was, saw the documentation, he sent her a very different kind of message. Because not only was the deed forged, the notary seal was fabricated, which made it not just civil fraud, but criminal. Forgery of legal documents is a felony in South Carolina. Once that charge was added to the mix, Holly's house of cards started to collapse. The authorities weren't just dealing with a petty sibling squabble anymore. This was a falsified property transaction involving a forged government seal, fake signatures, and an unlawful transfer of real estate value exceeding $500,000. I kept quiet. I didn't gloat. I didn't post anything. I stayed professional, calm, and ruthlessly efficient. Holly, on the other hand, imploded. First came the calls to Mom. Crying, begging, apologizing, in that performative way she always did when caught. I didn't mean to steal. I thought I could make it work for all of us. I was going to give it back eventually. I just wanted something of my own for once. That kind of thing. Mom listened, but she didn't bend. She told Holly, softly but firmly, "You used my trust to rob me, and then you lied about it for a year. Actions have consequences." Then came the fiancé. Brent bailed 2 days after the criminal investigation began. No warning, no breakup post, just gone. Unfollowed her on everything. I heard from a mutual friend that he'd moved back to Charlotte and ghosted her entirely. Apparently, possible felony wasn't the aesthetic he wanted for their future. Her social media went dark not long after. And the worst part for her? She had to return everything. The court ordered the property deed reversed, placing the beach house back under Mom's name, and fined Holly for any damages or unauthorized modifications made during her false occupancy, including 2 unauthorized plumbing changes that failed inspection. She had to pay back taxes, court fees, and even damages to my business for the income I'd lost while the house had been unusable. It wiped out her savings. And since she hadn't been legally working in months, just living off Instagram marketing and a vague Etsy shop, she had no income to cover it. Her credit? Destroyed. Her reputation? Worse. Word spread quickly in our family and friend circles. No one came out and said, "Holly's a fraud." But people stopped inviting her to events. She lost a few collaborations. One of her old friends from design school posted a cryptic tweet about watching people crash their own brand with both hands. Holly tried to reach out to me exactly once during this entire mess. A single text. "You got what you wanted. Happy." I stared at it for a long time, then typed, "No, I got what you earned." And that was the last message I ever sent her. As for Mom, she cried when the house was legally returned to her. Not because of the win, but because of the loss. She'd lost the daughter she thought she had. But in time, even that began to heal. She moved into the beach house full-time that spring. Said the sound of the waves helped her sleep. I visit her every Sunday now. We sit on the porch, drink iced tea, and watch the sunset. No drama, no lies, just peace. Sometimes she'll say, "You didn't have to go through all that for me." And I'll say, "Yes, I did." Because love isn't silence. Love is action. And sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is draw a line in the sand and hold it. For me, the revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't flashy. It was quiet, calculated, just. And as I watched Holly pack up her things under court supervision, forced to leave the house she stole, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt free, because I finally stopped trying to fix someone who didn't want to be fixed. And I took back what should have never been stolen. I still remember the exact moment everything shifted. I was standing in our kitchen, reheating leftover pasta, when my wife of 6 years looked at me like she was about to ask for the TV remote. Calm, casual, like what she was about to say wouldn't flip my entire world upside down. "Ethan," she said, tucking a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, "I've been thinking, maybe we should open our marriage." My name's Ethan, I'm 34 now, and this all started about 2 years ago. Up until then, my life looked pretty normal on paper. Good job in IT, own a modest home in the suburbs, drove a decent car, and had been married to Jessica since we were both 28. We'd met in college, moved in together by graduation, and tied the knot before our careers even fully took off. We were that couple, the ones people thought had it all figured out, always smiling at family BBQs, never too dramatic, always buying thoughtful gifts for each other during Secret Santa. Or at least, that's what people saw from the outside. Inside our marriage, things had been fine. Not perfect, not terrible, just fine. And maybe that was the problem for Jess. She had always needed stimulation, emotionally, socially, and especially when it came to being the center of attention. I, on the other hand, liked routine. Peace. A quiet night in with takeout and Netflix. She liked parties, chaos, the feeling of being wanted by everyone in the room. I thought we balanced each other out. But maybe I was wrong. The first real crack appeared during the holidays, about 6 months before that kitchen conversation. We were at her parents' place for Thanksgiving. Her dad was carving the turkey, her mom was asking me about work, and Jess was glued to her phone, barely contributing. That wasn't unusual. She worked in marketing, so she was always on. But that night, she was especially distant. Later, when I asked her what was up, she brushed it off. "Just client drama," she said. I let it go. But then came Christmas. We hosted that year, and my younger sister Lily came with her fiancé. Jess spent the entire evening monopolizing the conversation, turning everything back to herself. When Lily mentioned their upcoming wedding, Jess launched into a rant about how marriage is just a social construct and that she doesn't believe in monogamy as the default. I laughed nervously, thinking it was one of her usual provocations. Jess liked to stir the pot sometimes, especially when she had an audience. But the way she said it that night, with this sharp little glint in her eye, it wasn't a joke. That's when the first seed of doubt was planted. Still, I didn't want to overthink it. We were going through a rough patch, sure, but what couple didn't? I figured maybe we just needed a trip, some time to reconnect. So, I surprised her with a weekend getaway in early spring, cabin in the woods, no internet, just us. She smiled when I told her, said it was cute, and even thanked me. But the entire trip, she was distant. Checked out. I caught her staring off a lot, biting her lip like she was having an argument in her head. At one point, she said, "Have you ever wondered if we're just doing what we're supposed to do, instead of what we want to do?" I said, "Isn't that just called being an adult?" She didn't laugh. Then came the talk. The open marriage talk. I'd just gotten back from a long day at work, brain fried, and she drops this life-altering bomb on me like she's suggesting we try oat milk instead of regular. I asked her if something was wrong, if she wasn't happy. She just shrugged. "I'm bored, Ethan. I feel like I'm stuck in a loop. Same house, same job, same dinner, same sex. I want to feel excited again. I want to feel alive." I was stunned. I couldn't even respond right away. Not because I was angry, not yet, but because I genuinely didn't see it coming. Sure, we had our ruts, but I thought those were normal, fixable, things you worked through as a team. I asked her point blank, "Are you saying you don't love me anymore?" She looked me in the eyes and said, "I do love you, but love isn't always enough." Now look, I'm not some Puritan. I've read enough Reddit threads to know open relationships work for some people. But this wasn't mutual. This wasn't a deep, respectful conversation about exploring boundaries. This was her unilaterally deciding she wanted a hall pass. I told her no, that I didn't want to share my wife, that I believed in commitment, in building a life together, not stepping out of it whenever things got boring. She sighed, said she figured I'd say that, and that it was fine. I should have paid more attention to that word. Fine. That word's a trap. For the next few weeks, things were weird. We still lived together, still slept in the same bed, but it felt like I was rooming with a ghost. Jess became secretive with her phone, started dressing up more when she went to grab groceries. She'd come home late, claiming she stayed for a happy hour with coworkers, but when I asked who, she'd say vague things like, "Just the team." At first, I gave her the benefit of the doubt, told myself she was probably just blowing off steam, maybe even testing me, seeing if I'd change my mind. But then, one night, I came home early from a work event. Her car was in the driveway. Lights were on. I walked in and heard laughter, a deep, masculine laugh, coming from the living room. My heart dropped. I froze in the hallway, just long enough to hear her say, "Shoo, he won't be home until 10. I didn't even walk in. I backed out of the house like I was in a horror movie, got in my car, drove to a gas station, sat there in silence, staring at the steering wheel for what felt like hours. That night, I didn't confront her. I didn't yell. I didn't ask for an explanation. I packed my bags while she was asleep, booked a room at a cheap hotel across town, and left a single note on the nightstand. "You got what you wanted. I'm out." In the weeks that followed, she called, texted, emailed, swore it was just one time, that she didn't know what she was thinking, that she still loved me. But I didn't respond. Not once. I ghosted my own wife. Because if there's one thing I can't come back from, it's betrayal dressed up as exploration. The divorce process started a few months later. She didn't fight it. I think she thought I'd come around eventually, that I'd cool off. But I was done. Something in me broke that night in the hallway, and there was no fixing it. What she didn't know, what nobody knew at the time, was that my life was about to take a turn she never saw coming. And by the time she realized what she threw away, I was already gone, far gone, and married to someone very, very different from her. But that's not even the best part. Because a year later, while I was living a new life full of peace, love, and laughter, she came back. And what she did next was worse than the cheating. Much worse. I didn't hear from her for almost 8 months. No texts, no calls, no surprise emails, or we need to talk, ambushes. Just radio silence. And honestly, it was peaceful. Healing, even. I spent those months figuring out who I was without the constant emotional whiplash that came with being married to someone like Jess. I moved into a one-bedroom apartment downtown. Nothing fancy, but it had sunlight in the mornings and a balcony with a view of the skyline. I started going to the gym again. Got back into cooking. Reconnected with old friends I hadn't seen in years because Jess always had some excuse why she didn't like them. Most importantly, I started therapy. I didn't want to carry the bitterness forward. I didn't want to become one of those guys who spent the rest of his life angry at women, lumping everyone into one pile because his marriage went down in flames. I wanted to understand what went wrong, not just with Jess, but with me too. How I didn't see the signs. Why I stayed quiet for so long when things started slipping. How I let myself be the stable one, the safe choice, while she slowly convinced herself that excitement and chaos were worth more than loyalty. That's when I met Claire. It wasn't a whirlwind romance. No dramatic airport chases or love at first sight nonsense. It started at a local coffee shop where I'd gone to kill some time between therapy and a dentist appointment. She was sitting at the table next to mine, frustrated with her laptop, muttering something about an Excel file that wouldn't open properly. I offered to help, IT guy instincts, and she smiled and said yes. One conversation turned into two, then a phone number, then dinner, then, well, things just felt easy, comfortable, in a way that didn't feel boring. Claire was sharp, warm, and grounded in a way that immediately put me at ease. She didn't play games. She didn't need constant attention or validation. She actually listened. And little by little, I let my guard down. By month 3, I realized I hadn't checked Jess's socials once since meeting Claire. Not even out of curiosity, but Jess had definitely been checking mine. It started with a string of friend requests I ignored. Then burner accounts, the kind with 0 followers, weird usernames, and no profile picture, watching my stories the minute I posted them. Claire laughed when I told her. "You've got a stalker ex-wife," she said playfully. I tried to laugh too, but something about it gave me chills. And then, it escalated. One evening, Claire and I were out grabbing Thai food. I posted a photo of us, just our hands across the table, holding chopsticks over a shared plate of pad CEW. No tags. No names, just a caption that said, "Peace tastes like this." The next morning, Jess called me. Not texted. Called. I stared at the screen, stunned. I hadn't blocked her. Part of me thought it was petty, but she hadn't dared reach out since the divorce went through. Yet here she was, calling at 7:42 a.m. on a Sunday. I let it go to voicemail. Then she texted, "Jess, is this what you're doing now? Posting your little dates on Instagram like a teenager?" I didn't reply. "Jess, you said you didn't want an open marriage. But clearly you just didn't want me." I still didn't reply. "Jess, I made one mistake. You threw away 6 years for one stupid night. You're pathetic." That one got to me. Not because I believed it, but because it confirmed what I'd feared from the start. She never saw what she did as betrayal. To her, it was a mistake. A hiccup. Something I was supposed to forgive if I really loved her. She had no idea that the cheating wasn't the worst part. It was the gaslighting. The manipulation. The way she made me feel boring and inadequate for wanting stability. The way she tested the waters, and when I didn't give her permission to jump, she jumped anyway. She wasn't sorry. She was bitter and desperate. Claire, ever the voice of reason, encouraged me to block Jess completely. She made her choice, she said. She doesn't get to rewrite history now just because you're doing better without her. I agreed, but I didn't block her. Not yet. I needed to understand why she was coming apart at the seams now, almost a year later. So I did what I hadn't done in months. I looked at her profile. She had gone from posting curated brunch photos and gym selfies to vague, cryptic quotes like, "Some people don't know what they have until it's gone," and "Healing isn't linear." Her followers had dropped. Her comments were dry. And buried between 2 low-effort selfies, I found a GoFundMe link. Curious, I clicked it. She was raising money for temporary housing and recovery support after being blindsided by an unexpected separation and job loss. I nearly spit out my coffee. She was framing herself as the victim? Of me? I scrolled further. She had listed herself as in between consulting contracts and mentioned a former spouse who abandoned her during a mental health crisis. Claire was standing behind me, reading over my shoulder. She's using you for pity donations. Apparently, I muttered. She didn't raise much. A couple $100. But the damage to my mood was far more than that. I felt violated. Not just by the lies, but by the fact that she still thought she had a claim on my narrative. That she could paint herself as the poor, discarded woman while I was out here, finally happy again, finally free, and somehow that made me the villain. I blocked her. Everywhere. Or so I thought. A week later, I got a call from my mom. She sounded hesitant, careful, the way she did whenever she had to tell me something I didn't want to hear. Honey, Jess called me. What? She said she was worried about you. Said you'd been avoiding everyone. That maybe you were having a breakdown. She asked if I'd seen you recently. My blood turned cold. She what? I told her you're fine. That you're doing better than ever. But, Ethan, she seemed really out of it. Like she was trying to convince herself that you weren't happy. I had to sit down. Jess was contacting my family now. That was the last straw. I reached out to a lawyer friend and had a formal cease and desist letter drafted. It wasn't a restraining order, but it was a clear, legal warning to stop contacting me and my family. The message was simple. Do not contact me again in any form. Do not misrepresent me online. Do not involve yourself in my life. This is harassment. It will be escalated if it continues. The letter was sent via email and certified mail. A week passed. No response. 2 weeks. Nothing. I exhaled. Thought maybe, finally, she got the message. Then came the betrayal. Not from Jess, but from someone else. My sister, Lily. She called one afternoon, her voice strained. Hey, I need to tell you something. Okay. I've been in touch with Jess. I blinked. What? I didn't want to keep it from you. She reached out a couple weeks ago. Said she was trying to make amends. That she just wanted closure. I thought, maybe she really changed. I was silent. She told me you're engaged now, Lily added, her voice dropping. Is that true? I paused. Claire and I aren't engaged yet. But yes, I've been seeing someone seriously. What? Lily hesitated. Because Jess, she said she wanted to meet her. She said she wants to apologize. To both of you. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Lily, please tell me you didn't invite her anywhere. No, of course not, she said quickly. But Ethan, she sounded sincere. I think she's hurting. Bad. I know she messed up, but she didn't mess up, Lily. She cheated, lied, manipulated me, then painted me as the villain for walking away. I know, she said, sighing. I hate seeing people fall apart like this. She was family for a long time. It's hard to just shut that off. I didn't yell. I didn't rage. But I did hang up with the kind of slow, silent burn that comes when your trust fractures in real time. Claire was the one who voiced what I couldn't. She's triangulating, pulling people from your past back in so she can stay tethered to you. She's not trying to fix things. She's trying to stay relevant. She was right. And what happened next only confirmed it. Because Jess, she didn't go away. She escalated. And the next time I saw her face, wasn't online. It was in person, where she had no business being. I hadn't seen Jess in person since the night I left. That hallway scene, her voice in the other room, laughing with a man she swore didn't exist, had been burned into my memory so deeply, I thought it would be the last image I ever associated with her. But trauma has a way of waiting for the perfect moment to loop back in like a horror movie villain you thought was dead. It happened on a random Tuesday. Claire and I were at a farmer's market near the river, browsing through fresh produce and pretending we knew what to do with half the vegetables on display. She was holding a bunch of rainbow carrots, teasing me for never having eaten one, when I felt this pressure, like someone was watching. You know how sometimes your skin knows something before your brain catches up? I turned around, and there she was, Jess, standing 10 feet away in a wrinkled denim jacket, oversized sunglasses, and a blank stare that tried to look accidental, like she just happened to be at the same place, at the same time, in the same city she didn't even live in anymore. My spine went rigid. Claire noticed immediately. You okay? I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mouth had gone dry, and my stomach clenched like it was bracing for impact. Jess didn't say a word. She just looked at me. No smile. No wave. Just this eerie, fixed stare, like she was trying to decide if she wanted to come over or burn me alive with her eyes. I gently guided Claire toward a different vendor. Let's go. What's going on? She's here. Claire followed my gaze, her expression hardening. Are you serious? I nodded. Let's just leave. We didn't run. We walked. casually, like we hadn't just seen the ghost of a relationship that once tried to eat me from the inside out. We got in the car, shut the doors, and sat in silence for a moment before Claire said, "She's losing it." I nodded again. Yeah, but inside I wasn't calm. I wasn't collected. I felt violated and helpless. Because how do you protect yourself from someone who doesn't need permission to invade your peace? The truth? That day broke something in me. I started looking over my shoulder again. Started hesitating when posting online. My therapy sessions, which had become less frequent, suddenly turned heavy again. I felt like I was back in that damn hallway, listening to something I couldn't unhear, frozen in a house that wasn't mine anymore. Claire tried to be supportive. She reminded me that I wasn't powerless. That Jess showing up didn't mean she had control. But something in me cracked open. Not because I thought Jess would hurt me, not physically, but because I realized I'd never fully processed what she took from me. It wasn't just love. It was trust. In myself. In other people. In my own judgment. So yeah, I hit a low point. For a while, I withdrew. I stopped going out as much. Stopped answering texts from old friends. I even told Claire I needed space, which nearly ended our relationship. She handled it with more grace than I deserved. Said she'd give me time, but she wouldn't sit on the sidelines forever. "I love you," she said, "but I won't compete with your past." That line haunted me, because she was right. I was letting Jess win. Again, letting her claw her way back into my mind, my habits, my fears. And for what? Because she showed up at a farmer's market? No, that wasn't the real reason. The real reason was, for the first time, I realized I wasn't done. Not emotionally, not spiritually. I had survived the betrayal, sure, but I hadn't rebuilt. Not truly. So I made a decision. I started over. Not geographically, not financially, internally. First, I cut out every lingering thread Jess had to my life. Changed my phone number. Switched to a new email. Deleted every old photo that still sat in my Google Drive. Untouched, but not forgotten. I even reached out to the few mutual friends we still had and told them, kindly but firmly, that I didn't want to hear about her. Ever. Again. Some understood. Some didn't. Didn't matter. Then, I focused on healing my confidence. I picked up journaling again. Started boxing classes, not because I had any illusions of being a fighter, but because I needed to punch something that wasn't a wall. I pushed harder at work, took on new projects, and found myself getting noticed. By fall, I was offered a promotion. More money. More freedom. A chance to work remotely, and finally have the flexibility Jess used to mock me for craving. "You always want safety," she once said. "That's not sexy." Well, safety bought me peace. And peace, it turns out, is sexy, especially when you've lived in chaos for years. And then, slowly, but surely, I started opening myself back up to Claire. I told her everything. Not just the facts, but the feelings. The self-doubt. The shame. The part of me that still felt like a man whose wife cheated on him because he wasn't enough. She didn't flinch. Didn't scold me. She just listened. And then she said something I'll never forget. "You weren't boring." She was just addicted to being chased. That was the moment I realized how wrong I'd been to carry the guilt. Jess hadn't left because I failed her. She left because she couldn't sit still. Because the idea of contentment felt like a cage to someone who craved constant validation. She needed novelty like a drug. And I was the rehab she resented. So I stopped apologizing. And I thrived. Claire and I grew stronger. We traveled. Spontaneously, without drama. We had arguments. Real ones. But they ended in solutions, not cold shoulders or scorekeeping. She met my family, and they adored her. Even Lily, who'd been on thin ice since the Jess call, pulled me aside and said, "Okay, she's amazing." I started mentoring at work. Volunteered at a youth coding boot camp. Life was good. Not perfect, but real. And then, something wild happened. I got invited to speak at a tech summit in Austin. And that's where everything changed. Because guess who else was on the speaker list? Jessica. Apparently, after months of floundering, she'd scraped her way into some authentic branding consultancy niche and was giving a talk about pivoting after personal hardship. The irony was so rich I could have bottled it. At first, I thought about backing out, avoiding the drama. But then I thought, why should I? I earned my spot. I wasn't the same man who left a note on a nightstand and ran. I'd rebuilt from the ground up. And if fate wanted to put us in the same building again, let it. Claire encouraged me to go. You're not going there to confront her. You're going to be you. That's enough. So I went. The summit was a 2-day affair. My talk was on day 2, hers on day 1. I avoided the main conference hall that morning, choosing instead to take a long walk by the lake and rehearse. I figured I'd skip the awkwardness altogether. But that afternoon, as I walked into the networking mixer, drink in hand, chatting with a fellow speaker about server security, I felt a familiar chill behind me. Ethan. I turned, and there she was. Again. Jess. But this time different. The glow was gone. Her hair was thinner. Eyes tired. Makeup trying too hard. She wore a blazer that didn't quite fit and a smile that looked like it had been stapled on. Wow, she said, looking me up and down. You look good. I didn't respond. I nodded politely. She didn't take the hint. I didn't expect to see you here. You're not the only one who pivoted, I said evenly. There was a beat of silence before she said, I heard about Claire. I didn't ask how. I just said, she's wonderful. I'm happy for you, she lied. I gave her nothing. And in that moment, I saw it in her eyes, the exact moment she realized. She had lost. Not because I was trying to win, but because I no longer played the game. I excused myself politely, turned back to my conversation, and left her standing there. Just another face in a room full of people moving forward while she was stuck trying to rewrite the past. But what she did next, that changed everything. Because Jess wasn't done. And the stunt she pulled after that event wasn't just petty. It was public. And it nearly blew up everything I'd built. Claire and I had just returned from the tech summit in Austin when the fallout hit. The moment I stepped off the plane, my phone blew up, LinkedIn notifications, missed calls from colleagues, and a flood of emails with subject lines like, just checking in, everything okay, and the most chilling, saw the video. What the hell is going on? I had no idea what they meant, until someone forwarded me the link. There she was, Jess, standing on stage during her presentation at the summit, giving a talk that, at first glance, seemed professional enough. The title was Reinventing Your Brand After Personal Disruption. But halfway through, her tone shifted. She started telling a story, not a hypothetical, not anonymized. A story about her ex-husband, a tech bro who walked out on her during the darkest time of her life, who refused to grow emotionally, who weaponized silence instead of healing, and who found someone younger, richer, and blonder the moment she stopped playing the perfect housewife. Every single detail was aimed to expose me, without ever saying my name. But I didn't need her to. Anyone who had followed our relationship online, who had worked with either of us, who had eyes, they knew exactly who she meant. And that wasn't even the worst part. Someone in the audience, some TikTok wannabe influencer with a lifestyle vlog, had recorded the segment and uploaded it as part of a real talk from the conference series. Within hours, it spread. Comments flooded in. Supporters of Jess's vulnerability cheered her on. Others were more skeptical. But the damage was done. Colleagues of mine who didn't even know the details were now whispering. Investors on a project I'd been pitching suddenly pulled back. And worst of all, my boss called me into a video meeting. She didn't name you, he started gently. But a few clients have already called, asking if we're involved in whatever this is. I wanted to scream. Instead, I said, I'll handle it. But the truth? I didn't know how to handle it. Until that night. I sat on our balcony, scrolling through the clip again, watching her perform my downfall for applause. My hands were shaking, not out of fear, but rage. And then Claire came outside with 2 mugs of tea and sat beside me. She thinks she's clever, Claire said, sipping hers calmly. She's telling the world her version of the story. I looked at her. I can't fight this publicly. If I start posting my side, it becomes a war. Good, she said. That caught me off guard. Good. Claire turned toward me with that quiet fire in her eyes, the one that reminded me why I fell for her in the first place. Jess is playing chess with a blindfold on. She thinks you're still reacting, still scrambling to keep up. She doesn't know you've already won. She's exposing herself. I blinked. What are you saying? I'm saying, let's not react. Let's build something. And let her watch. That was the moment everything shifted in my mind. Jess wanted attention. She wanted sympathy. She wanted to rewrite the story with her as the wounded phoenix and me as the villain. So I decided I wouldn't correct her. I'd bury her in success instead. Not just move on, but move up. And make damn sure she saw every step. The first thing I did was call in a few favors. One of my old college friends, Marlon, was now a brand strategist with an edge, the kind who thrived on spin wars and reputation management. I told him what happened, sent him the clip. He watched it in silence and said, "You want to burn her or freeze her out?" "I want to eclipse her." He laughed. "Perfect. We got to work. First, we quietly boosted my personal brand. The real one, not the corporate robot I'd become during my years with Jess. I started writing again, sharing my insights on emotional resilience, leadership after betrayal, and the art of staying grounded through chaos. No dirt, no drama, just value. People responded. My following tripled within 3 weeks. Podcasts reached out. Webinars. Guest columns. One of the major tech blogs even ran a piece titled "From Divorce to Disruption: How Ethan Vale Reinvented Stability in Tech." Jess didn't get a mention, but she knew. And how did I know that? Because the next week, she posted her version of a rebuttal. A vague Instagram reel with dramatic music and a caption, "They love to see you silent until you speak truth." It tanked. The comments were filled with people asking, "Who's this about? And are you okay? And girl, just move on." She tried to spin a redemption arc, but it was already too late. While she was still shouting into the void, I was closing a major deal with a startup accelerator. The funds we secured would be the launchpad for a wellness tech initiative Claire and I had been quietly planning for months. You see, Claire wasn't just amazing. She was a millionaire in her own right. Inherited wealth? No. She'd co-founded a productivity platform back in 2018 and sold her stake at the right time. She never flaunted it, never led with it. But once we moved in together, I started to understand just how deeply strategic she was, how long she'd been playing the game with quiet power. You don't beat people like Jess by screaming louder, Claire once told me. You beat them by outlasting them. And that's exactly what we did. Together, we built the platform, an app centered around resilience, journaling, and cognitive habit tracking. The kind of thing that would have helped me dig out of that post-divorce mental pit faster. Claire handled the UI and design. I coded the backend. We called it Anchor. And we didn't just launch it. We debuted it at the next summit. Same venue, same city. 1 year later, I gave the keynote. I stood on that same stage where Jess once told the world I was emotionally stunted, and I spoke about rebuilding. Not just your brand, your life. I didn't name her, didn't even mention the past. But anyone who had been in that room a year ago, they felt the contrast like a slap. Claire was in the front row, glowing with that calm strength she always carried, and I swear, as I wrapped up my talk with the line, "Sometimes the storm isn't there to destroy you. It's there to clear the path." I saw something shift in the room. It was mine now. The respect, the narrative, the momentum. But Jess? She didn't take it well. Not at all. Because that night, she did something desperate. And the revenge I'd been quietly preparing finally had its moment. Because she came at me with one final, catastrophic move. And she had no idea. She'd just walked into a trap I'd been setting for months. That night, the night after the keynote, I was riding the high of it all. Claire and I had gone out with a few close friends to celebrate the launch of Anchor, which had exploded with interest almost immediately. Downloads were already surging, and several angel investors had asked for meetings by the end of the conference day. I should have been floating on air. Instead, I was handed a glass of champagne and an envelope. It came from the front desk of our hotel. "A woman left this for you," the clerk said. Said it was urgent. I knew before I even opened it. Inside was a letter, handwritten, no less, in that same looping cursive Jess used for birthday cards. It started polite. Congratulatory, even. "You've really done well for yourself, Ethan. I'm proud of you." But halfway down, the tone changed. Sharpened. She accused me of manipulating the narrative. Said I'd left her no choice but to reclaim her version of the truth. Said she still had messages, screenshots, things I'd said in private during our marriage that, taken out of context, could paint me in an unflattering light. And then came the threat. "If I don't hear from you by the end of the week, I'll have no choice but to tell my story. Publicly. Completely." She wanted hush money. That much was obvious. It was a blackmail letter dressed up in pastel language. Claire read it and said, without missing a beat, "She's cornered. This is the sound a balloon makes right before it pops." I didn't get angry. I didn't storm off. I didn't even respond. Because she wasn't the only one who had been keeping receipts. Let me rewind. After Jess's first public smear campaign at the last summit, I'd taken Marlon's advice and started quietly collecting my own insurance. Not to use unless I absolutely had to. But if she escalated, if she tried to ruin me again, I'd be ready. So over the months that followed, I compiled a quiet digital library. Her old blog posts, the ones where she trashed clients by name and claimed to fake emotional connection just to land deals. Voice recordings she'd sent during our separation. The ones where she admitted to cheating, to manipulating me into staying, to pushing you just far enough to see if you'd snap. Screenshots of text threads with mutual friends where she openly laughed about getting sympathy points from my followers while dating some rebound yoga guy she later ghosted. Even her GoFundMe had been archived, with dates and edits clearly showing how she fabricated hardship while still living in a luxury condo paid for by her parents. But I never released any of it. Never needed to. Until now. I gave Marlon the envelope. Let him read it. His face lit up like he'd just been handed a live grenade. "Oh, she messed up. What do we do?" I asked. He grinned. "We don't do anything. We let her step on the landmine herself." The plan was simple. Draw her out. Let her get so confident in her leverage that she crossed a line she couldn't walk back from, and then calmly, surgically, dismantle her entire web. We didn't have to wait long. 2 days later, Jess went live on Instagram. Tears in her eyes. Piano music in the background. One of those cheap tissue boxes in frame for dramatic effect. And the title of the stream? What Really Happened. She spoke for nearly 30 minutes. About her pain. About the betrayal. About the man she trusted who turned cold. She never said my name, but again, it didn't matter. She referenced my job, the summit, the app launch. She even said, "I watched him walk across that stage like he'd never broken someone's soul." Claire and I sat on the couch, watching it on mute, sipping tea like we were at a movie premiere. At the very end, Jess said something she should never have said. She claimed I was emotionally abusive. Not distant. Not detached. Abusive. She said I had gaslit her for years, that I cut her off from her friends, and that I controlled her finances. And just like that, she stepped over the line. Because now it wasn't just about image. It was defamation. And the moment that stream ended, Marlon flipped the switch. First, we sent a takedown notice, a formal legal one, through a very expensive lawyer Marlon had worked with before. Not an empty threat. A full cease and desist, paired with a pre-litigation notice. The language was airtight. But that was just the appetizer. Because the real revenge was proof. While Jess's followers were still praising her bravery and sharing the stream, we uploaded a private press kit to several journalists, not tabloids, but real, respected tech outlets. The kind that fact-check everything and love a redemption arc that turns on its head. The kit included screenshots of her emails threatening to go public unless I paid, a timeline of her GoFundMe campaign with records showing she'd been fully employed, audio recordings where she admitted, word for word, "I cheated because I was bored and I didn't think you'd leave." And, most damning of all, a video she had once recorded, meant as a vlog, where she mocked her therapist for taking my side like a chump. I just cried for 20 minutes. That's all it takes. The first article dropped within 72 hours. The title? From Victim to Villain, the fabricated fallout of Jessica R. It didn't name her fully. They were careful, but it laid out a brutal side-by-side comparison of her claims and the hard evidence that disproved them. It ended with a quote from me. "I never wanted to make any of this public. But once false allegations are made, silence becomes complicity." It exploded. Her comment section turned overnight. Fans turned skeptics. Skeptics turned critics. She went private, then deleted her Instagram, then locked her LinkedIn. But it wasn't just social media. Brands started pulling out of her affiliate deals. The wellness podcast she'd been trying to launch removed all episodes from their hosting platform. And one of her old clients, a major branding agency, publicly announced that they would be re-evaluating our past work with Ms. R. But even that wasn't the final blow. That came a month later, when Jess showed up in small claims court, suing me for emotional damages. I walked into the courtroom with Claire beside me, calm, focused, and with our lawyer, the same one who had crafted that press packet, carrying a folder that might as well have been nuclear. Jess represented herself. It was sad, honestly. She stammered, cried, tried to explain that she wasn't after money, just justice. She claimed I had destroyed her online business, that I had weaponized influence, that Claire and I had orchestrated a smear campaign. The judge wasn't buying it. Because we had everything. The timelines. The receipts. The original envelope, with her blackmail letter in her own handwriting. I didn't even have to testify. The case was thrown out before it got past opening statements. But the real victory wasn't the dismissal. It was the look on Jess's face as we walked past her on the way out. Me, with my arm around Claire. Calm, peaceful, untouched by her storm. She tried to catch my eye. I didn't look back. We got married quietly a few months later. A small ceremony in the mountains, just close friends and family. No paparazzi, no drama. Just vows written from the kind of love that doesn't need to be broadcast to be real. And today, Claire and I still run Anchor together. It's grown beyond anything we imagined. Thousands of users, partnerships with wellness centers, featured on major platforms. We've even hired therapists and developers to keep building. But the best part? Peace. Not the loud kind. The quiet, solid kind you feel in your bones. Jess, as far as I know, lives in a shared apartment now. No brand deals. No speaking gigs. Most of her old content's gone. The last time I heard her name was in a private message from a mutual acquaintance. Someone who just said, "She asked me if you'd ever forgive her." I didn't reply, because there's nothing left to say. And forgiveness isn't always spoken. Sometimes, it looks like letting someone disappear from your story, while you keep writing a better one without them. The last chapter closed itself. But my story, it's still being written. And she's no longer in it. I'll never forget the way my mom looked at me the day I brought my fiancé home for the first time. Not because she smiled or hugged her or even said something kind. No, it was the way her eyes flicked up and down like she was inspecting a car she didn't order. I was 27 at the time, and my name's Alex. I'd been dating Natalie for about 2 years then, and for the most part, things were good. At least, I thought they were. I worked in marketing at a mid-size firm in the city, nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills and gave me a sense of direction. I'd recently started lifting weights and getting into shape again after letting myself go during the early years of my career. Natalie was a nurse, smart, outgoing, and way more confident than me. Everyone told me I was lucky to be with her. I believed them. My family, on the other hand, treated her with the kind of forced politeness you reserve for someone you know you're going to be complaining about the moment they leave. My mom, whose name is Denise, especially had a way of turning compliments into insults. "She's very assertive," she said after our first dinner together, over wine with my dad in the kitchen. "Are you sure that's not too much for you, Alex? You've always been the quiet type." Sensitive. That was her favorite word to use on me. Sensitive. She wielded it like a scalpel. Sharp, subtle, and always leaving a mark. I grew up as the youngest of 3 boys. My older brothers, Matt and Brandon, were more like clones of my dad. Loud, confident, and obsessed with sports and business. Matt ran a gym, Brandon worked in sales. Every holiday turned into a testosterone showdown, and I was always the odd one out. I liked books. I was good with numbers. I never shouted across the dinner table just to be heard. Growing up, I learned early to stay quiet and keep the peace. My family didn't value sensitivity. They saw it as weakness. My mom, especially, had this way of painting my thoughtfulness as immaturity. If I got emotional, it was, "Why are you making a scene?" If I stayed quiet, it was, "Don't sulk, Alex. Use your words like an adult." There was no winning. When Natalie and I got engaged, I honestly thought they'd be happy for me. Maybe I was naive, but I figured they'd see how she made me smile, how I'd finally grown out of my shell. I thought maybe this would be my chance to be treated like an equal adult in the family, respected, not just tolerated. But from the second we announced it at Thanksgiving dinner, I could feel the air change. My mom did this tight-lipped smile and just said, "Oh, well, that's fast." It wasn't, though. We'd been together for 2 years, and Natalie had been pushing for an engagement for the last 6 months. I saved up for a ring that cost me nearly 3 months' salary. I was proud of it. I was proud of her. But the way my mom looked at us, like we'd made some mistake she was too polite to correct, it stuck with me. My dad congratulated me, but only after making a joke about hope she signs a prenup, which was rich coming from a man who once invested $40,000 into my uncle's pyramid scheme and still insists it would have worked if the market hadn't crashed. Matt and Brandon barely looked up from their phones. Brandon asked if she had any hot nurse friends, which he found hilarious. Natalie didn't. She just gave him a flat smile and said, "Not ones that would go for you." I tried not to laugh, but I could see my mom stiffen across the table. From then on, everything Natalie did became a target. If she offered to help in the kitchen, my mom would say, "Oh no, I've got it. I know how you girls work long shifts. You need to rest." If she didn't offer, it was, well, not everyone's raised to pitch in, I guess. She couldn't win either, and every time I tried to defend her, I'd get pulled aside after and warned not to pick fights or ruin the mood. After that Thanksgiving, we started seeing my family less. Not out of anger, really, more just self-preservation. I wanted to protect Natalie from their passive aggression, and honestly, I wanted to protect myself too. It's exhausting trying to decode backhanded compliments and pretend they don't bother you. Natalie said she didn't mind, but I could see it wore on her. I'd catch her looking at me after a snide comment like she was waiting to see if I'd say something. Sometimes I did. Other times I just smiled through it like I'd done my whole life. I guess the first real crack came a few months before the wedding. Natalie and I were at my parents' house for my mom's birthday. We brought flowers, wine, and a necklace Natalie picked out herself. Mom opened it, smiled, and said, "Oh, that's different. Not really my style, but thank you." Then she set it aside without another word. Natalie didn't say anything, but later in the car, she stared out the window the whole way home. That night, she said, "I don't think your mom likes me, and I don't know how I'm supposed to marry into a family that thinks I'm some kind of intruder." I didn't know what to say, because she was right. And deep down, I think part of me had always known my family wouldn't make space for someone like Natalie, someone who didn't play their games or back down politely when cornered. But I told her I'd talk to them, that I'd fix it. I just didn't realize how broken the foundation already was. The next weekend, I visited my parents alone. I tried to be diplomatic. I said I felt like Natalie wasn't being fully accepted, that she was making an effort, and maybe they could meet her halfway. My mom listened, nodding slowly, then said, "Sweetheart, we're not the problem. She is. You just don't see it because you've always fallen for girls who boss you around. You think it's love when really you're just desperate to be needed." I sat there in stunned silence. Then she added, "You're my baby. I'm just looking out for you." That sentence, "You're my baby," hit me like a truck. I wasn't a baby. I was 27, getting married, holding down a full-time job and a mortgage. But to her, I'd never be more than the soft-spoken kid who needed protecting from his own feelings. I left that day with a headache and a sinking feeling in my stomach. I didn't tell Natalie what my mom said. I wanted to protect her. Or maybe I just didn't want to admit how deeply that conversation had rattled me. Instead, I threw myself into wedding planning. Natalie did most of it, choosing venues, narrowing down caterers, organizing schedules. I helped where I could, but I'll admit, I was distracted, torn, still trying to reconcile the family I came from with the future I was trying to build. Then came the final straw. 2 months before the wedding, we had an engagement party, not thrown by my family, of course. They claimed it was too expensive to host one, despite the fact they'd just redone their backyard with new landscaping and a pergola. Natalie's best friend, Lily, hosted it at her apartment. It was small, cozy, just close friends and some family. Natalie looked amazing that night, red dress, hair up, the kind of confident beauty that made people stare. I felt proud to have her by my side. My mom and dad showed up late. No explanation, no gift. Just walked in like they were attending out of obligation. My brothers didn't show at all, said something about work conflicts. Mom gave Natalie a once-over and said, "Well, I guess Red is brave," then hugged her with one arm like she was made of glass. The whole evening was uncomfortable. Natalie tried to engage them, but they mostly talked to each other in hushed voices or made sarcastic comments under their breath. At one point, I walked in on my mom whispering to Lily's boyfriend in the kitchen, saying, "We're just praying Alex doesn't get left at the altar. This one seems flighty." That was it. That was the moment something in me snapped, not with anger, but clarity. A hard, cold kind of clarity that settled in my chest and stayed there. I didn't say anything to her right then. I just walked back into the party and took Natalie's hand. She smiled at me, and I smiled back, but something had shifted. I knew it wouldn't be long before everything came crashing down. And I was right. Because the betrayal that followed would change everything, not just with my family, but with Natalie too. And when it finally happened, it didn't explode like a bomb. It crept in like a shadow, quiet, cold, unforgiving. I wish I could tell you that after the engagement party, things started getting better, that maybe my parents saw the error in how they were treating Natalie and backed off. But no, it got worse. Not louder, not more obvious, just deeper, sharper, quieter. The kind of toxicity that doesn't scream in your face. It just poisons the air you breathe until you can't tell what's real anymore. It started with subtle disconnections. First, my mom began forgetting things related to the wedding. Like when she told my aunt that Natalie didn't want a bridal shower because she wasn't into that girly stuff, even though Natalie had already invited her to the one Lily was planning. Or when she said she accidentally missed our registry link and instead sent us a vintage toaster from the 70s that looked like it had been dug out of her basement. It's sentimental, she said. I thought you'd appreciate something with family history. When I opened it, there was a note inside from my grandma, dated 1989, addressed to my dad. So yeah, not even meant for me. Natalie was starting to feel the pressure. I could see it in the way she double-checked every text message before she sent it to my mom. The way she forced a smile whenever someone from my side of the family made a passive-aggressive comment. Maybe they're testing me, she said one night while we were lying in bed, the glow of her phone lighting her face. Like hazing, you know? If I can survive your mom, I can survive anything. I laughed, but it wasn't funny. I didn't want her to survive my family. I wanted her to be embraced. But I didn't know how to bridge the gap between the woman I loved and the people who were supposed to love me. Then came the rehearsal dinner. We held it at a small Italian place we'd both loved for years. Intimate, warm, low-lit, nothing flashy, just our closest friends and immediate family. Natalie wore this navy blue dress with gold earrings, and I swear, everyone turned when she walked in. She had this presence. Confident, effortless. She greeted everyone with grace, even my mom, who responded with, "Oh, you look so bold tonight." Dinner started off okay, but it didn't take long for things to unravel. My dad got into a political debate with one of Natalie's uncles. My mom asked the waiter if they had any more traditional Italian food that wasn't too spicy, even though she was holding a plate of plain spaghetti. And Matt, my oldest brother, decided that halfway through the dinner was the perfect time to bring up his new gym franchise, loudly explaining how much money he was pulling in every month while looking directly at me as if daring me to compete. I tried to keep things light. I really did. I made small talk, refilled drinks, cracked jokes. But the whole time, I felt this undercurrent. Like the tide was pulling away beneath us, and I was the only one who noticed. Natalie stayed calm, but her eyes kept flicking to me, silently asking, "Are you going to say something?" I should have, but I didn't want to ruin the night. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing us shaken. And then came dessert. We had arranged a small toast at the end of the night. Nothing dramatic, just a thank you to our guests. Natalie went first. She stood up, held her glass, and thanked everyone for supporting us, even if we'd had a few speed bumps. It was gracious, poised, mature. Then it was my turn. I stood up, looked around the room, and said something like, "We're really grateful to have you all here. I know not everything's been easy, but it means the world to have our families in one place tonight." Simple, honest. I wasn't calling anyone out. I was trying to build a bridge. And that's when my mom cut in. From the far end of the table, she raised her own glass and said, "Well, I just hope you're ready for what marriage is actually like. It's not all smiles and speeches. Some people aren't built for commitment." The whole table went silent. Even the waiter froze mid-step. Natalie stared at her. "Excuse me," she said, calm but deadly. My mom smiled that tight, plastic smile of hers. "Oh, don't take it personally. I'm just saying, I've seen women like you come and go in this family. You shine bright at first, and then," she trailed off and sipped her wine. I don't remember what I said. I think I muttered something and sat down, humiliated. Natalie didn't say another word for the rest of the night. We left early. In the car, she didn't cry. She didn't yell. She just stared out the window and said, "I don't know if I can do this, Alex. I love you, but I don't think I can marry into this." That was the first time she said it out loud. That this wasn't just about my mom being rude or Matt being a jerk. It was about something deeper, something that I hadn't been willing to face. My family didn't respect her. And maybe, just maybe, they didn't respect me either. We decided to take a break from the wedding planning. Just a week. Clear our heads. I thought space would help. I thought it would give me time to talk to my family, to smooth things over, to fix it. But I never got the chance. Because 4 days later, I got a phone call from Lily. Her voice was shaking. "Alex," she said, "you need to come over. Now." I knew something was wrong. She never called me directly, and certainly not in that tone. I drove across town, heart pounding, mind racing through 100 terrible possibilities. When I arrived at her apartment, she opened the door and stepped aside. Inside, sitting on the couch, was Natalie. And sitting beside her, too close, was my best friend, Josh. Let me give you some context. Josh and I had been friends since college. We met during freshman orientation, bonded over our shared hatred of dorm food, and became inseparable after that. He was the kind of guy who made friends in every room he walked into. Charming, funny, effortlessly likable. Everyone loved Josh, Natalie included. They always got along. I never minded. I trusted them both. I mean, Josh was practically a brother to me. He'd helped me move 3 times, stood beside me through breakups, even loaned me money once when my car died. If there was one person I believed would never stab me in the back, it was him. But now he was sitting next to my fiancée in my friend's apartment, and they both looked like they'd been caught in a lie that had gone on just a little too long. "Alex," Natalie said, standing up. "I didn't mean for you to find out like this." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just stared at her, then at Josh. He stood up too. "Look, man, it's not what you think." I laughed. I actually laughed. "Really?" "Because it kind of looks exactly like what I think." Natalie stepped forward. "It just had happened. We didn't plan it. We were both confused. Confused," I said, my voice finally rising. "You were confused? About what? Whether or not you were engaged to someone else?" She flinched. Josh ran a hand through his hair. "It was one time, Alex." Lily scoffed from behind me. "Try 4. That shut them up." I turned to her. "4 times." She nodded. "I only found out because Natalie told me yesterday. She said she was going to tell you after the wedding." After the wedding. Something in me went numb. Not anger. Not pain. Just silence. I looked at them both. Natalie, with her lips pressed into a trembling line, and Josh, who suddenly couldn't meet my eyes. "I trusted you," I said. "Both of you." Natalie reached out, but I stepped back. "I can't do this," I whispered. "I'm done." And then I walked out. I don't remember the drive home. I don't remember the next few days, either. It all blurred together in a fog of humiliation and heartbreak. But I do remember one thing, clear as crystal. A week after it happened, I got a text from my mom. It said, "I told you she wasn't the one." No sympathy, no support, just a smug little "I told you so." And in that moment, something inside me snapped, not like a twig, but like a lock. Something that had been holding me back my whole life finally clicked open. Because they weren't just wrong about Natalie. They were wrong about me. And they were about to see exactly how wrong. The days after it all fell apart didn't feel real. I'd always imagined heartbreak would be explosive, fists through walls, yelling in the rain, dramatic scenes ripped from a movie. But it wasn't. It was quiet. Numb. Everything was muffled, like I was underwater. People around me kept talking, asking if I was okay, if I needed anything. But their voices didn't quite land. The worst part wasn't even the betrayal itself. It was the silence that followed. The silence in my apartment, in my inbox, in my phone. One moment, I was planning a wedding with the woman I thought I'd spend my life with. The next, she was gone, and so was my best friend. I didn't cry, not right away. I didn't scream, or punch a wall, or beg anyone to stay. I just shut down. I went to work because it was easier than staying home. I answered emails like a machine. I sat in meetings and nodded on cue. I kept my camera off during Zoom calls and said, "Good point," when I hadn't heard a word. I became a shell with just enough strength to wear a name tag and nod. I stopped talking to my family completely. After my mom's smug text, I didn't respond. I muted the family group chat. I didn't block anyone. I wanted them to see I was still alive, still reading, but just choosing not to speak. That silence became a strange kind of power. For once in my life, I wasn't explaining myself. I wasn't smoothing things over. I wasn't shrinking to make anyone else comfortable. I was just gone, and it drove them insane. The first few weeks, I barely ate. I dropped 10 pounds without trying. Clothes that used to hug my gut started to hang off me. I'd catch glimpses of myself in the mirror and barely recognize the man looking back. Tired eyes, hollow cheeks. I looked like a ghost. But I didn't care. I didn't care about anything, really. Not until the night I saw Natalie's Instagram. It was 3 weeks post-breakup. I hadn't unfollowed her. I hadn't done anything. Just left everything untouched, like I was waiting for some reset button to fix it all. I don't know why I opened the app that night, but when I did, there she was, smiling in a new photo with Josh, arm around his waist, captioned, "Not the path we expected, but so grateful for where we ended up." Something inside me cracked. Not out of jealousy, not even rage, but realization. They didn't care. Not about me. Not about what they destroyed. They weren't hiding. They weren't sorry. They had moved on and expected me to be a footnote. A chapter they could reference when talking about how things got messy, but we figured it out. That was the moment the fog started to lift. Not all at once, but like the first deep breath after holding it for too long. The next day, I woke up early. Not because I had to, because I wanted to. I went for a walk before work. Just 15 minutes around the block. It was cold. My lungs burned. But for the first time in weeks, I felt something. That became the new ritual. Walk every morning. No headphones, no podcasts, just silence and gravel under my shoes. A week in, I added a jog. I couldn't go more than 2 blocks without wheezing, but I didn't care. 2 blocks became 4. 4 became 8. I started keeping a log on my fridge, whiteboard marker, just numbers and distances. It felt good to track something, to control something. Work started to shift too. I'd been coasting for months, hiding behind personal stuff whenever my performance dipped. But something about moving my body made my brain wake up. I began offering ideas again during meetings, volunteering for projects, staying late, not because I had to, but because I was invested again. I started mentoring one of the new hires, a sharp guy named Ravi who reminded me of myself 5 years ago. Smart, introverted, unsure if he belonged. Helping him helped me. Made me feel like maybe I had something worth sharing. I also started therapy. I didn't tell anyone. Just booked a session online, paid out of pocket, and went. The therapist's name was Daniel. Soft-spoken, mid-40s, glasses and a cardigan that made him look more like a librarian than a shrink. But he listened. Really listened. I spent the first session talking about Natalie. The second about Josh. By the third, I was talking about my mother. "I feel like I've been apologizing for existing my whole life," I told him. He nodded. "What would happen if you stopped?" The question rattled me. What would happen? Would the world collapse? Would my family disown me? Would I become someone I didn't recognize? Or would I finally become myself? That night, I made a list. It wasn't fancy, just a scribbled bullet list in a notebook. Things I want. Feel strong in my body. Get promoted to senior manager. Travel solo. Cut contact with anyone who makes me feel small. Wake up excited, not anxious. That list became my anchor. I started meal prepping. Not extreme, just chicken, rice, vegetables, stuff I could make on autopilot. I stopped ordering takeout every night. I bought a used exercise bike off Facebook Marketplace and set it up in my living room. 10 minutes turned to 20. I started doing YouTube workouts. Got a cheap set of dumbbells. I didn't become a fitness influencer overnight, but I was moving, sweating, reclaiming my body. And with every drop of sweat, I felt lighter. The weight kept falling off, 30 pounds by month 3. My face looked sharper, my posture straighter. I replaced my old hoodies with fitted shirts. Not because I cared what people thought, but because I liked how I looked. I liked me. By month 4, my manager called me into his office. Said he'd noticed the change. Said he was impressed. Told me there was a senior manager position opening up in another department and asked if I'd be interested. I said yes, without hesitation. The promotion came with a raise and a new office. It also came with something else, respect. People who used to overlook me now asked for my opinion. I wasn't just Alex from marketing anymore. I was someone, and it felt earned. One night, I was at a networking event for work, standing by the bar, sipping club soda, when a woman approached me. Brown curls, glasses, sharp green eyes. "I like your shirt," she said. "Most guys here look like they just left a funeral." I laughed. "Thanks. I used to be one of them." Her name was Claire. She worked in finance, had a sarcastic streak and a dry laugh that made you feel like you were part of a secret joke. We talked for an hour, then 2. We exchanged numbers. She texted me that night. "Next time you wear that shirt, make sure I'm around to see it." I didn't fall for her overnight. I was cautious, careful, but she was patient with me. And slowly, I let her in. She never pushed, never made me feel like I had to earn her affection. She saw me as I was, not as a project, or a placeholder, or a backup plan. Just Alex. When I introduced her to Ravi at work, He whispered, "Dude, she's out of your league." And for once, I just smiled and said, "I know." We weren't rushing into anything, but it felt solid, real. 6 months post-breakup, I had dropped 60 pounds, been promoted twice, was running 5 miles a week, and dating a woman who genuinely respected me. I'd blocked Natalie and Josh on every platform. Not out of spite, out of necessity. I didn't want reminders. I didn't want closure. I wanted peace. Then, one Saturday morning, I was walking out of a coffee shop when I saw her. Natalie, standing on the sidewalk, holding a paper cup, looking exactly the same. Same coat, same hair, same look of controlled elegance that once made me weak in the knees. Her eyes widened when she saw me. She stepped forward. "Alex." I froze. She looked me up and down, stunned. "Wow, you look different." I shrugged. "Been a while." She blinked. "I wasn't sure it was you. You've changed so much." "Yeah," I said. "I have." There was a long silence. Then she said, "I've been meaning to reach out." "Don't," I said simply. She looked down. Josh and I, it didn't work out. It was a mistake. I thought I wanted. "I don't care," I said, gently but firmly. Her voice cracked. "I miss you." I took a deep breath, looked her dead in the eyes. "I don't even think about you anymore." And then I walked away. I didn't look back. The encounter with Natalie outside that coffee shop should have been the end of the story. I told myself it was. I'd gotten the perfect closure, cool, composed, and unforgettable. I didn't yell. I didn't grovel. I didn't even flinch. I walked away with my dignity, my health, my career, and a woman by my side who respected me. But closure is a funny thing. It rarely arrives in one clean moment. Because even though I walked away from her that day, she wouldn't walk away from me. It started with a follow request. Then two. Then a message on LinkedIn that simply said, "I hope you're doing well." Then another, 2 weeks later. "I just wanted to say I'm proud of you." No apology. No ownership. Just quiet, persistent attempts to creep back in. I didn't respond. I blocked her on every platform she used to reach me. I thought that would be enough. It wasn't. A month later, I got a call from an unknown number. It went to voicemail. "Hey Alex, it's me. I know you probably don't want to hear from me, and I get that, I really do. But I saw your name in that industry newsletter, and I guess I just wanted to say congratulations. You've changed. Anyway, I won't bother you again." I played it once, then again, then I deleted it. And that was the last time I heard from her directly, but not the last time I heard about her. Because fate, or maybe karma, wasn't quite done with Natalie, or my family, and I was about to be presented with an opportunity one never saw coming. It started with my brother Matt. He texted me one evening out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in over a year, not since the fallout from the wedding that never happened. I figured he wanted to gloat about some new gym opening or send me a half-hearted meme about getting gains or something equally tone-deaf. But his message was short. "You free this weekend? Need to talk." In person. I ignored it. 2 days later, he called. I stared at the screen for a long time before answering. "Hello, Alex," he said, his voice unusually serious. "Thanks for picking up. I need to ask you for something. And I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from." "Go on," I said, guarded. "I know we haven't always. I know I've been a jerk, all right? But I'm in a situation, and I think you might be the only one who can help." I waited. "I need a loan." There it was. The truth. I laughed. "You're serious?" "Dead serious." "How much?" A pause. 75,000. I nearly dropped the phone. "Matt, are you out of your mind?" I wouldn't ask if I had another option. The gym, our flagship, got caught in a lease issue. The property owner defaulted, and now we're liable for months of back rent we didn't even know about. The bank's breathing down our neck. We're hemorrhaging clients. If we don't pay this off, we're going under. I was quiet for a long moment. "And what makes you think I have that kind of money?" "I saw the write-up in that newsletter. Heard you got promoted again. You're doing well. And you're smart. You probably saved a ton after you canceled the wedding, right?" I felt my stomach turn. "You're unbelievable. I know I don't deserve your help," he said. And for once, he sounded almost humbled. "But I'm not asking for me. I've got 10 employees. Some with families. They'll all lose their jobs if this place folds." He gave me the address and said he'd be there if I changed my mind. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was considering giving him the money, but because of what I was beginning to realize. I was desperate. And desperation makes people careless. I didn't want revenge. not in the theatrical, movie-style way. I didn't want to hurt him just to watch him bleed. But I couldn't ignore the opportunity. Not when it was right there in front of me. Not after a lifetime of being mocked, ignored, and treated like the family doormat. Maybe this was my way of finally flipping the script. So the next morning, I called Ravi. Ravi had moved up fast since I started mentoring him. He was sharp, good with numbers, better with people. He now worked in strategy at a startup that specialized in business acquisitions and turnarounds. If anyone knew how to legally dismantle a struggling gym franchise and pick it apart for profit, it was him. You want me to what? He said over coffee. Just look into it, I said. See if it's salvageable, if it's worth investing in, or buying out. He narrowed his eyes. Is this personal? Not exactly, I said, but I won't pretend I'm unbiased. He agreed. Within a week, he had a full report. The flagship gym was bleeding money. 2 locations had already closed. Matt had a lease dispute on one and a wrongful termination lawsuit pending from a former trainer. The brand was strong, but the business model was crumbling. If someone came in now, Ravi said, they could buy the whole thing for pennies. Rebrand it. Streamline it. Make it profitable. I nodded. Could we do it? He leaned back. With the right investor? Yeah. That night, I thought long and hard. Did I want to become part owner of my brother's gym business? No. But did I want to save it? Also no. What I wanted was leverage. Not to destroy him, but to remind him, and the rest of my family, that the kid they ignored, mocked, and dismissed was now in a position to decide their fate. I called Claire. She was in private wealth management and had a client, a young entrepreneur with a history of investing in distressed fitness brands. We had dinner, and I laid it out. She was quiet for a while. Then she said, "You're not doing this for the money, are you?" "No," I said, "but I won't say no to a profit." She made the introduction. The client was interested. Negotiations began. Matt didn't know yet. The purchase offer was structured to go through the leaseholder, who had defaulted, giving us first right of refusal. It was messy, but legal. And when the deal was almost ready, I went to visit Matt. He looked thinner, tired. The confident gym bro swagger had worn off. He led me into his office, which doubled as a storage room now. "I didn't think you'd show," he said. "I came to talk." He nodded. "So, you thinking about the loan?" "No," I said, "but I am thinking about helping you." His eyes lit up. "Seriously?" I nodded. "On one condition. Total transparency. You tell me everything. Numbers, debts, lawsuits. You don't hold anything back." He hesitated, then sighed. "All right. Yeah, you deserve that." So he told me everything. And the more he talked, the more I realized how fragile his empire really was. When I left that day, I called Ravi and Claire. "Let's move forward," I said. I wasn't doing this out of spite. I wasn't doing it to make Matt suffer. I was doing it to rewrite the story, to walk into a family gathering, someday, and have them realize I wasn't the weak one. I wasn't the failure. I wasn't the sensitive little brother who needed defending. I was the one who made it. I was the one who turned heartbreak into power. And they were about to find out exactly what that looked like. A month after that final meeting with Matt, the deal closed. It wasn't loud. No dramatic boardroom standoff. No signatures across a long mahogany table. Just a quiet transfer of ownership through a string of legal documents and contracts handled by Claire's client and Ravi's firm. The flagship location that Matt had clung to, the one he begged me to save, was no longer his. We let him find out the hard way. It was a Tuesday morning when he walked into the gym and found a new lock on the office door. A printed notice taped to the glass read, "Under new management." Inside, his old staff were already being briefed by Ravi and Claire's client, who planned to keep most of them on board. Except Matt, of course. His termination notice had been sent that morning via email, along with a buyout offer for his remaining equity in the brand. It wasn't generous, but it was legal, ironclad, final. He tried to fight it. Of course he did. He called me 12 times in one day, left a voicemail every hour. His voice ranged from furious to desperate to outright confused. "You can't do this," one message said. "This is my company. This is my brand. You don't even like fitness, Alex." But I didn't need to like it. I just needed to be smart. And he'd underestimated me for the last time. The next family event was my dad's retirement party. A backyard thing, cheap decorations, folding chairs, the smell of overcooked hot dogs, and paper plates stacked high. I almost didn't go. Claire told me I didn't know them anything. She was right. But this wasn't about them anymore. This was about walking back into that backyard with my shoulders back, my chin high, and a quiet storm behind my eyes. When I stepped in, heads turned. Not just because of how I looked, clean cut, confident, fitted navy shirt, fresh watch, but because I didn't hesitate. I didn't shrink. I didn't hover in the corner like I used to, nervously sipping a drink and waiting for someone to acknowledge me. I walked straight up to my dad, shook his hand, and said, "Congrats." He blinked. "Alex, you came." I did. He glanced past me. "Is, Natalie with you?" I almost laughed. "No, she's not. And she never will be again." He had the decency to look embarrassed. My mom approached minutes later. She gave me that same plastic smile she always had and said, "You look well." "I am well," I replied. She opened her mouth to say something else, but faltered. "Did Matt talk to you?" she asked, lowering her voice. "About what?" "You know exactly what." I took a sip of water, looked out over the yard, and said, "I didn't do anything to Matt. He did it to himself." She frowned. "You bought his gym." "No," I said, "but I helped someone who did." Her voice hardened. "Why?" I turned to her, locking eyes. "Because I'm tired of pretending I owe this family silence." She stared at me for a long time. "You always were too sensitive." "No," I said. "I was always paying attention." She walked away after that. The rest of the event was uneventful. Most people stayed civil. Some gave me knowing looks, some curious, some impressed, some quietly stunned. I stayed for an hour, long enough to show them I wasn't hiding. Then I left. Matt tried to rebuild, of course. Tried to start a new gym under a different name. But with his reputation tanked, lawsuits piling up, and debts he could no longer shuffle around, it fizzled out in under 6 months. Last I heard, he was working as a fitness consultant for a friend's startup, barely scraping by, still insisting he was taking time to regroup. As for Natalie, she showed up again, not in person, but through mutual friends, whispers, messages passed like notes behind teachers' backs. "She asks about you," Lily told me one night over drinks. "I don't care," I replied. Lily grinned. "I know. That's what makes it perfect." But Natalie didn't just ask. She circled. I found out she'd applied for a job at a partner firm of mine, one we'd just started collaborating with on a campaign. Her resume made it to the final round. I saw her name on the list, and I made one call. Not to get her blacklisted, just flagged. I told the hiring manager I had concerns about her judgment. No specifics, no character assassination, just enough to make them pause. She didn't get the job. Was that petty? Maybe, but I slept like a baby that night. Meanwhile, my life moved forward. Claire and I took a trip to Italy over the summer. I ran my first half marathon. I took a public speaking course and gave a talk at a regional marketing conference where I got a standing ovation. I even launched a side consulting gig with Ravi, helping young professionals navigate office politics, rebuild their confidence, and carve their own path. It was during one of those sessions that a young guy named Ethan asked me, "How did you do it? How did you stop being the quiet one and start being the one people listen to?" And I told him the truth. You stop asking for permission. The revenge wasn't about money, or power, or even getting even. It was about transformation. Becoming the kind of person who didn't need to prove anything anymore, because he'd already proved it to himself. My family never apologized. Not really. There were awkward nods, occasional attempts to reconnect, but no real ownership. That's fine. I stopped needing it. Because revenge isn't about making them feel pain. It's about making them watch you become everything they said you'd never be. And I did, in every way that mattered. From the ashes of betrayal, I built a life so solid, so strong, that not even their silence could shake it. And as I stood in my new office one evening, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the skyline, phone buzzing with another speaking invite, I thought back to that voicemail Natalie left. I just wanted to say I'm proud of you. She never got to say it to my face. But I didn't need to hear it, because I already knew. They all saw it. And this time, they couldn't look away. I turned 29 2 Saturdays ago. The kind of age where birthdays stop being a big deal for most people, unless you're married with a baby or getting divorced with a story. I'm neither. Just a guy named Caleb, single, financially comfortable, and, until recently, the designated responsible one in a family that never misses a chance to treat me like a bank with a heartbeat. I work in fintech. Nothing flashy. I'm not throwing stock tips around or posing next to Lumbos, but I make more than I spend. I save aggressively, And about a year ago, I moved into a loft with exposed brick and a rooftop view I still catch myself smiling at when I sip my coffee. My siblings and cousins still live around our old neighborhood. My sister, Nina, is the golden child. Always has been. She's 32, has 2 kids under 5, and no job since her 3rd round of finding herself began. But according to my mom, she's just going through a phase. Meanwhile, I've been so blessed that it's only right I help out more. Translation: every time someone needs meds, a car repair, or a little help with rent, it's me. Never mind that I haven't taken a real vacation in 3 years. I'm the successful one, right? For a long time, I didn't mind. I chalked it up to being the eldest son. Even though Nina's older, she doesn't do pressure, apparently. I just handled things. Uncle Joe needed a loan to fix his truck. I wired him $1,100. Grandma's prescriptions were racking up. I set up auto refill and had them delivered weekly. Nina needed diapers or groceries, just until next paycheck. I Venmo'd without asking questions. There were so many little ways I stepped up that I started losing track. My bank account didn't, though. And neither did they, not in gratitude, but in expectation. Anyway, I hadn't thrown myself a proper birthday since I turned 25. That one was at a bar downtown, and half the family bailed to attend Nina's surprise engagement dinner. To a guy she broke up with 2 months later. No warning, no apology. It was a timing thing, she said. Mom called it a misunderstanding. I called it a red flag, but I let it slide. I always let it slide. This year felt different. Not because I thought they'd magically respect me, but because I was tired. Tired of pretending like every little slight didn't sting. Tired of getting left out of group chats, only to be looped back in when someone needed help with GoFundMe links or back-to-school drives. So I decided to throw something low-key but nice, an adult kind of birthday. I rented out the rooftop lounge of my building, hired a private chef to do small plates, arranged for a bartender, and prepaid for open bar. I even got clever with the logistics. I emailed everyone customized Uber codes so no one had to worry about parking or driving. I made it foolproof, accessible, easy to show up. All they had to do was come. The invite went out 3 weeks in advance. I didn't do anything dramatic, just a group email with RSVP links, reminders a week out, and a pinned message in our family group chat. Nina never replied, but she left a thumbs up on the invite post. Mom said she was sure Nina would make it if she could find a sitter. Grandma said she was excited. Uncle Joe asked if there'd be ribs. All seemed well. I spent the day of the party running around like a man on a mission. Got a haircut. Picked up the cake myself. Red velvet from this boutique bakery uptown that cost more than it should have. Cleaned the lounge, even though the building provides staff. Set up a music playlist, curated just right. At 6:45 p.m., the lounge was glowing. Candles lit, bar stocked, appetizers lined up like art. The sun dipped behind the skyline and painted the buildings gold. I checked my phone, 7:02. The invite said 7 sharp. I figured people would trickle in. By 7:30, it was still just me and the bartender, who kept glancing at his phone like he didn't want to be there. I refreshed the group chat. No updates. No running late. Messages. Nothing. I texted my mom. Hey, are you guys close? No reply. I texted Grandma. No reply. I sat down, loosened my collar, tried not to spiral. Maybe traffic. Maybe the Uber codes glitched. Maybe someone got sick and they were all helping. I paced the rooftop and checked my phone every 3 minutes like a kid waiting for a birthday clown. Still nothing. At 8:10 p.m., my phone buzzed. It was a notification from Instagram. Livestream. Nina's game night. I stood there, blinking at the screen like it had personally slapped me. I clicked the live. My cousin Mariah was holding the phone, laughing, narrating the scene. Nina really did it, y'all. She surprised us with a full-blown game night. Look at this spread. She flipped the camera. My mom was on the couch, holding a mimosa. Uncle Joe was by the snack table, loading up on wings. My grandma, was in the corner with a party hat on, clapping along to some music. There was a cake. Not red velvet, but store-bought sheet cake that read, Family Game Night Champs. I didn't comment. I didn't exit the stream right away either. I watched in silence, hearing my own heartbeat louder than the music. The hurt crawled up my spine like a fever, slow and searing. They didn't forget. They just chose something else. Something with Nina. Again. At 8:23 p.m., I locked my phone, nodded once to the bartender, and said, We can wrap this up. He raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. I boxed the untouched cake myself, left all the untouched food behind, and rode the elevator down with that hollow feeling that doesn't hit all at once, but leaks in like a bad roof. My apartment was too quiet, too clean. I sat on the edge of my bed, cake in my lap, Uber receipts open on my screen. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was shame. Then I opened my banking app. Not out of impulse. Out of clarity. Cold, surgical clarity. I went into every recurring payment I'd been covering for the past 3 years. Grandma's meds? Canceled. Uncle Joe's truck loan auto-pay? Disconnected. Nina's kids' Amazon wishlist auto-scheduler? Gone. I didn't send a warning. I didn't send a single message. I didn't even delete myself from the family chat. I just unplugged. Quietly. Thoroughly. By morning, my voicemail was full. I didn't hit play on a single one. And that is when things really started to unravel. I ignored the first 2 days of calls. At first, it was easy. I turned off notifications, flipped my phone face down on the kitchen counter, and dove into work like I was trying to outrun the anger simmering beneath my skin. But it wasn't just anger. It was a strange cocktail of emotions, humiliation, betrayal, even guilt. I knew what I did wasn't cruel. It wasn't even loud, but it was decisive. And when you're the one everyone leans on, your silence becomes louder than anything you could say. By Wednesday, the texts started morphing. At first it was, "Are you okay? And we're worried about you." Then came the guilt taps. "Grandma says her pills haven't arrived." "Uncle Joe got a late fee from the bank." "Nina's kids are still waiting for the school shoes you promised." I hadn't promised anything, but that didn't matter. The moment I stopped being convenient, I became selfish. The family group chat lit up like a Christmas tree. Messages pinged in quick succession. "Mom, Caleb, I'm trying to be patient here. I know you're hurt, but this isn't the way to handle it." "Nina, you're literally punishing Grandma over a party? Grow up." "Mariah, cousin, I think you're being kind of dramatic. No one meant to hurt you." There was no apology. No acknowledgement that I spent $2,000 to celebrate a birthday no one showed up to. No mention of the game night live stream. It was like that part didn't exist. Like I was just being sensitive. I didn't reply. I couldn't. Every time I opened the chat and saw their names, it felt like reopening a wound that hadn't even begun to scab. Then Friday came, and with it, the tipping point. I was working from home, half distracted by a quarterly review call, when my phone buzzed with a message from my building's concierge. "Visitor, Nina, no appointment. Shall I allow access?" I froze. Before I could decide, another text arrived. "Never mind. She's already on her way up." And just like that, the elevator dinged. I didn't have time to put on shoes or even change out of the hoodie I'd been wearing for 2 days. I opened the door to find Nina standing there, arms crossed, a scowl on her face, and 2 toddlers wobbling behind her, one of them holding an empty juice box. "Nice place," she said, stepping in without waiting for an invitation. "Guess this is where all the family help money goes." I didn't respond. I just looked at her. She wore leggings, a baggy tee, and the same smug expression she'd had since high school when she used to blame me for taking the last Pop-Tart, even if she ate both herself. "You've been ignoring us," she added, brushing past me and plopping down on the couch like it was hers. "Grandma's crying every night. Mom can't sleep. Uncle Joe's in a mood. And all because what? We didn't show up to your overpriced rooftop party." Her tone made it sound like I'd invited them to a corporate fundraiser instead of my own birthday. "You lied," I said quietly, still standing in the doorway. "You said you'd try to make it. Instead, you threw your own thing and didn't tell anyone I had something planned." "I saw the stream, Nina. You didn't forget. You chose." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on. That wasn't even a real party. Just some games and takeout. I didn't think it would be a big deal." "It wasn't the party," I said. "It was the message. That I don't matter. That I'm an afterthought." Again, she leaned back and scoffed. "You're being dramatic. You've always been so emotional. You act like this family owes you something just because you have money. Well, maybe we're tired of being treated like your charity cases." I took a slow breath. My heart was pounding, but I kept my voice steady. I never treated anyone like charity. I helped because I thought that's what family did. But you, all of you took advantage of it. And now that I've stopped, suddenly I'm the bad guy. She stood up and snapped. "You don't get it. We're all struggling. We have kids. Jobs are unstable. You don't know what it's like." "You're right. I said. I don't have kids. I don't have a spouse. I have exactly one person who looks out for me. And I've still managed to do more for this family than everyone else combined. Her face flushed red. One of the kids tugged on her sleeve, murmuring something about being hungry. She ignored him. So what? She shot back. You're gonna cut everyone off now? Let Grandma go without meds? Let Uncle Joe lose his truck? You think that makes you noble? I didn't answer. I just stepped aside and motioned toward the door. She stared at me for a long beat like she couldn't believe I wasn't backing down. Then she grabbed her kid's hands and stormed out. You've changed, she said over her shoulder. And not in a good way. When the door shut, I sank onto the couch, numb. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I just sat there, the echo of her words still ringing in my head. You've changed. Yeah, maybe I had. Maybe for the first time, I was choosing me. But the fallout hadn't even started yet. That night, I got a call from my mother. I didn't pick up, but she called again. Then again. Finally, I answered, not because I wanted to talk, but because I knew if I didn't, she'd just keep escalating. That's how she works. Caleb, she began, tone tight. I heard Nina came by. She's very upset. Yeah, I said flatly. She made that clear. You shouldn't have spoken to her like that, my mom snapped. She's your sister. And I'm your son, I said. But that hasn't stopped you from making excuses for her every time she screws me over. There was a pause on the line. Then, in that disappointed mom voice she had perfected over the years, she said, This isn't who you are. No, Mom, I said, calmer than I felt. This is exactly who I am. I've just stopped pretending to be okay with being walked over. You've always been the strong one, Caleb. The dependable one. That's not strength. That's silence. And it's cost me more than you know. She exhaled sharply. Fine, if that's how you want to be. But don't come crying to us when you're alone someday and need your family. Then she hung up. It was subtle, but that was the moment. The exact second I realized the only value I held in this family was what I could give. The minute I stopped giving, I became disposable. The next few days were quiet. Too quiet. No texts. No calls. Not even a passive-aggressive meme in the group chat. Just radio silence. Until the following Sunday morning, when I got a calendar invite. It was titled, Family Brunch, Sunday at Mom's, 11 a.m. Location, my mother's house. Guests, everyone except me. I stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the decline button. Then I noticed something strange. Under notes, someone had typed, We'll talk about Caleb's behavior. I blinked. I read it again. They were having a meeting about me. Like I was a child who had misbehaved. Like my boundary was a tantrum they needed to fix. I didn't decline. I didn't respond at all. But something inside me cracked. This wasn't just about a missed birthday anymore. This was about control. About the family's unspoken rule, Caleb gives. Caleb carries. Caleb doesn't complain. And the second he stops, he's the problem. They thought I'd come crawling back. That I'd apologize, maybe offer to pay for brunch to make it up to everyone. They didn't understand that something had shifted. That I was done playing the role they wrote for me. But they were about to. Because I had been quiet for too long. And I was finally ready to speak. Just not in the way they expected. I didn't go to brunch. I didn't even pretend to consider it. I spent that Sunday morning in silence, watching the city move through my living room window. The streets buzzed with people heading to parks, brunch spots, church, wherever. It was just another morning to them. But for me, it was the first time in my life I felt completely unanchored. Detached from the people who were supposed to be my roots. The truth is, I expected to feel empowered. I'd drawn a line, held my ground, said no for once. But what I actually felt was hollow. Like I'd stepped out of my body and was watching someone else live a life I didn't recognize. I kept thinking, was I wrong? Did I overreact? That's the trap, right? When you've been gaslit for years, standing up for yourself feels like guilt. That night, I opened my voicemail for the first time. 28 unheard messages. I didn't plan to listen to them. I just did. One by one. At first, they were the same predictable mix. Disappointment, manipulation, silent treatment threats. Nina's voice came up more than once. Always a little too loud, too sure. One message had her snapping. You made your point, okay? You're upset. We get it. Can you stop acting like you're the only one who matters? But one voicemail stood out. It was from Grandma. Her voice was softer than I remembered. Slower. Hi, sweetheart. I don't know what's going on exactly. I just know something's broken between you and everyone. and I don't like it. You've always done right by us. And maybe that's the problem. You did too much. I don't have much to give, but I want you to know. I see you. And I'm sorry I didn't say that sooner. I love you. That one cracked something in me. I sat in my kitchen with my phone in one hand and my forehead pressed against the cold wood of the table. I didn't cry. I didn't say anything. But that voicemail became a pivot point. The others had pushed me away. That one pulled me inward. It reminded me of who I'd been. Not the giver or the fixer, but the person behind all that. Caleb. A son. A grandson. A man trying to belong in a family that only loved the version of him that served them. The next few weeks were quiet. No messages. No pop-ins. No brunch invites. They'd given up trying to pull me back, and in their silence, I found something strange. Peace. Lonely, sure, but peaceful. It was the first time in years I didn't feel tethered to other people's crises. I stopped checking the family group chat altogether. Muted it. I stopped checking their Instagram stories. Stopped scrolling through Facebook photos, searching for captions that hinted at passive-aggressive digs. I started walking more. Reading again. I even went to a museum alone on a Tuesday. Just wandered through silent halls of oil paintings and sculptures, wondering how long it had been since I did something just because I wanted to. I also started journaling. That might sound soft, but it helped. I needed a space where I could put things that had no place anywhere else. The guilt, the anger, the memories. I wrote about my 18th birthday, when I gave my cake slice to Nina's then-boyfriend because we ran out. I wrote about the time Mom used my college fund to help Nina with her wedding deposit, the wedding that never happened. I wrote about the day Uncle Joe asked me for just a little help, and how that little help turned into monthly transfers that silently siphoned away my savings. It all came pouring out, like I was wringing myself dry. And somewhere in the middle of all that, something shifted. I started thinking less about what I'd lost and more about what I'd never actually had. Respect. From them, from myself. I had spent my entire adult life trying to earn love through usefulness. I was the emergency contact, the ATM, the ride home, the one who always figures it out. But I didn't want to be a utility anymore. I wanted to be a person. Around that time, something unexpected happened. My boss called me into a meeting. Not a performance review. A project pitch. They wanted me to lead an experimental branch of the company, a small team developing financial literacy tools for underserved communities. It would mean a promotion, a lot more work, some travel, but it also meant autonomy, purpose, and a $30,000 raise. I said yes. For the first time in years, I felt like I was building something that mattered. Not because it was for someone else. Not because it proved I was a good son or a good cousin. Just because it aligned with who I was and what I believed in. That feeling of being in control of my own time, my own values. It was like learning to breathe with your full lungs after years of shallow inhales. Of course, my family didn't know. They didn't ask. They never did. But people outside my family did. Old college friends I hadn't spoken to in years started messaging me after seeing a LinkedIn post about the project. A woman I once dated, briefly, awkwardly, reached out and asked if I'd be open to grabbing coffee. My social circle slowly began to widen, not out of effort, but alignment. I didn't have to perform for anyone anymore. I was just me. One night, maybe a month after the brunch incident, I was walking home from work, earbuds in, when I got a text from Grandma. It was a photo. She was holding a bouquet of sunflowers, my favorite. No caption, just a picture of her smiling in her kitchen, a hint of mischief in her eyes like she knew I'd soften. I texted back, "You always know what to say without saying it." She replied, "Come visit soon. Just you and me. No games." So I did. That Sunday, I drove to her place. She made tea, sat me down, and patted my hand like I was still 6 years old and scraped my knee. We didn't talk about Nina, or Mom, or the brunch. She just told me about her garden, her neighbor's yappy dog, a new church group she'd joined. It wasn't until I was about to leave that she said something that stuck. "You know," she began, stirring her tea absently. "Sometimes families confuse love with dependency. They think needing you is the same as cherishing you. It's not. One drains. The other fills." I just nodded. She reached into a drawer and handed me a little envelope. "I've been setting aside some money. For a trip, maybe. You should take one. Go somewhere they can't reach you for a while." Inside was a check for $1,000. I didn't want to take it. I tried to hand it back, but she closed my hand around it and said, Don't argue with an old woman who finally sees things clearly. I hugged her for longer than I planned to. That week, I booked a flight. Not to some luxury resort. Just a quiet cabin in Vermont. Wi-Fi optional. I brought books, hiking boots, and my journal. I watched the leaves change colors. I breathed air that didn't smell like traffic. I ate meals I cooked myself. And I realized something else. I didn't miss them. I missed what I hoped they'd be, but not what they were. When I got back, I felt lighter, calmer. But the storm hadn't passed. Not entirely. Because while I was rebuilding, quietly and privately, the family had been spiraling. I didn't know it yet, but my silence, my distance, had started causing cracks in their own dynamic. Financial ones. Emotional ones. Nina had asked Uncle Joe for help with bills, but he'd been stretched thin ever since I stopped subsidizing his truck payments. Mom had leaned on Mariah for Grandma's meds, but Mariah, freshly engaged, was saving for a wedding. The safety net I'd quietly stitched over the years had unraveled. And without it, they were scrambling. It wasn't out of cruelty. I didn't do it to watch them suffer. But suffering has a way of forcing people to confront truths they've been avoiding. And apparently, mine wasn't the only mask slipping. Because one day, just as I was getting ready to leave work, I got a text from Mariah. You need to see this. Check Nina's story. I clicked. It was a video. Nina, sitting in her living room, tear-streaked and shaking with rage. A toddler crying in the background. Her voice trembling with fury. I'm done protecting people, she said into the camera. You think you know someone your whole life, and then they just vanish when you need them the most. Family's supposed to be ride or die, not run and hide. And Caleb, if you're watching this, congratulations. You've made it clear what you really care about. And guess what? We don't need you. We never did. The video cut off, but the comments kept coming. So did the DMs. So did the screenshots from extended relatives, aunts, second cousins, even family friends, all tagging me or messaging me with a variation of the same question. What did you do? That's when I knew. The final act was beginning. And this time, I wasn't going to stay quiet. I didn't respond to Nina's story. I didn't post a counter video, didn't reply to the tags, didn't even open the comments. But the second I saw her tear-streaked face on my screen, her voice cracking in that rehearsed kind of way that only people who want to be victims can pull off, something settled in my chest. Not rage. Not sadness. Something colder. Resolve. I wasn't going to play defense anymore. I'd spent my entire life swallowing slights, smoothing over tension, bailing people out of messes they walked into with their eyes wide open. I played the peacemaker, the fixer, the one who kept the family glued together with polite smiles and PayPal transfers. And now they had the audacity to paint me as the villain? Me? No. I'd let them have their story. Now it was time I told mine. But I wasn't going to blast them online or rant in Facebook comments. That's not my style. Emotional revenge is satisfying in the moment, but financial, structural revenge? That stays with people. So I started planning. The first thing I did was finally open a spreadsheet I'd started over a year ago. I called it contributions. It was something I'd begun half as a joke, half as a coping mechanism, a line-by-line record of every time I'd helped out a family member since I graduated college. Over the years, I'd added to it when things got especially bad, but I'd never finished it. Until now. It took me 2 nights. I went back through Venmo history, PayPal logs, old text threads, even emails. I wasn't obsessive, I was meticulous. Every grocery run I'd covered for Nina. Every temporary loan to Uncle Joe. Every Target order I placed for Grandma's prescriptions. Every time I'd thrown down my credit card for an Uber home, a birthday dinner, a school fundraiser. It was all there. Every date. Every dollar. When I was done, the final number stared back at me. $47,380.22. 47 grand. That was more than my down payment on my loft. More than my car. More than any vacation I'd ever taken. And it wasn't even including the rooftop birthday party. That was just help. I sat with that number for a long time. Not because I wanted it back. I didn't. Not really. But I needed to see it. I needed them to see it. The next phase was delicate. I started gathering receipts. Not just financial ones, but emotional. Screenshots. Messages. Voicemails. I didn't need to fabricate anything. I just needed to compile the truth. One cousin had once texted me, "You're the only reason I can afford gas this month." Another, "Don't tell Nina I asked you. She gets weird when people come to you first." I had group chat screenshots where they openly joked about how easy it was to get money out of me. A message from my mom, sent last Christmas. I know you already gave $300, but your sister's having a hard time. Maybe just a little more? I didn't respond then. Now, I saved it to a folder. I titled the folder, When They Ask Why. But revenge isn't just about what you show. It's about when you show it. I had to wait for the right moment. That came 2 weeks later. My mom was hosting her annual Thanksgiving dinner. It had been a tradition since we were kids. Potluck style, always at her house, always loud, chaotic, and deeply uncomfortable. In years past, I'd always brought the expensive stuff, wine, desserts, sometimes even the turkey if money was tight for everyone else. This year, I hadn't been invited. Not directly, anyway. I saw the event posted in our extended family group on Facebook. My name wasn't tagged. The caption read, "Everyone's welcome. Just bring a dish and good vibes." Classic passive-aggressive outreach. Ignore me all month, then pretend nothing's wrong when a holiday rolls around. I wasn't going to go, but then I got a text from Mariah. Mariah, FY. I overheard Nina talking. She's planning to announce something big at Thanksgiving. Wants to make it about her. I think she's going to spin the whole Caleb thing again. I waited a moment before responding. Me, let her. Mariah, you sure? Me, I'll be there. Mariah, you want backup? I thought about it. Mariah had been the only one to reach out with genuine concern since everything went down. She wasn't perfect. She definitely laughed at a few of those memes at my expense, but she'd also started pulling away from the group dynamic. She'd gotten engaged recently to a guy who had boundaries, which probably had a lot to do with it. Me, if you bring dessert, I'll let you sit at my table. Mariah, you bringing the wine? Me, oh, I'm bringing everything. Thanksgiving Day arrived, and I dressed for war. Not in a flashy way, no designer labels or over-the-top outfits. Just a crisp black button-up, fitted jeans, and clean boots. I looked sharp, unbothered, like someone who had finally stopped apologizing for existing. When I pulled up to my mom's house, the driveway was full. The street was lined with sedans and minivans. Laughter and music poured from the windows. I stepped inside. Heads turned. The room went still for half a second, like everyone had forgotten what I looked like. Then came the smiles, the awkward hugs, the forced cheer. Caleb, you made it. Didn't think we'd see you this year. Look who finally came down from his penthouse. I smiled, nodded, didn't give them more than they gave me. The house smelled like cinnamon, fried onions, and whatever brand of perfume my mom still wore from 1998. The table was covered in casseroles, foil trays, plastic utensils. Nina was already holding court in the living room, her kids running wild at her feet. She saw me and stiffened, then smiled. "Oh, look who decided to show up," she said loudly. "Must be nice to take a break from being the martyr." A few people chuckled. I didn't flinch. I just smiled and said, "Didn't want to miss your big announcement." She blinked. "What announcement?" I turned to the room. "Actually, before we eat, I have something I'd like to share." Everyone froze. It was the tone, I think. Calm. Serious. Like I wasn't asking. "Don't worry," I added. "It's not a speech. Just some photos." I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a small stack of manila envelopes. I'd made 20 copies, enough for everyone. I handed them out one by one, ignoring the puzzled looks. "What's this?" Uncle Joe asked. "Just a little Thanksgiving gratitude," I said. Inside each envelope was a printed summary of my spreadsheet. One sheet with dates, amounts, and recipients. Nothing cruel, just facts. Underneath that, I'd printed the messages, the screenshots, the texts, the voicemails, all neatly organized. And on the last page, a simple note. "I don't need thanks. I just need you to stop pretending I never gave anything." The room was dead silent. Paper rustled. No one looked up. Nina was the first to speak. "You seriously made, like, a report card of everything you've done for the family? That's so petty." I turned to her, still calm. "You made a live video accusing me of abandoning you. You've told everyone I vanished when you needed me. This isn't petty. It's proof. I kept receipts while you kept rewriting history." Mom finally stepped in. "Caleb, this isn't the place." I turned to her, and for once, I let the edge into my voice. "No, Mom, this is exactly the place. Because for years, I gave without expecting anything. I showed up. I paid. I carried everyone. And when I stopped, just once, you all made me out to be the bad guy. So no, We're not sweeping this one under the rug. She didn't respond. No one did. They just sat there, holding the truth in their hands like it was radioactive. And that was fine, because this wasn't the revenge. This was just the setup. The real move? That would come when I showed them what life looked like without me in their corner. Not with silence, but with success. And I was just getting started. Thanksgiving ended in silence. Not the good kind. Not peaceful or content. The awkward kind. The kind that sucks all the air out of a room. People ate in near silence that night, shuffling turkey around their plates while pretending not to glance at the manila folders tucked under the pie trays and casserole dishes. No one said much to me after my presentation, and I didn't stick around to force small talk. I left with Mariah, who gave me a quiet nod as we walked to our cars. I didn't need applause. I didn't need tears. That was never the point. The truth was out. And now, it was time for the consequences. See, the thing about people like Nina, like my mom, like Uncle Joe, they build their entire identity on two fragile pillars: entitlement and reputation. They rely on others to fill their needs, and they rely on public image to justify it. They need to be seen as the struggling single mom, the selfless matriarch, the good uncle who just hit a rough patch. And I just cracked both pillars in one night. But the collapse? That would happen slowly. And perfectly. The first ripple hit the following Monday. I got a LinkedIn message from a recruiter I didn't know, connected to someone I did know. My cousin Ryan, a former co-worker of Nina's who had landed her a part-time admin job 6 months ago at a real estate firm. The recruiter's message was short. Hey Caleb, quick question. You're related to Nina S., right? Something came up during her probation review. Would you be open to a quick call? I stared at the message, fingers hovering over the keyboard. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I took a breath and wrote, "Happy to chat. I'll keep it professional." We spoke that afternoon. Turns out Nina had used me as a reference when applying. Not in the traditional sense, not with permission, but she'd told them I was her cousin and CFO of a finance company, false, who could vouch for her integrity and financial management skills, ironic. She'd even name-dropped me in her onboarding interviews, claiming I taught her how to manage logistics for large-scale events, citing a completely made-up role she claimed she had in one of my side projects. I kept my voice calm. I won't speak to her character, I said, but I can confirm she had no role in any business operations I've led, and I would prefer not to be used as a professional reference going forward. The recruiter sighed. That's all I needed to hear. Appreciate the clarity. I didn't ask what happened next. I didn't need to. But a week later, Nina posted a cryptic story, a black screen with white text that read, "Some people would rather see you fail than let you grow. Watch who you trust." No job title in her bio anymore. No #bossmom, hashtags either. That was just the beginning. Next came Uncle Joe. He texted me out of the blue, not to apologize, of course, but to check in. Asked how I'd been. Dropped a few vague sentences about family being messy and not letting stuff fester. Then he said something that gave him away. "If you ever need help with that property of yours, I've still got tools and a truck." The truck. The one I'd helped him keep afloat for nearly 2 years. I waited a few days, then messaged him back. "Hope the truck's running well. Out of curiosity, what happened with the payments after I disconnected the auto transfer?" He didn't respond for 3 days. Then I got a voicemail. He sounded tired. Less angry than deflated. "Look, Caleb, I'm not gonna lie to you. I fell behind. Got a few notices from the bank. Thought maybe you'd jump back in if you saw me struggling again. But I get it now. You're done helping. Just wish you'd given us a warning." I didn't call back. Instead, I checked the public auction site for repossessed vehicles. A week later, I saw it. His 2014 Dodge Ram, listed for bidding. Starting price, $3,500. I didn't bid, but someone did. Fallout kept trickling in like water through cracked glass. I learned from Mariah that Mom had started leaning on her more, especially for rides and grocery runs. At first Mariah caved. Guilt's a hard addiction to break. But eventually she texted me. "Is this what it's like for you all the time?" I replied, "Welcome to the club." But the final piece of the revenge wasn't about money, or silence, or petty power moves. It was about reclaiming my identity on my terms. So I decided to write a letter. Not an email, not a ranty Facebook post. A physical letter, printed and mailed, 1 copy each to every person who received a manila envelope on Thanksgiving. I used thick cardstock, typed in clear black font, signed every copy in ink. No drama. No guilt tripping. Just clarity. Here's what it said. Dear family, thank you for taking the time to read what I shared with you on Thanksgiving. I know it was uncomfortable. That was the point. For years, I gave without asking. I contributed, I supported, I showed up. And when I finally stepped back, many of you called me selfish, dramatic, or cruel. You have every right to your opinions. But I have a right to boundaries. This isn't about repayment. I'm not asking for money back. I'm not asking for praise or apologies. I'm asking for acknowledgement of what I gave, of how I was treated, and of the fact that moving forward, I choose myself. I won't be attending family events where I'm expected to play the provider. I won't be participating in group chats that become complaint sessions or donation drives. I won't be covering bills, birthday gifts, or surprise emergencies. This doesn't mean I don't love you. It means I love myself, too. If you're willing to build a relationship with me that's rooted in respect, not expectation, my door is open. If not, I wish you peace anyway. Sincerely, Caleb. Mariah messaged me a week later. I got your letter. I cried. Thank you. One of my aunts emailed me, too. Quietly. Said she admired the honesty. Said it made her realize how often women in the family are expected to give in silence, too. Even Grandma called me. Proud of you, baby, she said. Sometimes people only change when they have no choice. You gave them one. As for the rest, they stayed quiet. The group chat died. No one posted happy birthday on my timeline the next year. No angry rants. No guilt. Just silence. And it was beautiful. Because in that silence, I finally found something I'd been chasing my entire life. Peace that didn't depend on approval. I took a trip to Portugal. Just me, my camera, and a journal. I sat in cafes, walked along the coastline, wrote stories, drank wine. No one called asking for money. No one interrupted my sunsets with emergencies. And for once, I wasn't thinking about who I needed to be to earn love. I was just living. The best revenge, I realized, isn't making them hurt. It's showing them they never broke you. It's living better, not louder. And that's exactly what I did. They thought losing me would teach me a lesson, but all it did was finally set me free. You ever sit at a dinner table and realize, mid-bite, that your family doesn't really see you? Not the real you, anyway. Just the version they've decided you are. My name's Ben, I'm 34, and if I had to sum up my family dynamic in one sentence, it'd probably be, appearances matter more than truth. Especially to my dad. He's the type who measures a man by the car he drives, the brand of his watch, or whether his shoes have visible scuffs. And my younger brother, Jake, oh, he learned from the best. Golden child since birth. Star athlete, business school grad, and the only person I know who once ironed a hoodie before going to the gym, just in case someone saw him. Me? I'm quieter. I run a small but successful IT consulting business. Mostly remote work, good clients, stable income. I own my house outright, no mortgage. I live simply by choice. My car, a 2006 Honda Accord, isn't flashy, but it runs like a dream because I take care of it. It's been with me through thick and thin, and honestly, I've never seen the point of replacing something that still works perfectly just to impress people I don't even like all that much. But my dad doesn't see it that way. Every time we get together, he finds some way to jab at me. Sometimes it's subtle. You still working from home, Ben? Must be nice not having to wear a tie. And sometimes it cuts a little deeper. And Jake, he plays along. Always has. Ever since we were kids, it's been like this unspoken competition I never signed up for. I was the thoughtful one, the planner, the saver. Jake was the flashy risk taker with a smile that could get him out of a parking ticket. And for some reason, that always won him points with Dad. It was a Sunday evening when it all started unraveling. My mom had invited us all over for dinner, something she does once every month or two to keep the family from drifting too far apart. She's the peacekeeper, always smoothing things over, always pretending we're a happy, tight-knit group. I love her, I really do. But sometimes I wish she'd just call it like it is. Anyway, I pulled up to their place a few minutes before 6. Parked my Honda a little further down the street since the driveway was full. Jake's new BMW was parked front and center like it was posing for a magazine cover. Thing was spotless. Jet black, tinted windows, custom rims. I remember thinking, that's a rental-level shine, and I wasn't wrong. But we'll get to that. Dinner started off fine. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, the works. My mom always goes all out. We did the usual small talk. How's work? How's the weather? How's your dog? Things you say when you're trying not to talk about anything real. Jake was late, as usual. He strolled in like he owned the place, flashing that grin, keys to the BMW dangling from his finger like a trophy. Dad clapped him on the back and said, "There he is, the man of the hour." I said nothing, just kept eating. A few minutes later, we were all seated, passing plates and pretending not to count how many rolls Jake took before anyone else got one. And that's when it started. Dad turned to me with this smirk, fork midair, and said, "So Ben, you still driving that old Honda?" He dragged out the word Honda like it tasted sour in his mouth. The whole table chuckled. Jake laughed louder than he needed to, and my uncle, who I forgot was even there until that moment, added, "Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?" I managed to smile. "It gets me where I need to go," I said, not looking up. But Dad wasn't done. He pointed his fork toward the window, gesturing at Jake's BMW like it was the Mona Lisa. "Now that's how a real man shows success," he said, his voice rising just enough to make sure everyone heard. "Drives a car that turns heads. That tells the world who he is, not some rust bucket that belongs in a junkyard." My jaw tightened. I glanced at my mom. She looked down at her plate. Typical. Jake leaned back in his chair, folded his arms, and gave me this smug look like, "Sorry, man, I don't make the rules." And everyone else? They laughed. Not cruelly, not loudly, but the kind of laugh people do when they don't want to be left out. Like they don't even realize they're joining in on a slow-motion insult. I let it sit for a second. Let the silence stretch just long enough for someone to wonder if they'd gone too far. Then I put my fork down, looked Dad square in the eye, and said, "Funny you should say that." He blinked. "Say what?" I nodded toward the BMW. "That car Jake's driving? He's been renting that from me for the past 8 months. The room froze. Jake's smirk vanished. My dad's face slackened, like he couldn't quite process what I'd just said. My uncle stopped chewing. Even my mom finally looked up. And in that moment, you could feel it, this tiny, seismic shift in the room. Like the air itself had changed. But I didn't gloat. I didn't raise my voice. I just let the truth hang there like a painting nobody knew was fake until I pointed it out. And suddenly, no one was laughing anymore. But that was just the beginning. Because that one sentence, it wasn't just a mic drop. It was a spark. And the fire it started would burn through every fake image, every lie, every ounce of respect my brother had coasted on for years. See, that car wasn't the only thing Jake had been renting. Not by a long shot. And by the time it was all said and done, my dad would have to choose between the golden child he thought he raised and the quiet son he never bothered to understand. I wish I could say that after I dropped that bomb at the dinner table, people paused and reevaluated how they treated me. I wish I could say my dad apologized, or that Jake finally looked ashamed for once in his life. But no, if anything, that moment only scratched the surface. What came next, the weeks that followed, showed me just how deep the rot really went. After I told everyone that Jake had been renting the BMW from me, there was this long silence, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of your own breathing. Jake tried to recover first. He laughed, too loud, too forced, and said, "Come on, Ben, don't say it like that. Makes it sound like I'm broke or something." But he was broke. At least, broke in the ways that mattered. And not just financially. But at that moment, I didn't push it. I let his deflection sit. Let everyone chew on the quiet truth that Jake wasn't everything he pretended to be. My dad shook his head slowly, like he didn't want to believe me. "What are you talking about?" he asked, voice low, unsure. I looked right at him. "I bought that BMW last year. Jake couldn't qualify for financing, so he asked if he could use it. I let him, on the condition that he made payments each month, which he's been doing. Sometimes late, sometimes not at all." Jake jumped in. "It's temporary. Just until the business picks up. You said it was fine." I cut him off. "I said it was fine if you respected the deal. Which you haven't." My mom started stacking plates, trying to smooth it over. Okay, let's just finish dinner," she said gently, like this was just a minor squabble. Like someone hadn't just detonated a grenade in the middle of the table. I left early that night. Didn't help clean up, didn't stay for dessert. Just got in my old Honda, turned the key, and drove home with my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. I was tired of biting my tongue, of swallowing disrespect like it was just part of the family recipe. But that dinner was just the first crack. What followed was the landslide. It started with the little things. A week after the dinner, I got a call from Jake. He needed an extension on this month's payment for the BMW. Said he was waiting on a client and would have the money in 2 weeks. I'd heard this song before. At this point, I was more of a car lender than a brother. You realize I could be leasing that out to someone else for twice what you're giving me, right? I said. Jake sighed like I was the burden. Come on, man, don't be that guy. We're family. You know I'll get you back. Except I also knew he'd said that same sentence 4 times in the past year. And every time, get you back, meant eventually ghost your texts until you forget about it. Still, I let it slide again. Not because I believed him, but because I needed time. I was starting to see things more clearly. My patience wasn't infinite, and he was running out of chances. 2 weeks turned into 3. Then I found out from a mutual friend that Jake had gone on a weekend ski trip with his girlfriend. That was the moment something inside me shifted. I wasn't angry. I was done. I called him the next day. You're a week past due, I said. Where's the money? He laughed. Seriously? You're checking in on that right now? It's only a few $100, Ben. 480, actually. Okay. But dude, I had a lot going on this month. Stressful stuff. You wouldn't understand. That sentence echoed in my head. You wouldn't understand. Like my life was just yoga and Netflix while he heroically fought dragons in the business world. You have 3 days, I said. Then the car's mine again. No more games. Jake hung up. 2 days later, my dad called me. That never happens. Usually, we only talk in person during holidays or family events where he can roast me publicly. So getting a call from him felt off. Ben, he said, you threatening to take your brother's car? I didn't say anything at first. I was so stunned he'd called just for that. Not to check in, not to ask how I was doing. Just to defend Jake. I gave him a deal. He didn't hold up his end. I finally said. That's on him. Dad sighed. Come on. You know he's trying. He's got a lot of pressure. That car helps him look successful. Helps him land clients. By lying. It's not lying, he snapped. It's branding. That word. Branding. Like Jake was a startup and the rest of us were investors being guilt-tripped into staying on board. What about me? I asked quietly. When do I get the benefit of the doubt? The support? You mock my car, my job, but the second Jake's image is in jeopardy, you rally the troops. There was silence on the line. Then he said, You've always been fine, Ben. Jake needs more help. That was his answer. You don't get support because you don't need it. As if being self-sufficient made me unworthy of respect. As if quiet consistency was less valuable than flashy chaos. That phone call was the breaking point. I started reviewing everything. The times I'd covered for Jake in college when he blew his tuition money on spring break. The times I'd fixed his laptop for free, helped him move, given him gas money, loaned him my tools, even designed his stupid business website and never got paid for it. And my dad? He never once said thanks, never once acknowledged it. He just kept polishing Jake's image like it was some family trophy he didn't want anyone to see was cracked. But the worst was yet to come. 2 weeks later, Mom called to invite me to a family barbecue. Said it'd be casual, just cousins and uncles and a few friends. I hesitated, but agreed. I figured if nothing else, it'd be a chance to clear the air. Maybe talk to Jake one-on-one. I showed up early to help my mom set up. She smiled when she saw me, gave me a hug, and handed me a tray of burgers to carry out back. Thanks, honey, she said. I'm glad you came. But then I saw it. Parked in the driveway, polished to perfection, was my BMW. I froze. Walked up to it. Noticed something different. A new decal on the back windshield. A small one, but unmistakable. Jake Ellison Consulting, Executive Mobility Services. I stared at it for a long time. That decal hadn't been there before. I marched inside, found Jake near the kitchen, and pulled him aside. What is that? I demanded. He looked at me, confused. What's what? The sticker on the car. Advertising your business like you own it. He shrugged. It's just branding, man. Helps with image. That's not your car. Ben, seriously, don't make a scene. It's just a sticker. My voice dropped. You're using my car to pretend you run a luxury service business? He looked around nervously, then hissed. Can we talk about this later? No, I said louder. We talk now. People started turning to look. My dad stepped into view. Ben, he warned, don't ruin the barbecue. I'm not ruining anything, I snapped. Your son is. Jake grabbed my arm. Fine. Come out front. We walked around to the side of the house, out of earshot. I needed the car for a pitch, he said. That's it. I got a shot at landing a big client and… No, I cut in. You put your company name on it. You turned my property into an asset for your business, without my permission. He looked annoyed. Ben, why do you care so much? You're not even using the car. I've kept it clean. It's still in perfect condition. You just like having control. I stared at him for a long moment. Then I pulled out my phone and opened the app that tracked the car's GPS. I showed it to him. You've driven over the mileage cap every month. You've taken it out of state multiple times. And last weekend, ski trip, while telling me you couldn't pay. His eyes narrowed. You're spying on me? I'm protecting my investment. He scoffed. Man, you're pathetic. That was it. You have 24 hours, I said. Then I'm taking it back. Jake stared at me like he couldn't believe I'd actually draw a line. You wouldn't. I turned and walked away. But I would. And I was done playing nice. What I didn't know at that moment, what I wouldn't find out until a few days later, was that Jake had crossed a line even I didn't see coming. He hadn't just used my car to fake his success. He'd put my name down as a business partner on paperwork without telling me, filed under my legal name, with state records. I didn't even know until I got a tax document in the mail. That was the final betrayal. And once I discovered the extent of it, I knew. This wasn't just a personal line he crossed. It was legal, and it was time to make him regret it. But I'll get to that, because the storm hadn't even hit yet. It was just circling, waiting for the right moment to crash through everything he'd built. You ever feel like your own family could stab you in the back and then hand you a napkin to clean up the mess they made? That's how I felt the day I opened the mail and found a thick, oddly official-looking envelope addressed to me. It wasn't junk. It had my full name, legal middle initial, and everything spelled correctly, which ruled out spam right away. I opened it while standing at the kitchen counter, sipping lukewarm coffee in sweatpants, thinking it was maybe insurance stuff or tax nonsense. Instead, it was a notice from the state business registry. Apparently, I was listed as a co-founder of a company called Ellison Executive Mobility Solutions, LLC. Jake's company. Only. I never signed anything. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake. Maybe they mixed us up. We're brothers, after all. Maybe Jake listed me as an emergency contact and something got screwed up in the system. But no, he had filed me as a partner. My name was right there on the LLC paperwork, digitally signed and dated. I didn't even know you could fake that. I called the state office to ask how this happened, and after an hour on hold, the woman on the line kindly informed me that digital filing only requires a typed signature. We don't verify names during submission, she said. It's up to the involved parties to resolve disputes. In other words, congratulations, Mr. Ellison. If you want this mess cleaned up, you're on your own. That night, I barely slept. I tossed and turned, running through all the worst-case scenarios. What if he'd racked up business debts? What if he used my credit somehow? What if he listed me on a tax document and I got hit with penalties down the line? And then there was the bigger question I didn't want to ask. Why? Why did my own brother do this to me? The next day, I marched into Jake's office, if you could even call it that. It was a cramped co-working space in a strip mall, wedged between a vape shop and a failed gym. I knew the code to the door because I helped him move in months ago. It was empty when I arrived. Just a desk, a ring light, and a whiteboard full of buzzwords like high-ticket conversion and client retention funnel. Jake showed up 20 minutes later, holding a Starbucks cup and wearing a blazer over a t-shirt like he was pitching a TED Talk. When he saw me, he froze. Ben, you can't just barge in here, man. I held up the letter. You put my name on a company without telling me? He didn't deny it. Not really. He did that thing where he tried to act confused, like I was the crazy one. I was going to loop you in. It was just temporary. For legal documents? Are you out of your mind? He sighed and set his coffee down. Look, I needed a second name on the form. They wouldn't approve a sole proprietor filing because of how I structured the loan request. It's just for appearance. It's not like you actually own part of the business. But I do now, I said. According to the state. According to the IRS. You used my identity. He threw his hands up. I didn't steal anything, okay? I just borrowed your name. I wanted to punch something. Not him, even. Just a wall. A chair. The drywall behind that stupid whiteboard. I'm reporting it, I said. I'm removing myself from the business. And if there's any damage to my credit, I'm coming after you. Jake's smile faded. You wouldn't do that. I would. And I will. But I didn't report him. Not right away. Because something told me this was bigger than I realized. And I was right. Over the next month, my life hit a strange, frustrating low. I kept things bottled up, partly because I didn't know who to talk to, and partly because I was embarrassed. This wasn't just about Jake anymore. It was about how easily I let him walk all over me, how long I tolerated it. I started questioning myself. Had I been too quiet all these years? Too passive? Was I partly to blame for letting them think I was the one they could lean on, dump on, and discard? My dad called once during that month. Not to check on me, of course. He just wanted to know why Jake looked so down at Sunday dinner. I told him to ask Jake. His reply? You don't need to be difficult. Difficult. That word rang in my ears like a bell. Suddenly, I was the difficult one. I ghosted family events after that. Skipped 2 barbecues, a cousin's birthday, and a fishing trip my uncle tried to rope me into. I turned inward, shutting people out. I was bitter, resentful, and yet, somehow, more alone than ever. But funny enough, that solitude, it turned into something else. Clarity. I started spending my evenings differently. Instead of stewing in frustration, I began researching. Quietly, methodically. I looked up legal options, started compiling a paper trail, texts, bank transfers, emails, voicemails, screenshots of Jake's business website using the BMW. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but I knew it was time I stopped waiting for justice and started building it myself. At the same time, I focused on rebuilding my own life. Not the external stuff. My career was still doing fine, but the internal scaffolding that had been slowly crumbling under years of being the responsible one who never rocked the boat. I signed up for a local mentorship group. Just a small circle of business owners who met once a week for lunch and shared struggles, advice, ideas. I didn't expect much from it at first, but that group, they gave me something I didn't know I was missing: respect. They listened when I spoke. They asked questions. They valued what I had to say. One of them, a retired woman named Helen who used to run a logistics company, told me something that stuck with me. People who live off your silence will panic the moment you find your voice, she said. So speak. I wrote that down. I stared at it every day. People who live off your silence will panic the moment you find your voice. And slowly, I started speaking. I reached out to my lawyer friend, Corey. He wasn't a specialist in fraud or business law, but he pointed me in the right direction. Helped me draft the necessary letters to legally remove my name from Jake's company, and advised me on how to file a formal complaint if Jake pushed back. I learned the steps. I took control, not in an explosive, dramatic way, but in the way a person finally decides they're done being a doormat. At the same time, I upgraded my own business website, redesigned my brand, took on 2 new clients, started a YouTube channel offering tech tutorials and project management tips, something I'd wanted to do for years but never had the confidence to start. The subscribers trickled in slowly, but each one felt like a tiny validation that I had something worth saying. Then came the email that shifted everything. It was from a woman named Tara, someone I didn't recognize at first. She introduced herself as a contractor who'd been considering working with Jake's company. But something about the business seemed off, so she did some digging. She found my name on the LLC listing and tracked me down through LinkedIn. Her message was cautious. Are you really involved with Ellison Executive Mobility Solutions? Because I have questions. We set up a call. Tara was smart, professional. She didn't give away too much, but from what I gathered, Jake had pitched her on a high-end client transport service for executives visiting our city. He promised black car luxury, airport pickups, and white glove experiences. All of it sounded impressive, until she saw the address listed on the company's site. It led her to the same strip mall co-working space. That raised a red flag. She also noticed the company's Instagram used only stock photos and never tagged actual clients or events. Another red flag. Then she found my name on the filing and thought, maybe this is the real brains behind it. I told her the truth. Everything. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that confirms what I suspected. We hung up, but a seed had been planted. Jake didn't know it yet, but his empire, built on lies, borrowed names, and rented cars, was starting to crack. And I was finally in a place to do something about it. Not just emotionally, but legally and publicly. But before I lit the match, I had one last thing to do. Face my father. Because as much as Jake was the one who forged my name, who manipulated and exploited me. It was my dad who made me feel like standing up for myself was somehow wrong. Like my quiet strength was weakness. Like I was the difficult one for daring to want respect. So I invited him to coffee. Just him and me. Neutral ground. He showed up, of course. My dad's the kind of guy who doesn't turn down free coffee, especially if he thinks he'll get to lecture someone in the process. He sat down, sipped his drink, and asked, "So what's this about?" I looked him straight in the eye and said, "It's about Jake. And you. And me." His smile faded. "I know what Jake did," I said. "I know about the LLC. I know how you defended him. I know you think I'm overreacting. I never said that. You didn't have to. Your silence said enough." He leaned back. "Look, Jake's always been a little reckless, but—" "No," I interrupted. "Don't minimize it. He forged my name, committed fraud, and you've been enabling him for years." He frowned. "Ben, this isn't who you are." That made me laugh. "You're right. It's not who I was. But I'm done being quiet." He didn't say much after that. Just sat there, uncomfortable, probably realizing that the son he thought he could ignore had found a spine. I left the coffee shop that day feeling lighter, stronger, like I'd finally stepped into my own life. But I wasn't done. Jake still had no idea what was coming. And by the time he found out, the illusion he built, the car, the business, the reputation, would come crumbling down. Because the truth? I wasn't just speaking anymore. I was planning. And the first real move was already in motion. There's a strange clarity that comes when you stop hoping someone will change. When you stop waiting for them to do the right thing. When you finally accept that they won't, and decide to act anyway. After that meeting with my dad, I walked away with no illusions left. He wasn't going to stand up for me. He wasn't going to hold Jake accountable. I wasn't going to get an apology or even an acknowledgement of the mess Jake had created with my name attached to it. But I wasn't walking away empty-handed. Because now I had something better than approval. I had momentum. And I had a plan. The first step? Clean up the legal side. I wasn't going to let my name linger on anything Jake touched. With help from my friend Corey and the business mentorship group, I filed paperwork to remove myself from the LLC. It took a couple of weeks, but the process was straightforward once I got my ducks in a row. I attached proof that I never agreed to the partnership, emails, texts, lack of consent. Then I sent a courtesy notice to Jake. He responded within an hour. "Jake, are you seriously doing this right now?" "Me. I already did it. You'll get the official notice soon." "Jake, dude, you're overreacting. This is going to screw everything up." "Me. You should have thought of that before forging my name." "Jake, unbelievable. You really are the jealous type, huh?" That last message made me laugh. Jealous? Of what? A rented car, a fake business, and a resume held together with duct tape and Photoshop? That was the final straw. I wasn't just walking away anymore. I was going to burn the stage he kept performing on. But not all at once. I didn't want revenge that just made a mess. I wanted the kind that left no question who was behind it. I wanted control, precision. I wanted the kind of revenge that didn't just expose the truth. It made it impossible to ignore. So I started gathering kindling. The first piece came from Tara, the contractor who'd reached out to me after seeing my name on the LLC. She and I stayed in touch, and as it turned out, she wasn't the only one Jake had tried to charm with his shiny pitch deck and executive car service. There were others, clients he'd courted, deals he'd teased, and even a few early investors who were starting to ask questions. Half the stuff he promised never materialized, Tara told me in one call. He said he had a fleet of cars, train drivers, and exclusive airport partnerships. But all he ever showed was that one BMW. My BMW. Tara connected me with two other former prospects. One was a small marketing agency that almost signed a contract before backing out due to bad vibes. The other? A local startup CEO who said Jake flaked on a trial run and never returned calls after they asked for a formal invoice. Each of them gave me more fuel. Names, dates, screenshots, promises unkept. Then I remembered something from months ago, back when I helped Jake build his business website. He'd begged me to set up the site, said he couldn't afford a designer. I'd done it for free, like an idiot. And like a bigger idiot, I used my own account to register the domain, which meant I still had back-end access. I logged in one night, heart pounding, and there it was, his full site, sitting on the platform I had control over. He'd changed the password to his business email, but he never changed the master credentials for the hosting account. Classic Jake. All flash, no follow-through. I didn't touch anything. Not yet. But knowing I held the keys, that changed everything. I spent the next few weeks watching from the shadows. Every time Jake posted a client success story on Instagram, I ran a reverse image search. Stock photos. Every time he mentioned a partnership, I checked the company's site. Nothing about him. Every time he claimed to be fully booked, I tracked the car GPS. Most days it never left his driveway. It was a house of cards. All I had to do was pick the moment to flick it over. But timing was everything. So I waited. Then, 2 weeks later, my opportunity arrived. My mom called. "Hey, sweetie," she said, a little hesitant. "We're having everyone over again. For Dad's birthday. Just family and a few close friends. It would mean a lot if you came." I almost said no. I hadn't been to a family gathering in months. But then she added, "Jake's planning to make a little announcement. Something about the business finally taking off." There it was. The stage. He was about to give another performance. And this time, I'd be in the front row. I told her I'd be there. The next day, I opened my laptop and got to work. First, I prepared a small presentation. Nothing flashy, just a collection of screenshots. Photos of the fake clients. Messages from people he'd scammed. The tax forms. The forged LLC filing. And, for good measure, a little montage of all the promises he'd made on social media versus the reality. I organized them into a neat slideshow. Then I wrote out my statement. Practiced it. Tightened the language. I didn't want emotion to get in the way. This wasn't about vengeance. It was about truth. I called Tara and asked for one last favor. She agreed without hesitation. "I owe you," she said. "And honestly, I want to see this guy fall." The final piece of the setup came 2 days before the party. I called Jake. He didn't answer, so I left a voicemail. "Hey, heard you're making an announcement at Dad's birthday. Just wanted to say, I'm excited to hear it." He texted back, "Didn't think you'd come. Hope we can be cool." I smiled. "Oh, I'm cool, Jake. I'm ice." When the day came, I dressed sharp. Not over the top, not trying to compete, but confident. Clean blazer, polished shoes, that quiet kind of put together that doesn't scream for attention, but earns it anyway. I drove the Honda, of course, because I wasn't hiding. The backyard was packed. String lights, folding chairs, trays of catered food. Jake was already there, holding court in a blue suit and Ray-Bans, doing that politician grin he'd perfected. Dad stood beside him like a proud campaign manager. "Ben," my mom called, arms open. "Glad you made it." I hugged her, nodded at my dad. He gave me a half smile. Jake didn't even look at me, just kept chatting up some guy about expanding into new markets. The night went on. People laughed, drank, posed for pictures in front of a rented photo booth with the logo EMS printed on the backdrop. That's right. Jake had made a fake step and repeat banner. My name had been on that logo once. Then, around dessert, my dad clinked his glass and said, if I could have everyone's attention for just a minute. It was time. He turned to Jake and smiled like the son he raised was about to walk on water. "My boy's been working hard," he said. "We all know that. And tonight, he has something special to share." Jake stepped forward, all charisma and cologne. He pulled out his phone and started playing a little video montage, shots of the BMW, my car, blurry clips of him walking into hotel lobbies, drone footage he clearly bought online. "I just want to say," Jake began, "when I started Ellison Executive Mobility Solutions, people doubted me. They said I was dreaming too big. But now, we're growing. We've closed 3 new clients, and next month, I'll be launching our second vehicle." Applause. Even my dad clapped, like he'd just watched a boy become a man. Jake went on, eyes shining. "It's been a long road, and I couldn't have done it without family. My parents, for always believing in me. My girlfriend, for sticking through the chaos. And of course, my brother Ben, who inspired me to chase this dream." That was my cue. I stepped forward, cleared my throat. "Actually, Jake," I said, loud enough to stop the music. "There's something I'd like to say too." All eyes turned to me. Jake froze, and I smiled, because every piece was in place. And the next move? Checkmate. The air was electric. That kind of silence where everyone's frozen with their eyes locked on you, unsure if you're about to give a toast or detonate a bomb. And I was holding the detonator. Jake stood stiffly beside our dad, smile already cracked, posture starting to shift. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. His body said enough. The nervous shuffle of his feet, the twitch at the corner of his mouth, like he knew this was it. I pulled my phone from my pocket and took a breath. I wasn't planning to say anything, I began. But since my name got mentioned, I think it's only fair I set the record straight. A few people shifted in their chairs. Someone laughed, nervously. Jake took one step toward me. Ben, maybe now's not the time. But I ignored him. I opened my phone and mirrored it to the TV Jake had used for his video montage. The same screen that was showing slow-mo footage of him shaking hands with blurred-out businessmen now displayed a different slideshow, one I had prepared carefully, quietly, and in absolute detail. Slide 1. A screenshot of the state LLC filing, with my name listed as co-founder, circled in red. First, Jake filed me as a business partner in his company without my knowledge or consent. I didn't sign anything. He used my legal identity without asking me. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. My uncle leaned forward. One of our cousins covered her mouth. Slide 2. A copy of the email from the state confirming my removal from the LLC, dated 2 weeks ago. I had to go through legal channels to remove myself from his business and protect my credit and tax record. Jake's mouth opened slightly. He didn't speak, just stood there like a statue carved out of panic. Slide 3. The GPS tracker history from my car, the car Jake had been using to present himself as a luxury service provider. It showed his weekend ski trip, the repeated over-mileage drives, and out-of-state routes that violated our original agreement. Jake's business pitch? The one he just gave you? It's built on this BMW right here, I said, pointing out the window. That car isn't his. It's mine. He's been renting it from me for almost a year. Late on payments, too. Someone near the back let out a low, oh. Slide 4. Screenshots of Jake's website showing testimonials. Below that, I showed the same photos in their original context, stock image catalogs, untouched and unedited. Slide 5. Messages from Tara and the 2 other near clients he misled. One had emailed a short statement I'd printed out and read aloud. Jake Ellison promised our firm exclusive transport services backed by airport contracts and a verified vehicle fleet. Upon investigation, none of these claims could be substantiated. Proceed with caution. I turned back to the crowd. There's no fleet, no train drivers, no contracts. There's just Jake, in my car, pretending. The silence that followed was deafening, not out of confusion, but out of clarity. Jake's face was pale. He looked at our dad, searching for something, backup, denial, a lifeline. But Dad didn't meet his eyes. His jaw was tight. His arms were crossed. I closed the slideshow. I didn't do this to embarrass anyone, I said. But my name's been tied to this lie long enough. I spent years staying quiet, years helping, covering, bailing him out, and all I got in return was disrespect. I turned to Jake directly. You used my name, my car, my work, and the worst part? You never said thank you. You just expected it, like I owed it to you. Jake finally spoke. Ben, I didn't mean. Yes, you did, I interrupted. You meant to cheat the system, and you meant to let me take the fall if it didn't work. But I'm not cleaning up your mess anymore. And with that, I walked out. I didn't wait for applause. I didn't wait for the aftermath. I just left. The cool night air outside felt like a full-body exhale. I got in my Honda, started the engine, and pulled away. No music, no rush, just peace. But the story didn't end at the barbecue. The fallout came fast, and it came hard. 2 days later, Jake's website went offline. I didn't touch it, even though I could have. No, this time it was his hosting account that got flagged after Tara, and the other 2 filed formal complaints for misrepresentation and attempted fraud. Apparently, one of the investors he'd pitched had also seen the slideshow through a cousin who'd been at the party, and they started asking for their money back. Jake tried damage control, posted a half-hearted stepping away to restructure message on Instagram, turned off the comments when it got flooded with questions, deleted half his past posts. But by then, it was too late. The co-working space canceled his lease due to misrepresentation of business activity. The banner with the company logo? Thrown in the trash. The BMW? Returned to me, quietly. He parked it at the edge of my driveway one night. Keys in the mailbox. No note. No text. He didn't even ask for the money he'd paid back. Dad didn't say much afterward. He called me once, 2 weeks later. Just said, I didn't know it was that bad. I replied, you didn't want to know. He sighed. You're right. It wasn't an apology, but it was the closest he'd ever come. And that was enough. A month after the fallout, I posted a new video on my growing YouTube channel. A story, just vague enough to not mention names, but clear enough to carry the lesson. It was titled, "What Happens When You Let People Borrow Your Name?" It hit a nerve. Tens of thousands of views. Hundreds of comments. People sharing their own stories. Their own wake-up calls. I didn't reply to all of them, but I read every word. Because in those comments, I saw something I hadn't seen in years. Validation. Not for being flashy, or loud, or charming, but for being steady, for being honest, for finally standing up. Jake moved cities shortly after. Rumor has it he's rebranding and starting a new project. I haven't heard from him since, and honestly, I don't care to. I hope he figures himself out. I really do. But this time, he'll have to do it without my name on the paperwork. As for me, I'm good. My car's still running like a dream. My business is growing. My life is quiet, but it's mine. And for the first time in a long time, I'm not carrying anyone else's lies. Only my own truth. Let them rent cars. Let them rent respect. I'd rather own mine. I remember the exact moment I knew I was done. It was a Thursday night. Nothing dramatic. No yelling. No thrown plates. No sudden storm of rage. Just a quiet sentence, almost whispered, barely emphasized. She rolled her eyes like she was already tired of me and said, "My friends think you're just a temporary phase. And honestly, I don't blame them." Then she laughed. Laughed. Like it was nothing. Like it wasn't the kind of thing that cuts you down from the inside. Anyway, hi. I'm Theo, 29 years old. I work in marketing, brand development, mostly, and before all of this happened, I used to think I was a pretty steady guy. Practical. Chill. Maybe too forgiving, if I'm being honest. I wasn't someone who caused drama. I avoided it like it was a pothole in the middle of the freeway. But sometimes, no matter how carefully you drive, you hit it anyway, and it wrecks your suspension from the inside out. I grew up in a family where appearances were everything. I'm not talking about luxury cars or designer wardrobes. I mean emotional appearances. Keeping it together. Being the good kid. My dad was a military man. My mom, a teacher. Quiet, structured people who believed in swallowing your feelings and not making a scene. Handle it privately, Theo, my dad would say when things got hard. Don't embarrass yourself or us. And so I learned to swallow things. Discomfort, hurt, anger, even joy sometimes. I learned to keep my face straight when my older brother, Jordan, would mock me in front of our relatives. When he'd bring girls home and tell them, "Don't mind Theo, he still believes in love." Everyone would laugh, and I'd smile like it didn't matter. I always figured, eventually, he'd grow up. But when you start off as the golden child, you never really have to. I moved out at 22 after finishing college and managed to land a decent job right out the gate. Jordan, by comparison, burned through 3 majors, dropped out twice, then got bailed out by our parents when he opened a gym that somehow never turned a profit. They loaned him 40 grand. When I asked for a $2,000 loan to cover a security deposit on my first apartment, they told me I should learn to be more independent. I didn't push back. I just worked harder. That's when I met Rachel. She was 25, sharp as a tack, and had this magnetic sort of confidence that made you feel lucky just being near her. We met through a friend at a gallery opening. Rachel worked in events, freelancing at the time, but already making a name for herself as someone who could turn a sleepy product launch into a viral experience. She was ambitious, funny, and, at first, incredibly supportive. I told her about my job, my family, my brother, and she told me I was probably too nice for my own good. I should have paid more attention to how she said it. Not as a compliment, but as an observation. Like it was a warning. At first, everything felt like a dream. We moved in together after a year, her idea, actually. She said splitting rent would help us both, and honestly, it did. I was making enough to support myself, but not enough to feel like I could breathe. She found us a loft with brick walls and tall windows, the kind of place that made you feel like you'd finally made it. I paid my half, never missed a month. She decorated, hosted, made it look like something out of a magazine. And I was happy to let her take the lead on that. It was her world. I just wanted to build a life inside it. But somewhere in year 2, something started to shift. Subtle at first. She started spending more time on her phone when we were out together. More girls' nights. More weekends, networking. I didn't mind. She was allowed to have her space, her friends. I'm not controlling. But the way she started talking to me changed. I went from babe to can you do me a favor more often than not. She rolled her eyes more, sighed when I didn't get her references, laughed a little too hard when her friends teased me for working a desk job instead of being an entrepreneur. The worst part? I excused all of it. I kept telling myself she was just stressed or tired or reacting to the pressure of trying to scale her event business. She had talent, no doubt, but talent didn't guarantee success, and there were months where she barely made anything. I started covering more of the groceries, even a few of the utilities. She never asked, but she never stopped me, either. Then came the girls' trip. A weekend in Tulum. Just her and her closest three. She packed light, wore this bright orange sundress, and kept checking her reflection in the mirror while I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to decide if now was the right time to bring up what I'd overheard the night before, her on the phone with one of her friends, laughing. He's sweet. Yeah, but honestly, I think I'm just bored. He's like a palate cleanser. I didn't say anything then. I wanted to believe I misheard, or that she didn't mean it. But when she turned to me just before leaving, kissed me lightly on the cheek like I was a coworker or a nephew, and said, "My friends think you're just a temporary phase, and honestly, I don't blame them," something clicked. Something cold and permanent. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time, I didn't feel small. I didn't feel sad. I just felt done. She left. I waited 15 minutes, then stood up and walked into the closet. It wasn't a dramatic decision. It wasn't even fully planned. I just moved. I opened drawers, grabbed my suitcase, and began packing like a man pulling out of a burning building. Methodically, silently. I called my buddy Aaron. He owed me a favor, and by midnight, every single thing I owned was packed and in his car. All that was left behind was a single note. Nothing fancy, just a plain white envelope, taped to the fridge. Tell them the phase ended. But here's the thing, that was just the beginning. Because as much as Rachel would become the catalyst, the real story, the one I'm going to tell you piece by piece, it wasn't about her. It was about what came next. About my family, my brother, my parents. About a long, tangled web of expectations and buried grudges, and what happens when the quiet one finally stops playing along. Because the morning after I left, I got a call. Not from Rachel, from my mom. She was crying. And that's when I realized Rachel hadn't told them anything, but someone else had. And whoever it was, they wanted to make sure the whole thing blew up. Now buckle up, because things were about to get messy. I didn't answer the call the first time. I just let it ring, standing in Aaron's cramped guest room, the note still fresh in my mind. My phone lit up with Mom, and I stared at it like it was some kind of test. The first test of the new me, the one who doesn't fold. It rang again, and again. On the fourth attempt, I picked up. "Theo." Her voice was cracking. "Theo, what did you do? Not are you okay, or where are you? Just, what did you do?" I said nothing for a second, then let out a small breath. "Hi, Mom." "She's here," she whispered, like someone might overhear her in her own home. "She's at our house, crying." "Theo." "She's devastated." "What happened?" I glanced at the small duffel on the floor, the one holding my work laptop and toiletries. "She told me I was a phase," I said quietly. "So I ended the phase." There was a pause, a long one. Then, as if I'd said something horrifying, she gasped. "Theo, how could you walk out like that? She said you didn't even say goodbye." I didn't know whether to laugh or let it crush me. She said I was boring, temporary. Her friends made bets on when we'd break up, Mom. What exactly was I supposed to say goodbye to? "She's young," she said, almost pleading. "People say things they don't mean. You've always been the calm one, the patient one." And there it was, that old refrain. Be the calm one. Be the one who swallows it. Be the one who fixes things after someone else wrecks them. I ended the call with some excuse about needing rest, and for once, I didn't promise to call back. Aaron's place was small, really just a one-bedroom with a glorified closet of a den, but he gave me the bed and took the couch. "Man, you look like someone unplugged your soul," he joked that night as we ate cold pizza in silence. "You sure you're okay?" I nodded, but the truth was more complicated than yes or no. I didn't feel hurt, exactly. I felt like someone had opened a box I'd been taping shut for a decade, and everything inside was heavier than I remembered. The next few days were a blur of work calls, awkward text messages from mutual friends trying to play neutral, and a few emails from Rachel I didn't open. But what I didn't expect, what hit me out of nowhere, was the voicemail from Jordan. "Hey, little bro," he said, drawing out the nickname like he always did when he was about to say something smug. Heard the news. Gotta say, didn't think you had it in you. Walking out like that? Cold. But honestly, I respect it. Took you long enough to realize she was out of your league. I stared at the phone for a long time after that. Out of your league. Jordan had always had a way of wrapping insults in compliments. When we were kids, he'd say things like, "You're smart," in a quiet way, which sounded nice until you realized it was code for "you're not impressive enough to talk about." When I landed my first job out of college, he said, "Good for you, man. You're like a Clydesdale, reliable, if not fast." The truth was, we were oil and water from the start. He was the golden boy, athletic, loud, charismatic. The kind of guy who walked into a room and made everyone look his way, even if they regretted it later. My parents loved that about him. Teachers didn't. He got kicked out of school once for cheating on a physics final, and my mom still insists he was framed. When Rachel and I got together, I remember Jordan pulling me aside at Thanksgiving and saying, "She's a rocket, man. You're a Ford Focus. Rockets don't stay grounded." I thought he was being protective. Now I knew better. A week passed. I didn't respond to Rachel's texts. I didn't return my mom's calls. I buried myself in work, trying to keep a grip on the version of myself I was building, someone who didn't get dragged back into toxic loops. Then came the birthday dinner. It was my mom's idea. "Just family," she said in the voicemail. "It would mean a lot to me if you came. No pressure. Just please." I thought about skipping it. I really did. But something in her voice felt different this time. Not demanding. Not passive-aggressive. Just tired. And I figured, fine, one dinner. One polite hello. I'd bring a bottle of wine, stay an hour, and slip out before anything could get messy. I should have known better. The moment I walked into my parents' house, something felt off. My mom greeted me with a hug that lingered just a second too long. My dad gave me a silent nod, like I was a colleague he hadn't seen in years. And Jordan? He smirked from the couch, legs spread wide like he owned the place, sipping whiskey like it was a photo shoot. And then I saw her, Rachel, sitting at the dining table like nothing had happened. She stood up when she saw me, all soft eyes and trembling lip. "Theo," she said quietly. I didn't know you'd be here." I froze, looked at my mom. "You invited her?" My mom looked like a deer caught in headlights. She reached out. She said she wanted to apologize. "I thought maybe you two could talk." I couldn't breathe. "I left," I said slowly. "I moved out. I wrote a note. This isn't miscommunication. This is over." Rachel looked down, tears welling up. "I just thought." "No," I said, sharper than I intended. "You thought I'd fold. Like always." Jordan whistled low. "Don't. That's the most spine I've seen from you since ever." "Shut up, Jordan." He blinked, laughed. "Oh, the puppy learned how to bark." "Enough," my dad snapped, but it was half-hearted. Like he didn't really want to get involved, but felt obligated to say something. I turned to my mom. "I came here because you said it was family. This isn't family. This is a setup." "Theo, she's still family," my mom said helplessly. "You two lived together. You were practically married." "No," I said again. "We weren't." I walked out, got into my car, and just sat there, gripping the wheel until my knuckles went white. The next day, I got a message from Rachel. Just one line. "You humiliated me. I hope it was worth it." And then another, half an hour later. "By the way, your brother's been calling me. A lot." I stared at the screen, not even surprised. Of course he had. Of course he saw a gap and moved in. Rachel wasn't in love with me. Maybe she never was. But she was addicted to attention. And Jordan? Jordan was a vending machine of validation, always eager to prove he could win. I didn't reply. But that night, I started thinking. About patterns. About history. About the way Jordan had always gotten away with things because I never called him out. About how my parents had let it happen. Again and again. When we were kids, Jordan once borrowed my bike and wrecked it doing tricks down at the park. I was devastated. He got grounded for one day. My parents bought him a new one, so he wouldn't feel punished for being adventurous. I never got a replacement. In high school, he crashed my car on prom night. Said it was my fault for not hiding the spare key better. I walked to class for 3 months while he charmed his way out of paying for repairs. And now? Now he was circling my ex like a hawk, waiting to pick at whatever scraps he could turn into ego fuel. It was pathetic, but it was also familiar. Too familiar. And I started to wonder, not just about him, but about all the times I let people step on me because it was easier than standing up. Because being the good kid was safer than being the one who made waves. But I wasn't that kid anymore. And the moment I realized that, something inside me clicked. Not in a rage kind of way, in a planning kind of way. Because if Jordan wanted to play games, fine. I knew exactly how to beat him at his own. But not with yelling. Not with threats. No, I was going to dismantle him the way I'd built everything else in my life. Quietly, strategically, and with a smile on my face. Because here's the part Jordan never understood. I wasn't a phase. I was the storm coming after it. And I'd just started gathering clouds. If there's one thing I've learned about hitting rock bottom, it's that no one ever warns you about the quietness. You expect tears, shouting, a big dramatic collapse. But for me, it wasn't loud. It was waking up in Aaron's apartment on a Wednesday, staring at the ceiling with the kind of stillness that makes your thoughts echo. I wasn't crying. I wasn't even angry anymore. I just felt hollow. I'd been living out of a duffel bag for 2 weeks, rotating 3 button-downs for work and brushing my teeth next to a half-used can of Barbasol in someone else's bathroom. My toothbrush leaned against Aaron's in a red Solo cup. My socks were tucked in the bottom drawer of his dresser, next to mismatched gym shorts and concert tees. Every time I opened that drawer, it reminded me I didn't belong there. I was just borrowing space, temporarily tolerated, kind of like how I'd been treated my entire life. Rachel had stopped texting after the last message about Jordan. I hadn't responded, and I wasn't going to. I figured whatever petty alliance the two of them had formed was already fading. Neither of them had the patience or humility to keep it going once the novelty wore off. My parents, on the other hand, that was a different kind of silence. I didn't hear from them for 10 days. No calls, no texts, not even a vague, "hope you're doing okay," which, for my mom, was worse than a scolding. It was her version of an emotional timeout. She had this way of freezing people out until they came back crawling, and it worked more often than not. But I wasn't crawling anymore. Still, something about the quiet ate at me. So I drove by the old apartment one night, parked 2 blocks down, and just sat in my car for an hour, watching the light through the window flicker on and off. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe Rachel dancing with Jordan, maybe a replacement already moved in. But what I saw instead was her alone, sitting on the couch, scrolling her phone with that blank, bored expression she always wore when she was unsupervised. It didn't make me feel vindicated. It just made me feel free. I started walking more after that. Long walks around the city, no destination, just music in my ears and my phone on Do Not Disturb. I'd stop at cafes I'd never been to. I'd sit at the edge of fountains and watch tourists take photos, wondering what it must feel like to just exist without second-guessing every choice. One afternoon, I stumbled into a little bookstore tucked between a nail salon and a locksmith shop. It smelled like cedar and old paper. I hadn't read for pleasure in years, but something pulled me in. The guy behind the counter was wearing an oversized cardigan and sipping tea, and when I asked him what he recommended for someone trying to get out of his own head, he handed me a copy of The Obstacle is the Way and said, "Stoics don't flinch, man. They just keep moving." I read the whole thing in 3 nights. And then I read 5 more books. Self-discipline, boundaries, financial growth, emotional regulation, the kind of stuff I used to roll my eyes at. But now it felt like armor. That's when I started making lists. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but something about putting it all down, everything I'd neglected, everything I'd let slide, it gave me direction. I had 3 columns on my notepad. Things I let slide, things I want to build, things I will no longer tolerate. Under things I let slide, I wrote, letting Jordan mock me, taking on Rachel's bills, avoiding confrontation, saying yes when I wanted to say no, pretending to be okay when I wasn't. Under things I want to build, I wrote, my own apartment, a side business, real friendships, a healthy body, self-respect. And under things I will no longer tolerate, I didn't even need bullet points. I just wrote, being treated like a backup plan. It was the first time in years I felt like I had a grip on my own life. The next month was all about motion. I stayed late at work, volunteered for new accounts, and even pitched a campaign that landed us a small, edgy client in the tech space. My manager, Denise, pulled me aside after the meeting and said, "Where has this version of you been hiding?" "Just needed to wake up," I told her. And I meant it. With the extra hours, the bonus came quicker than expected. I put it all toward a new place, a 1-bedroom apartment near the park, smaller than the loft Rachel and I shared, but it was mine. No shared walls, no decorative pillows, No scent diffusers with fake names like Cloud Serenity. I painted one wall navy blue. Got a couch I actually liked. Hung up a framed print of a mountain range with the quote, "The man on top of the mountain didn't fall there." Aaron helped me move in and grinned the whole time. "You look like a man who just escaped prison," he said, handing me a beer on the first night. "Feels like it." I cut my hair shorter, cleaned up my diet, joined a gym and stuck to it, not out of revenge, but because I realized how good it felt to sweat out the anger instead of suppressing it. The trainer, a blunt guy named Max, had this habit of yelling motivational quotes mid-lift. Usually, I'd hate that. But once, during a particularly brutal set, he shouted, "Strength doesn't come from comfort," and something about it stuck. Because comfort was what had nearly ruined me. And the less I chased it, the stronger I felt. Socially, I started reconnecting with people I'd let drift. Old college friends. A few coworkers I used to keep at arm's length. I even reached out to Leah, an ex from years ago who I'd broken up with during my "I need to focus on work" phase. We met for coffee. She smiled when she saw me and said, "You look taller." I think I just stopped hunching. We talked for hours. No expectations. Just mutual curiosity. It felt easy. The kind of easy I never had with Rachel. With her, everything was a performance. A polished brand of affection that dissolved the second the cameras were off. But with Leah, I laughed without rehearsing at first. By month 3, I was thriving quietly. No Instagram posts. No grand declarations. Just slow, steady progress. But then, just as I was starting to feel truly free, Jordan reappeared. Not subtly. He called one afternoon while I was eating lunch at my desk. I let it go to voicemail, but curiosity got the better of me. His message was short. "Yo, we need to talk. It's about Rachel. Call me." I didn't. 3 hours later, he texted, "You might want to know what she's been saying about you." Still didn't answer. That night, Aaron sent me a screenshot. Rachel had posted a cryptic Instagram story, a blurry photo of a whiskey glass, candlelight, and what looked like Jordan's hand in the corner. Caption, "Some people upgrade. Others stay stuck." I stared at the photo for a long time. Not because it hurt, but because of how predictable it was. Rachel didn't love Jordan. She just needed someone to co-sign her version of the story. And Jordan? He'd never miss a chance to step into my shoes and pretend they fit better. But this time, I didn't care. I didn't throw my phone. I didn't text back. Instead, I walked to the gym, crushed a workout, came home, made pasta, and finished a chapter of a book on stoicism before falling asleep by 11. Growth, I realized, wasn't loud. It was quiet. Consistent refusal. Refusal to go back. Refusal to explain myself to people committed to misunderstanding me. Refusal to make myself smaller just to keep the peace. And yet, something told me this wasn't over. Because people like Jordan, they can't stand it when you walk away without flinching. They need you to react, to fight, to break. And when you don't, they dig deeper, harder. And sure enough, a week later, I got an email at work. Subject line, "Just thought you should know." No sender name, no body, just an attachment. I hesitated, opened it, and what I saw made my blood go cold. It was a photo, a screenshot actually, of an invoice. An invoice billed to Theo Bennett, my full name, for an event planning consultation. The vendor? Rachel Evans Events. Date? 1 week after I moved out. Amount? $1,750. My name? My old address? My old credit card? Used without my permission. My first reaction wasn't rage. It was betrayal. Deep, tired betrayal. Because I'd seen this before. Jordan stealing my keys. Rachel maxing out my kindness. My parents turning a blind eye. And I realized, this wasn't just about an ex, or a bad breakup, or some jealousy between brothers. This was about a pattern. A long, toxic pattern that I had finally decided to break. And now they were testing me. Seeing if I'd snap. If I'd crawl back. If I'd play the role of the quiet one, the patient one, the apologizer. But they forgot one thing. That version of me. He was gone. And what came next wasn't going to be quiet. It was going to be surgical. Because I'd been the storm. But now I was the reckoning. I didn't respond to the invoice right away. Instead, I stared at it for a long time. Memorized the details. The date. The formatting. The fact that Rachel had used my name and card number without so much as a heads up. But what hit me hardest was how casual it all felt. Like she didn't think I'd notice. Or worse, like she knew I'd notice and didn't think I'd do anything about it. That was the moment I knew this wasn't about getting even. It was about getting free. Not just from her. From all of them. I didn't just want revenge anymore. I wanted a reset. A clean break. And if that meant burning some bridges, so be it. But I wasn't going to strike until I was absolutely ready. So I started documenting. Every text. Every receipt. Every shared utility bill I'd covered in our old apartment. I called the credit card company, froze the card, and ordered a full transaction history. I flagged the Rachel charge as fraudulent, and when the rep asked if I wanted to press charges, I said, not yet. Because I had something bigger in mind. I needed leverage. Proof. Not just of the charge, but of the entire pattern. So I dug through my cloud backup. I found screenshots from months ago where Rachel had asked me to just put it on your card for a few of her business expenses. All those times she forgot her wallet. Every coffee run. Every subscription service I'd been unknowingly footing the bill for. I tallied it up. $4,386.27. That's what I had unofficially contributed to her career. But money was only part of it. I needed to hit deeper. So I started gathering stories. Remember Leah? The ex I had coffee with. The one who said I looked taller? I reached out again. Not to spark anything romantic, but to ask her something very specific. Do you remember that night you came to my apartment years ago? I asked. The one where Rachel was acting weird? She hesitated. You mean the night she slammed the door in my face? Yeah, I said. That one. Turns out, Rachel had told her I wasn't home. That I was emotionally unavailable and didn't want to talk to any exes. But according to Leah, I'd texted her 5 minutes earlier to say I was heating up leftovers and to just come up. Rachel intercepted her, blocked her, deleted the message thread from my phone while I was in the shower. And I believed her when she said Leah never showed up. That wasn't just manipulative. That was strategic. I started putting together a timeline of behavior, of control, of slow erasure. Friends she'd alienated. Opportunities she'd discouraged. Ways she'd kept me orbiting her priorities while mine faded quietly in the background. And then there was Jordan. I wasn't done with him either. Because for every time he mocked me, every time he rolled his eyes and said I was too sensitive, there was a deeper truth. He needed to believe I was weak. That's how he kept his power. And for the first time, I was ready to flip that dynamic on its head. I started quietly reaching out to people he'd burned. Former gym clients, old classmates, even a girl named Julia he dated for 2 months and ghosted after borrowing money from her to buy new equipment. I don't know what you're planning, Julia said. But if it involves publicly humiliating him, I'm in. I chuckled. Not publicly. Not yet. Because the real move wasn't rage. It was reputation. Jordan had built his whole identity on being the charming, confident one. The guy everyone wanted to be friends with. The gym bro with a heart of gold. But beneath the surface, there were cracks. Turns out, his gym was in trouble. He'd missed rent 2 months in a row. His co-owner, some guy named Wes, was threatening to pull out if the finances didn't improve. I only knew this because Wes also happened to be an old college friend of mine. Small world. Even smaller when your lies catch up. So I scheduled a lunch with Wes. Told him I was doing some freelance branding work and wanted to pick his brain about small business growth. We met at a sushi place downtown. Jordan's not doing great, Wes said after the second beer. He's been distracted. Honestly, I think he's trying to impress some girl. I raised an eyebrow. Rachel. Wes blinked. Wait, you know her? Used to, I said, and left it at that. He leaned in. He asked if he could use part of the operating budget to rent a villa in the Hamptons. For networking. I nearly choked on my miso. Wes continued. I told him no. Flat out. Then he went quiet for a week. I filed that away, along with the fact that their lease was up in 3 months. And if Wes bailed, Jordan would be stuck holding the bag. The pieces were lining up. Back at work, I asked Denise, my manager, if I could take a few days off the following month. I told her I was working on something personal. She nodded. You've earned it. I smiled. It's going to be productive. Trust me. What I didn't tell her was that I was laying the groundwork for something more than a vacation. I was planning liberation. So I got to work. Step 1 was clearing every lingering connection I still had with Rachel. Bank accounts. Shared logins. Social ties. I pulled my name off the old utility bills, changed my email passwords, and even deactivated the Spotify account she still used. Petty? Maybe. But necessary. Step 2 was leveraging what I'd learned about the invoice. I called Rachel. First time we'd spoken in months. She sounded surprised. Theo. Just a quick call, I said. Wanted to let you know I saw the charge. She hesitated. What charge? For your event planning consultation. The one billed under my name. Oh, that. Her tone shifted instantly. It was just a mistake. I must have used the wrong card by accident. You used a card that had been removed from your Apple Pay 6 weeks prior, I said flatly. Silence. I'm not pressing charges, I continued. Not yet. Theo, come on. But I do need you to pay me back. The full $1,750. By the end of the week. I don't have that kind of money just sitting around. Sell one of your designer bags, I said, my voice calm. Or call Jordan. I'm sure he'd love to invest in your future. You're being cold. I'm being clear. That weekend, she sent me a partial payment, $500 via Venmo, with the note. Happy now? I didn't reply, because I wasn't done yet. Step 3 was quiet reputation management. I started working with a friend of Aaron's who specialized in personal branding. We built a sleek one-page site for me, highlighting my work, my consulting projects, and a few side initiatives I'd started. I launched a newsletter, started putting myself out there, slowly, quietly, but with purpose. Within 2 weeks, I'd landed 2 freelance gigs on the side. Not much, but enough to start building momentum. Step 4, gathering allies. I reached back out to Leah, to Julia, to Wes, and a few others who had crossed paths with Rachel or Jordan and walked away burned. We started compiling receipts, literal and emotional. Texts, DMs, emails, proof of manipulation, gaslighting, financial irresponsibility. Not to go public. Not yet. But to be ready. Because I wasn't planning some petty drama drop. I was planning a reckoning so calculated they wouldn't even know it was me until the last domino fell. I'd seen the way Rachel built her world. Polished, curated, fake. I'd seen the way Jordan carried himself. Loud, reckless, insecure. Both of them were living on credit. Emotional, social, and financial. And I was done being their safety net. So when the final piece clicked into place, when Wes called me on a Thursday night and said, Jordan's planning to throw a launch party for a service we haven't even built yet, and he's fronting it with Rachel's company, I just smiled. Because now I had everything I needed. The venue, the budget, the timeline, the receipts, and 2 people so desperate to prove they were better off without me. They were about to invite the entire city to watch them implode. They didn't know I was coming. They didn't even know what I had planned. But I'd be there. Smiling, watching, waiting for the moment everything they built on borrowed ego finally collapsed. It all came together on a warm Saturday night in early September. The launch party was held in a rooftop venue in Midtown, an overly ambitious choice for a fitness brand that hadn't turned a profit in months. White string lights hung overhead. An open bar glowed beneath a branded banner that read Pulse, reimagining the fitness space. Jordan's voice echoed off the glass walls as he welcomed guests, mic in hand, wearing a blazer 2 sizes too small, like he thought squeezing himself into it would somehow elevate his status. Rachel stood beside him in a satin dress that shimmered under the lights, fake smile locked in place. She was holding a champagne flute, eyes scanning the room, but she wasn't sipping, probably saving it for Instagram later, an empty glass for appearances. And me? I stood near the bar, tucked into a corner with a clear view of the stage, drink in hand, confidence in full swing. Nobody noticed me at first, which is exactly what I wanted. A month earlier, I'd gotten the invite through a mutual friend who thought I might want to squash the beef and support the brand. The irony nearly choked me, but I said yes. I said it politely. I even thanked him, because I wasn't just going to attend. I was going to close the show. Let me rewind. Wes, Jordan's co-owner, was on his last nerve by this point. He'd seen the plans for the party and immediately called me. He's using Pulse money to pay Rachel for event coordination. I told him no, and he said it was already locked in. I don't know what to do. Let me help, I said. So we came up with a plan. First, we let Rachel work. We let her plan the event, book the caterers, the DJ, the signage. She spent weeks posting about it on her socials, hyping up her involvement with one of the fastest-growing fitness brands in the city. She dropped hints about a possible influencer partnership, even teased a brand ambassador role. Then, 1 week before the event, Wes filed a quiet motion with his lawyer to freeze all spending from Pulse's joint account pending a formal audit. He cited mismanagement and breach of contract. The funds used to pay Rachel's invoice, flagged and blocked. She didn't find out until the day before the event. And Jordan? He was blindsided. He tried to cover it out of pocket, but he didn't have the liquidity. He maxed out 2 credit cards and begged one of his college buddies to front the rest. That buddy, Tommy, was one of the guys Jordan had bullied in high school and kept around for ego boosts. But Tommy wasn't stupid. He demanded a promissory note. In writing, Jordan signed it. Desperation makes people reckless. But the real twist? I had already secured the venue's original invoice through a favor from someone who worked their events team. And guess whose name Rachel had fraudulently used to sign off on the initial booking? Mine. Again, it wasn't even clever. She'd reused an old email address I'd forgotten to deactivate. It gave me all the proof I needed. So I timed it perfectly. 30 minutes into the party, while Jordan was mid-speech and Rachel was flashing smiles at local influencers posing in front of the Pulse backdrop, I stepped forward. Wes was with me. So was Julia. And Leah, standing quietly near the exit, phone ready in hand. I walked up to the venue manager and calmly handed him a folder. Inside, printed documentation of the fraudulent booking, credit card misuse, and a letter from my attorney notifying them that their contract had been executed under false pretenses and that payment had been obstructed by a known identity theft complaint. Is this a legal matter? The manager asked, suddenly stiff. Not yet, I said, but it can be, unless you shut it down now. The music stopped. The lights came on. Confused murmurs spread through the room like wildfire. Rachel rushed toward the bar, heels clacking like gunshots. Theo? What is going on? You'll find out, I said evenly. But not here. Jordan appeared behind her, face red. You think this is funny? I smiled. I think it's overdue. The manager announced that the event was being shut down due to a contractual issue. People started grabbing coats, downing last-minute drinks, taking awkward selfies as if to prove they'd been there. Rachel looked like she'd been slapped. Jordan looked like he wanted to swing. But he didn't, because Wes stepped forward and dropped the bomb. I'm dissolving the partnership, he said, loud enough for several guests to hear. You violated every agreement we had. I'm cutting ties. No, you're not, Jordan hissed. I already did, Wes said. Papers were signed this morning. Rachel turned to him. Wait, you said. I said nothing, Wes replied. You were never a client. You were a liability. Jordan's voice cracked. You can't do this in front of everyone. I wanted to do it in front of everyone, Wes said. You built your reputation on ego. Let's see how it survives reality. It was a bloodless execution, a slow unraveling of their carefully woven image. Rachel tried to salvage it. She posted a story later that night claiming the event ended early due to unforeseen noise ordinances. But too many people had seen the truth. And it only got worse from there. The promissory note Jordan gave Tommy? It was real. Tommy hired a collection agency after Jordan missed the first payment. His credit took a nosedive. The gym lease never renewed. Pulse officially closed 2 months later. Jordan tried to spin it as a rebrand, but the truth leaked out like oil from a cracked engine. And Rachel? Well, she made one last desperate play. She emailed me. A long message. Rambling. Defensive. And finally, begging. I was lost, she wrote. I didn't know how to separate work from life. I made mistakes, but you blindsided me. You embarrassed me. I thought you were better than that. I didn't reply, but I did forward the email to her newest client, who dropped her within a day. You see, when someone builds their life on illusion, the moment reality touches it, even slightly, it all comes crashing down. And all I had to do was show up with the truth. No shouting, no threats, just facts. And now I live in peace. I've moved to a new apartment across the city. Quiet neighborhood. Real friends. Wes and I still grab drinks sometimes. Leah and I stayed close. Closer than expected, honestly. And we've been talking about starting something together. A creative agency, maybe. Nothing big. Just something real. And my parents? We've had a few difficult conversations. They didn't understand at first. My mom thought I was being cruel. My dad called it dramatic. But I told them one thing that made it stick. You taught me not to make a scene. But maybe the problem wasn't the noise. It was the silence. I'm not the same man I was. And thank God for that. Because sometimes you have to be dismantled to realize you were never built right in the first place. So if you're waiting for the final line, the one that wraps it all up, here it is. Tell them the phase ended. And this time, it didn't come back.